their defense trading for Pro Bowl cornerback Marshawn Lattimore, the Saints get a 3rd, 4th, and 6th round selection for the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year from 2017. ESPN's Adam Schefter on the trade.
The Saints were talking to a whole host of teams. Obviously, the Saints have a busy 24-hour period where they fire their head coach and now trade their Pro Bowl cornerback. But Washington feels like it's giving itself one more chess piece under Dan Quinn, the defensive-minded head coach, for a stretch run to compete for the NFC East title.
Commanders also pick up the Saints' 5th round pick and still have 7 selections in the 25 draft. The Lions pick up defensive lineman Zadarius Smith from the Browns. Bengals running back Zach Morris to the injured reserve with a neck injury. He's out for the season. The Raiders add Norv Turner to their offensive staff, and his son Scott Turner is the top candidate to call the plays. Oregon leads the latest college football rankings, followed by Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, and Texas. Cavs hockey tonight, 6:45 on the Fan. Dodgers superstar Shohei Ohtani underwent shoulder surgery yesterday to repair a labrum tear sustained during the World Series. The Dodgers expect him to be ready for spring training. Yankees general manager Brian Cashman speaking with super agent Scott Boras about keeping Juan Soto, and also discussed power-hitting first baseman Pete Alonso. Atlanta Braves say outfielder Ronald Acuna Jr. and pitcher Spencer Strider are not expected to recover in time from injuries for the season opener at San Diego March 27th. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. We're out west, Ashburn, Virginia. Commanders getting ready for the Steelers. What a game coming this weekend, man. Steelers and Commanders make big trades yesterday, trying to make moves to really compete. B's out today. Joining me is Logan Paulson, Commanders former – you know what I'm going to say? You were a Redskins tight end, Dan.
Yeah, that's okay.
And you were on the Commanders broadcast. What up, dude?
Not much, man. Thanks for letting me fill in.
Absolutely.
Some big shoes to fill today.
Hey, take that up with B. I don't know his shoe size. Very happy to have you, though. And we are really excited right off the top of the show here to welcome in Commanders partner, Mr. Mark Ein, DC businessman, philanthropist. Mark, what's up, dude? How are you?
Hey, guys. Great to be with you this morning.
We're great. We're really grateful to have you, and we are fired up. Looks like there's some news coming out for Week 10's matchup against the Steelers.
Yeah, it's really fun to be with you guys, and I saw B. Mitch on the sidelines on a video, I think in the last week, saying, you know what would be so cool is if the Commanders handed out red towels on Sunday so that it blew away whatever Steeler fans are there with their yellow towels and made the whole place look burgundy and gold. And so we're doing it. We're giving out burgundy rally towels to everyone who shows up. And we're really excited about it. We think it's great. The fans have been unbelievable this season. And this game is by far the hottest game of the year so far. And we just think it's going to add to an incredible atmosphere. And what's so cool about it is that the way this came about, actually, we saw B. Mitch do it, but actually a fan, Chris Gellner, sent me a message on social media. I don't know, Chris, he sent me some messages at the end of September and said, I've had this idea for the Steelers game forever. I could never really get anyone to listen to the idea, but what do you think if we did this and handed out burgundy towels when the Steelers come to town? I was like, that's a good idea. Let me look into it. And so I called Josh, because we talk literally like every day, every other day about things that we want to do to make the place the most amazing fan experience it can. I said, I just got this idea from him. He goes, I love that idea. And so we ran with it. We got it done. And then the icing on the cake is we do these dinners from time to time with our sponsors and partners. They're unbelievable. Small dinners. We get people together and talk about stuff. And our guy from Verizon heard the story. He goes, well, I want to get behind that. I want to sponsor them. And so it all came together, and no one knows about it until you guys right now.
That's so cool, man.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And obviously, you guys have done a lot of really good stuff at the stadium, and this is just another thing that kind of fits in that bucket. But like the fans have been pouring out and pouring out for this team and showing up. And an event like this only works when the fans show up. How cool has it been that the fans are kind of coming back to the organization?
Yeah, I mean that's from when we started this, and as you guys know, Josh and I and Mitch, we all grew up with this team when it was the everything. It was the everything for this community, and that was the goal from the beginning. And seeing the fans come back this year already has been unbelievable. The crowds have been great. I'll tell you, just going around town, seeing the amount of Commanders jerseys and hats you see, I think I've seen more this year than the last 10 years combined. So people are proud of it, right? It's unreal. Like I was at the Wizards game the other day, and there's people all over the place. So people are proud of the team, and it's great. But I'll tell you, it's really growing. If you just look, and JP, I think you may have actually tweeted this a little while ago. When you look at like prices for tickets in the secondary market starting in this game, it's indicative of the demand that there is. Like now it's translating to I love this team, I'm proud of this team, and now people are like, I got to get to the games. And so this game's totally sold out. Cowboys is basically standing room only, and there's like literally only a couple thousand seats left for the whole rest of the season.
Yeah, Mark, it's been obviously I've been in this job for a while. Logan played here for a while. He's been around this team for a while. It feels so markedly different, and I think there's a million factors to it, but a big part of it I think is your ownership group kind of really has your arms around this thing now more than maybe last year as you guys just got in here. Talking with Mark Ein, Commanders partner, lifelong childhood friend with Josh Harris. I mean it's also crazy, and you mentioned seeing more Commanders hats and burgundy and gold stuff everywhere. I did Halloween with my little kids, and I saw more Commanders uniforms and specifically Jaden Daniels than I have whatever jersey in the last decade. What specifically do you think Jaden has brought to your organization?
Oh, I mean, he's obviously been a big part of it. I mean, just the excitement for look, first of all, he's led us to a 7-2 record, right? So that's a big part. And secondly, the way he plays, the way he carries himself is, I think all of us find inspirational. He's so low key. He's so, for a guy who's his first year and having this success, he's so low key, so humble. He's such a good teammate. And then obviously he's so exciting on the field. I mean, he can run, he can pass, he can win games with Hail Mary. So what isn't there to like? And by the way, it goes way beyond the DMV. I know a few weeks ago, and it probably still is the case, he had the highest selling jersey in the league. And so he's really captivated the attention of the country, I think, with all of that. And to have him here and have him be a rookie, man, it makes you really excited about the future.
For sure. So some of the, I do think it's so cool that you engage with fans just kind of walking around, and Josh does, and Mitch does. Like it's remarkable to see you guys interact with the crowd. I got to ask, so let's not be naive. There's going to be Steelers fans, right? But I think on television now, when you guys are giving out burgundy towels, it's going to look like it's just burgundy and gold throughout the stadium, right? If they're waving the yellow ones.
That's the idea. I mean, that's the idea. Like that's the idea. And again, I had a chance to talk to Chris. I'd never talked to him. This fan who had reached out to me. I talked to him yesterday just because we hadn't told anyone. I wanted to give him a heads up, and it's great. I mean, he's been a fan his whole life. He's stuck with us. He's had season tickets, never given them up. I'll tell you something fun. He goes, would you mind if we went on video? He said, let me show you my basement. And like so many people in the DMV, man, he had jerseys up and had a mini shrine to the team. And like to give people like that a voice and a connection. That's why, you see Josh engaging and Mitch and me, because we know how much it means to people. And then also we really want to make this amazing for our fans. The only way we're going to do it is to listen and to listen to ideas. And I appreciate, Logan, what you said, that there's been big improvement in the stadium. Well, all that comes from what you hear from the fans and you get their input. And so we're just at the beginning. We're really ambitious in what we want to create here for our fans. We're really proud of what we've done so far, but we got a long way to go. We're only going to do it by listening to all the people who love this team.
You know, I think it also helps that you are a fan. And, you know, you mentioned the Hail Mary, and I don't know if you were at the game, but I'm sure you saw it. You've seen, everyone's seen it. Like, can you talk about maybe your emotions and kind of seeing,
Must have been nuts.
seeing the Commanders win in a fashion like that? And I know you've been a fan for a long time. Was there a better moment that you can remember than that as a Commanders fan, as a Washington?
I mean, it honestly goes back literally like me and my family had seats at RFK section 320, row 5, seats 19 and 20 in the end zone. And I was there for a lot of those games. We were there for Ken Houston stopping Walt Garrison. We were there for Darryl Green catching Tony Dorsett. Like, we were there for the playoff games. So, like, those memories are seared in my memory from my childhood. And this one definitely is added. Like, that's in the pantheon of great franchise moments. And, yeah, we were sitting there. And honestly, I was like, we can still do this. We can still do it. And a lot of it is because of Jaden. You know, you're like, he's so explosive. You just have the sense that we're never out of it. A lot has been talked about. I think it's totally right. That play right before where we got the extra 10, 15 yards to get to the place.
To McLaurin.
To McLaurin. And like that, all of a sudden you're like, look, we can do it. And part of it is just, I don't know, there's something magical happening around this franchise. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. There's a long season to go and a lot can happen, but it just feels like it's been a little bit of pixie dust thrown on this team. And you kind of felt like we're never out of it. And then just watching that play and seeing the ball land in his hands in the end zone, and then just seeing the sidelines just go nuts, literally, like it just went nuts, was something that none of us will ever forget.
It was so, I mean, just being in the stadium for that is really like a pretty epic moment. There was another moment there, Mark, that I wanted to ask you guys about, and this is another stadium improvement that caught me completely by surprise. Talking with Commander's partner, Mark Ein, the light show.
Great.
Was so dope.
Great.
Like they do that at college football all over, and it's such a cool moment. How did you guys come up with that? When did that idea get put into place?
Yeah. So, thanks for noticing. We were so excited for that. And that was something we talked last year when we first got involved about some stuff we wanted to do in night games. And it turned out that the old lighting system, you couldn't turn it on and off like quickly. It was like a 15-minute power up. So you couldn't do it. So one of the things that, you know, we obviously spent like $80-100 million in the off season. One of the things was to upgrade the lights for a whole bunch of reasons. But one of the biggest reasons was you can do that. You can turn off lights and turn them on. And so we brought on last year a fantastic guy to do our game day, Darius, who came from the Vikings. And he, I talk to him every week. We talk every week about what we're going to do. And we talked about this idea, and we were so excited when it came. And I mean, I know that a lot of people, when the lights went off, thought, oh boy, the lights are going out in the stadium.
I had a brief moment of that.
Yeah, exactly. But then just to blow them away, and the team did such a fantastic job executing that. So it was powerful. And so at the moment, we don't have any more night games, but we're looking at other ways to do really cool stuff. And so thanks for noticing. Yeah, that was amazing. And more to come.
It was definitely cool. And you might not have any night games right now, but they're coming.
Yeah,
I think the last 3 games of the year will end up being flexed in some capacity. Mark, I know that you're not making football decisions per se, but as a dude that's rooted for this team forever, how excited were you yesterday by the Marshawn Lattimore trade?
Yeah, look, I give credit to Adam and his team for the work they did to bring in a Pro Bowl quarterback. We're also excited. I know Adam and Dan are going to do a press conference later and talk about the behind the scenes on the move, why they did it. But I'm just really excited. And, you know, look, I think it goes to in any business organization, and for sure in any sports team, the hardest thing to do is build sustainable excellence. Like, you can have great moments, great seasons, but what you really want to do is be great year in and year out, be one of those franchises. And from the very, very beginning, that was the goal. And again, it's super early in our journey, but when you just start to look at the pieces that are in place, Adam and what he did in the offseason, in free agency, and then the draft, Dan with the culture reset and the way he has people fired up, Jaden is a rookie quarterback, the fans, how engaged they are. I mean, obviously you got to be excited about 7-2 this year, but what you got to really be excited about is that you started extrapolating this. Then the salary cap, the cap room, and the draft picks, you would start to extrapolate that in the future. It makes you really, really, really excited. So yesterday was great, and I know you're going to hear from Adam, but it's just another piece of evidence that just makes us really feel like the foundation is being laid for something that we can all feel really excited about for a very long time looking forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talked about sustained excellence. And one thing that I've just been so impressed with is obviously like the hiring process and you guys filling these roles with people that are extremely qualified. And it's a testament to you and the team. But like, what's that process like? And, coming into a space that you might not be, 1000% familiar with.
Yeah, look, I give Josh a ton of credit on this. He obviously has, built a bunch of major sports franchises and then just in his day job built some great businesses. And, I feel good about I'm really proud of the businesses that I've built. And obviously Mitch Rails has built one of the great businesses, ever created and one of the greatest ever in our region. But, I'm really proud of my friend Josh because he, starting with Adam, what was kind of amazing is like Adam was the guy everyone wanted. And we got Adam, and I think there was like 8 or 9 GM jobs. We got Adam signed up before anyone else pretty much started interviewing. And, Josh really got started early on that. So that the minute that we were allowed to start working on it, that we did, but did all the prep work in advance. And so I just give him a lot of credit for that. And then once you get the right senior people in place, then like attracts like again, that's true in any business. So great people want to go work with great people. And when you look at the people that Adam's brought in and his team, and you look at the people that Dan has then brought in the coaching staff, it's proven to be the case. And so, look, when you want to build anything or when you want to reset anything, it all comes down to people and leadership. And we all recognize it. Josh recognized it, and it's been really, really our top focus and priority.
I mean, seriously, when you look at the staff DQ assembled and the way seemingly every free agent draft pick, like all of the moves have all, or at least all trending the very right direction. It's really been impressive. Mark, I'd like to ask just a far more simple question. You and I grew up maybe 3 miles away from each other. I was just up Jones Bridge Road towards Wisconsin Avenue.
Yeah.
I grew up going to Candy Cane City Playground. You grew up going to Candy Cane City Playground. Venture back, whatever it was, 40 years ago, whatever it was, you and Josh were just kids at a playground, and now you own the absolute biggest, the biggest deal in our city. And there's a lot going on in the country today, and this city is determined by lots of different factors. But the biggest singular thing that brings people together in Washington, D.C. is the burgundy and gold. And you guys are now the stewards of that organization. What does that mean for you?
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. And I think you capture, I mean, it means it's the reason that we did it completely, because we know what this meant to this community, what it meant to us, what it meant to everyone. We felt really, really strongly that someone local had to do this. And, the other people looking at it, there was no one else local, no one. And that was a hard deal. I mean, you've heard some of the stories. It was hard. It was expensive. Like to get that done was hard. And there were hard moments. And every time it got hard, that was the motivation, was just like someone's got to do this to restore this franchise to what it meant to us when we were kids. And it's got to be someone who gets it and understands. And so the fact that it came together and now we're here, it's not lost on any of us any day that's both the opportunity, but also the obligation and honor to be the stewards and to make sure it is something that everyone's proud of. And honestly, JP, like, we never for a second don't wake up and take it for granted. Like, every day you just, like, it is a pinch. You do pinch yourself pretty much every day and say, I can't believe it. And then you get to work to make it what it should be for our amazing fans and our amazing community.
Well said. I mean, Logan and I sit here and we're analysts and, a former player or whatever you want to say. I've had some pinch me moments this year, Logan.
Yeah.
What about you?
Well, yeah, me too. And just to listen to him talk about that, I was just, like, so blown away by, like, like, he grew up here. It's like, like, it's a special thing. And so, like, the fact that you, Mark, understand how important this is to everybody is, I don't know, it's really cool. It's cool to hear.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark.
Well, appreciate that. And look, the last thing I would just say, and it's apropos today, is that the other motivation, and again, Josh has done a ton of sports. I've, done my thing with the tennis tournament and other stuff. The thing that really motivates us more broadly on sports is it is the thing in America that brings everyone together, regardless of, age, race, religion, politics, what you do for a job, where you live, anything. When you're in that stadium, everyone's there together cheering for their team. And man, we need that more than ever. And so we're so happy that we can provide that for all of us and make something that everyone can agree on and everyone can come together for. And so we can't wait till Sunday for those burgundy towels to be waving in the air and for the whole DMV to come together and hopefully cheer on another Commanders victory.
It's going to be fun. Make sure you get to Northwest Stadium early, get that burgundy towel, and a huge game this weekend. Mark, thank you for the time. Sincerely appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me. Look forward to seeing you Sunday.
Thanks, Mark.
Commander's partner, Mark Ein, joining the program. Really exciting giveaway this week. The Steelers can roll in with whatever they want, but for all the home fans, you're getting burgundy towels to wave. The TV shots, when you see that big aerial shot, the blimp shot, the drone shot, it's just going to be burgundy and gold. It's very, very intelligent by a group that rarely seems to miss. Thank you to Mark Ein for joining us. Logan Paulson in for B today. Something I got to tell you about real quick. You heard me talk about where I grew up. You heard me talk about understanding what the burgundy and gold means to the people of this city. You know what else means a lot to the people of this city? Working appliances. If you need your dishwasher fixed, your refrigerator's running, whatever's going on, your oven doesn't seem to be working right, call Better Appliance, Bettar. They're based in Kensington, Maryland. They've been serving the DMV since 1945. 70 years of appliance repairs and sales. Listen, they'll take care of you. They came over, got me a new dishwasher. The whole process took like 45 minutes. It was incredibly efficient. They followed up like 3 or 4 times to make sure everything's cool. I've been thoroughly impressed. Check them out, betterappliance.com. You better get better, Bettar, betterappliance.com.
The Commanders grab Pro Bowl cornerback Marshon Lattimore in a trade. The Saints get third and fourth round selections for the Commanders and a sixth round pick for the four-time Pro Bowl selection, Lattimore. ESPN's Louis Riddick.
This is team building 101, especially at this time of year. When you're trying to make deals at the trade deadline in the first place, these have to be very impactful types of moves that really affect really premium positions. Obviously, corner's a premium position. Marshon Lattimore is a premium player. He is a matchup player, a guy that you can move around inside or outside against your opponent's best wide receiver.
Commanders also get the Saints' fifth-round pick and still have 7 selections in the 2025 draft. The Lions pick up defensive lineman Zadarius Smith from the Browns. The Steelers grab wide receiver Mike Williams, and the Bengals running back Zach Morris likely out for the season with a neck injury. The Raiders add Norv Turner to their offensive staff, and his son Scott Turner is likely to call the plays. Oregon leads the latest college football rankings, followed by Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, and Texas. Tonight, Capitals and Nashville Predators, 6:45 on The Fan. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our interview with Commander's partner Mark Ein, it was awesome.
You did a great job.
Mark joined us right off the top of the show to talk about the Burgundy Towel giveaway this week for the Steelers game. Logan Paulson in for B today. I've gotten to talk to Mark plenty now just because those guys are so accessible and available.
It is crazy how accessible they are. Like they're at every event. They talk to everybody in the media. They talk to fans. Like it's it's such a stark contrast to what it was before.
Dude, you know what was, and I'm not putting you in a position to comment on this. I'm just saying, when the Panthers came to town, you and I are always at games down on the field, walking around, talking to people. You end up knowing people on every staff, and then you know the security guys, whatever, right? Like you just kind of walk around and talk. I watched David Tepper for a little bit, the Panthers owner, walking around. And I saw this, like, he was by himself, like completely removed from other people, had like a security detail with him that was kind of within like 5-10 feet at all moments. And he had this like intense yet vacant stare where he was like looking at people but also looking past them. Mm-hmm. And I was like, man, I know that vibe. Like I have seen that vibe, and it couldn't be more different from what it is now.
I was just about to say it's so different because like when you're down on the sideline, like in that kind of melee of people, it's,
right?
You know, obviously the ownership group has their own security people, but they're in the crowd. They're talking to people. They're talking to, you know, anybody that is available there. And it's just such a different thing. It feels very familial, feels very welcoming, feels very open. And I think that's special, man. It's special because it makes people feel important. You know, like they're talking to everybody. They're talking to the people that make the food in the media room. Like everybody's part of this. And that I think that brings the best out of people. And that's a really cool leadership style, I think.
Absolutely agree. Let's get into yesterday's news, right? I'm sure you've talked about it. Did you do a pod with Craig yesterday?
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
Did a pod, yeah.
Cool. Commanders make a big move, and to me, we can get into the specifics of what Marshon Lattimore does. If you missed it, the Commanders had a cool social media post this morning of Lattimore just kind of walking into the building, and I saw a billion comments of like, "Oh man, that hamstring looks okay." I think his hamstring may just have a miraculous recovery. I think before we get into the specifics of the move, right?
Yeah.
The announcement to fans locally, fans wherever they are, and the rest of the league is, yo, we're not going away. We're serious, and we're playing to win this season and in the coming seasons.
Yeah, 100%. I think like when you look at the roster at the moment, there are some, you know, like some areas where we'd like to kind of bolster, and I think cornerback was one of them. And so everyone was kind of eyeing this trade deadline as a time where you could get that done. And you know, there aren't a lot of people moving on from big top flight corners. And so when the opportunity presented itself, it feels like the right thing. So, you know, even if I do think it says like what you're alluding to there, it says like, hey, we need to kind of show the league that we're making a push here. We're going to try and be the best version of ourselves and make a playoff run, which I think is the right decision. But also I think when you look at the player, when you look at his history, when you look at his age, this is something that this is a piece that they can build around moving forward also. So I think it is a short-term move, but it also has vibes and smells and feels like it could also be something long-term. And I think you get like a nice, 9-week rental with the player. And then you can kind of determine like, hey, like we can restructure his contract. There's a ton of salary cap space, like Mark Ein alluded to earlier in the conversation. And I think that's all good things. So is it a short-term solution? Yes. Does it tell the league that we're ready to make a playoff push? Yes, especially when you look at the division. But I think also it gives you this ability to say, hey, like if this goes well and he plays well and he fits well with what we want, like we can build around him moving forward and give him a contract extension.
I mean, to your point, it's funny if you go to Over the Cap, which is just an incredible website. They do a really good job of keeping track of all this stuff. They've already updated everything to show kind of the new structure of Lattimore's contract. Obviously, the Commanders traded for him yesterday. No guaranteed money in the remaining 2 years of the deal. The dead money is all switched around. Washington can get out of the deal, but there's no guarantee they will.
Right.
Because you know what would be pretty darn easy is because the numbers are already worked out, you could just convert some of that to guaranteed money,
Sure.
and Marshawn might be cool with it. Hey, you got an $18 million cap hit. What if we guarantee $12 million of it? And then he's sticking around and nobody's worried about it, especially if they win this year.
Yeah, 100%. I was about to say, like, you could just easily restructure that deal, give him a signing bonus, and then kind of prorate some of that money out. And I think you're in a really good spot with him. And again, talk about, I think, just good management. His cap number this year today is $650,000. And the New Orleans Saints are picking up $30 million. So, like, talk about a very low risk kind of opportunity financially to look at a player who's got a lot of talent, who plays a little bit of man coverage, I think allows Joe Witt Jr. to do more what he wants to do, all those things. And I think, to your point, you could easily restructure the back half of that deal to kind of fit what you need.
What did you think of the compensation?
Yeah, I think the compensation's interesting, and I think it obviously speaks to what they think about the player. They gave up, what is it, a third, a fourth, and a sixth. And I think the third
got a fifth back.
Yeah, and the third is from Jahan, so it was a surplus third, and then the sixth was from John Ridgway, so it's a surplus six. So that's one of the reasons you trade for draft capital, because it allows you to make these moves and make these opportunities. But I do think, like, if you believe him to be a top flight corner, top 10, top 15 player at the position in the NFL, then it's well worth it. It's well worth it. And I think when you watch the film, it supports that decision. Again, he's been a little bit banged up this year, in and out, hip flexor earlier in training camp, obviously the hamstring more recently, a couple soft tissue things. But I think what this could potentially do, like if you're looking at the best case scenario, this totally changes the complexion of the defense. It allows you to be more aggressive in coverage.
Let's get specific. No, you're good.
Yeah.
Specifically, Lattimore comes in. Tell me if you disagree. He's immediately the best corner on this roster.
Yeah.
And allow Samerstill to bump back inside,
100%.
play that slot. With his physicality, he's almost like an extra linebacker, which is just shocking. The physical nature with which he plays at his size is just mind-blowing. BSJ is on the opposite side. I think of two specific games. The first half against the Ravens, they really tried to stop the run, and Zay Flowers just carved them up.
Mm-hmm.
The second half against the Giants this past week, where the Giants ran the ball at will kind of in that first half, they decided to stop that, and then Neighbors is able to just carve them up with the short underneath stuff. How different does that look when now they're able to ideally go man on some of these elite receivers?
I mean, obviously, man coverage in the NFL today, because of the skill set of the receivers, is exceptionally challenging, regardless of who's playing corner. But I do think in the Baltimore game specifically, you just get better matchups, right? You get Marshawn Lattimore on Zay Flowers. You get Benjamin St-Juste on their number 2 receiver. You get Noah Igbenogany or Mike Sanders still on that third element. It puts everybody on the roster from a coverage standpoint into a better matchup. And ultimately that's what you're doing, right? Is because I do think, Benjamin St-Juste catches a ton of heat for whatever reason, probably because of the history that he's had over the last couple of years, but I think he's playing pretty good football, right? And so if he's your 2,
the only problem for BSJ, I think, is he's a little handsy.
Yeah.
And a lot of them happen at the goal line.
And again, like, I'm not saying he's a perfect player by any stretch of the imagination.
As a number 2 corner.
Yeah, and I think when you look around the league and you look at corner play, like, that's very, very common. Like, you look at like kind of the middle of the pack corner. Like, they're really handsy, they get in bad position, they don't have great ball skills. Like, there's a reason they're in the middle of the pack.
They're also set up to fail.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
the rules are against them. The
Yeah.
position is impossible. A success rate for a corner is 30% would be high.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying with BSJ specifically is he plays the techniques correctly. He's playing more aggressive. He's willing to tackle. He's smart. He communicates well. You can win with that player if you kind of demote his role and change the scope of his performance. And so when you bring in a guy like Marshawn Lattimore, like that's what that gives you. Is it makes your defense instantly better because BSJ gets better matchups. Marshawn Lattimore takes the number one guy. I can be more aggressive now if I'm Joe Witt Jr. in terms of pressuring on third down because I can bring more man pressures. And when you look at like the Pittsburgh Steelers are a great example of this, their corners are just okay. But you would never know it because they're able to create so much pressure with the rush, with the blitz, right?
Sure.
So I think that's what Joe Witt is now able to do is now we're able to increase the effectiveness of our rush, which deleverages our corners just because of the addition of one player. And so I think that's the thing that's so exciting about this is I think it'll kind of raise everybody, raise the total floor of the defense, and it'll allow everybody, like we talked about roles, you talked about Sanders still playing nickel, it allows us to maximize skill sets in a way that we couldn't prior to the acquisition.
Rising tide, man. Rising tide in Ashburn. And you talk about improving everything kind of A to Z defensively by making this move. If you want to improve everything A to Z in your home, you need to call our friends over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Seriously, I got Paul to come out to my house, redid all my windows, all my doors, and over time, I'm paying significantly less in my electric bills. My Pepco bill all winter is lower than it was 3 years ago before I made the decision. And that's even with energy prices going up. Calling Paul is one of the best decisions I've made. He's transformed my home. He's made it more comfortable for me and my daughters. It's no longer cold in the winter, hot in the summer. Now it just stays nice, even temperatures, what you want year round. If you call Paul this month, you get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. And when you purchase a soft light windows, you get an additional 7% off each window. Call Paul right now, $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum. Call Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him Beamish and Fenley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. B. Mitch and Finley live, Ashburn, VA. Stream is up and running. We're going to get Logan in the stream here in a minute. B is out today. Logan is joining us as we do every morning. We say hello to the first commenter in the stream. Logan, you probably have no idea who are the folks that comment. You want to guess who was the first?
What?
Shout out to Rashawn Baker. Rashawn got the first comment today. Thanks for watching.
Does he comment like all the time? Is that what's going
on? A lot of people comment all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like the chat function on our YouTube page is like its own little community. Seriously, it's like it's policed. It's a wild place. But I just always like to say good morning to the first person that comments because I can't really keep up with all of it.
It's just too many.
Well, and dude, we got a show to do also, right? So I appreciate that they're all there and it's fun to watch, but always the first person gets the good morning from me. I did a podcast last night with Mitch Tischler, the Beltway Football Podcast. Check that out wherever you get them.
Mitch.
I asked this question, and I want to ask you. I'm going to give you 4 options. Are you familiar with the American game of baseball?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm familiar with baseball. It's a good question, though.
Okay, good. So in baseball, lots of options, right? Commanders make this trade yesterday for Marshawn Lattimore.
Mm-hmm.
You have 100 chips to tell me how you think this trade will play out. Is it a home run, a ground rule double, an out, or a GIDP? Is this grounding into a double play to end an inning? So those are your options. You have 100 chips to divide it up. If it's easier for you, I'll give you mine to set an example.
Yeah, go ahead. I think I got it, but yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, I think I got like 60 chips home run, maybe 20 chips ground rule double.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's an 80% chance this works out well to very well. And then I got to go 10 and 10 the other ways because there are some injuries. There are some lingering issues. What if you give all this up and then the contract goes sideways and you decide to get out of it, right? Like we can't be naive or too simplistic to suggest that there aren't other possible scenarios, but overwhelmingly, I believe the scenarios are going to work out really well.
Yeah, so I think I'd say in terms of like home run grand slam, it's probably 30 chips.
Okay.
I think 40 chips ground rule double. I think it's going to be a solid move kind of regardless. And then 20, what was it? What's 20?
Just a regular old out pop
then,
fly?
Yeah, 10 is that it's a total dumpster fire. Yeah, I really think this is like, I'm a big believer that like trades in season are rarely like grand slam home runs, but I do think this makes the team significantly better. And like assuming that he's the right type of guy, the right kind of fit, he kind of meshes with the locker room. You know, I think that you make this decision knowing you got Bobby Wagner here, a guy that has done it and dealt with different personalities over the course of his career, can manage, you know, I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but manage, you know, a bad guy or a good guy really, really well. So I think like he's going to integrate fairly well and pick up the defense well. He's been around a long time. So again, like corner. And again, that's the other thing. Corner is a tough position, I think, to evaluate cross scheme. And I think it makes it a little bit more risky because how many times have we seen a corner go from,
think about William Jackson
or Nnamdi Asomugha going from Oakland to Philly. They are very scheme dependent. They are very coaching dependent. And again, Marshawn's done it all. He's played man, he's played zone. He's got a plethora of experience. And I trust Joe Witt Jr., his experience and pedigree with corner. So I think it's all going to work out. But I do think there's a little bit of, I'm not as confident it's going to be a knockout grand slam home run. It's, you know, ground rule double feels the right kind of thing to me.
I kind of think too much is being made of this. What, if any, significance do you think that he played at Ohio State with McLaurin and Noah Brown?
I don't really think it's a huge deal. I think,
it's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. I think, you know, maybe they go, hey, do you like this guy? And they're like, oh, yeah, I love, you know, Marshawn. He's awesome. But I don't think, I think with a staff like the one that Adam Peters has compiled, and I think with Adam Peters' background, like he has many, many connections in the scouting community and the coaching community. Like, he knows the offensive coordinator in New Orleans, and he was with him last year in San
Kubiak, isn't it? Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, obviously, if you're looking for relationships, like people that you know and you trust, I'm sure that's one of the phone calls you make. And I'm sure there's a million other people that you know. So I think you probably defer to coaches over players. But again, I'm sure they were like, hey, do you like this guy? And they were probably like, yeah, he's awesome. And it makes it happen. So
To quote the great New Jersey philosophers, Naughty by Nature, there's no room for relationships. There's just room to hit it. I think what what the Commanders are trying to build here, I think they, like us, like everyone watching, like I'm a big believer in trying to mesh analytical detail with just the eye test. Like sometimes what you see is factual, right? Despite whatever advanced numbers. I mean, hell, you can look at some stuff from yesterday and like numbers can tell you one thing, but what actually happens is not always the same case, right? I think the eye test made pretty clear they had to improve their secondary.
100%.
And I think if you get Lattimore, you're probably not getting the 2017, 2018 version of him. That's just a reality. But if you get 85, 90% of that, you've made your team significantly better.
No, 100%. I think when you watch the film, talking about the eye test, like he's still a guy that has tremendous click and close ability. He's got tremendous instincts, tremendous feel. He's a really competitive tackler still, at this point in his career, which is a little unusual for corner. So I think he's, in terms of player, I think this is 100% what you're looking for. And I don't think I trust Adam Peters' talent evaluation. Like, I think you just go back to the draft, go back to the free agency process. Like, I don't want to say he doesn't miss because it's still pretty early in the process, but he's got a track record of picking good football players. And notice I said football players, right? Guys that understand the physicality, the work element, what it takes to be successful.
Just look at the moves in August.
Yeah, dude, 100%.
You trade away Jahan, you trade away Ridgeway. Those two moves largely allowed you to make this deal for Lattimore now. Just the guys, you bring in Noah Brown when Houston releases him. All the injuries they've had down there. Diggs is out. I don't know if Collins is back yet, but like they would love to have Noah Brown still on their roster. Just cyber and knowing the type of people. And then,
even how he handled the kicking thing, right? You bring in a kicker kind of on a tryout, so to speak. You trying out a whole bunch of guys and knowing that, hey, this isn't the right fit, and then moving on to the next one until you get it right. And how many times have we been covering this team or played for this team where they stuck with somebody a little bit longer than they should, and it negatively affects the outcome for the season? So again, like, I trust him because everything he's done so far, you talk about grand slam, double, like it's been a grand slam. Like he has just hit it every single time. Dude, so with this, like when I watch the film, I trust my eye and I know that Marshawn's a good player, but I feel even better about it because I know what Adam saw in it too.
Well, and just going one step further, what Quinn has built inside that locker room, because AP is the tone setter for the organization, right? And he's certainly the personnel guy. But DQ was asked earlier this week, maybe on Monday, hey, are you worried at all if there is a trade? Could that mess up the chemistry? And it's a valid question because clearly they've got something cooking right now. And he said, at our core, we're about competition. And if we add somebody else, that just increases the competition. And I think everybody in that locker room believes that and will buy into that.
Yeah. No, I think that's 100% right. When I played for Dan in Atlanta, like that was something that we talked about all the time. Like, don't shy away from us bringing new people in, like lean into it, right? Because like ultimately competition, if you're wired the right way, is going to make you better. And I think that's ultimately what you're looking at here. And again, like we talked about, Marshawn, whatever type of guy he is, he doesn't have to be a leader. He doesn't have to be anything because you've got leaders here. You've got guys that kind of have established the culture that Dan wants. And I think he's just got to kind of fall in line. And again, like we talked about how tactically on paper, this should elevate everybody in the room. And I think the competition element of it is another component that's really valuable here too, right? Sometimes in the middle of the season, it gets a little stagnant. So people talk about it being deleterious or negative. I think this could also be extremely positive because it kind of reinvigorates, remotivates, refocuses a roster and says, oh man, now we can do all these things that Joe Wood wants to do. Or, hey, I'm now as St. Juiced, I have something to aspire to, I have something to work toward to kind of continue to push myself. So there's a lot of really positive things that come from changing things, I think also.
Hey, Jeff, were you one of the ones calling this situation deleterious? That sounds like you, Jeff.
I don't even know what that means.
Neil Greenberg joins us next.
Brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Huge move for the Commanders defense as they get Pro Bowl cornerback Marshawn Lattimore from the Saints. The Saints get a 3rd and 4th round selection from the Commanders, plus a 6th round pick for the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year and the 4-time Pro Bowl in Lattimore. ESPN's Louis Riddick on Lattimore helping the defense.
They had no one in their secondary who has this kind of profile. And if you're Dan Quinn, with the people that you've been used to coaching in your career, think about his stops in Dallas, his stops in Seattle, the kind of corners that he's had. He needed a guy like this, especially considering this. Think about who they're going to be dealing with in the East. Be dealing with Philadelphia.
The Commanders also pick up the Saints' 5th round selection and still have 7 selections in the 25 draft. The Lions, in a trade, get defensive lineman Zadarius Smith from the Cleveland Browns. Pittsburgh Steelers grab wide receiver Mike Williams. The Bengals running back Zach Moss to the IR with a neck injury, and he's likely out for the season. Oregon leads the latest college football rankings, followed by Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, and Texas. Washington Capitals against Nashville Predators tonight, Capital One Arena. Pre-game show 6:45 right here on The Fan. Georgetown Hoyas men's basketball welcomes in Lehigh. 6:45 pre-game show tonight on Team 980. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention The Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
When you hear Ozzy in this guitar riff, got to let it hit, Landini.
Oh, God.
Time for Neil Greenberg. He is a sports writer and stats geek, not a stats nerd, for the Washington Post. Greenberg, how do you do, sir? What's up, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you?
We're good, man. Logan's sitting in with us today. The Commanders made a massive trade yesterday to try to boost their secondary. Let's start there. What'd you make of the Lattimore move?
I think it's great. I think I said this before on the show, the defensive improvements the team has made over the past couple of weeks is significant. And to be able to bring in Lattimore, especially his press coverage, I think is going to be an asset for this team. I've said it before, this organization from top to bottom deserves the benefit of the doubt. I know there's a lot of people that were talking about how poorly Lattimore perhaps has been playing this year. But I also see that it's very difficult to throw to his side of the field. And I think that's not something Washington has had lately. So I think it's a great move for them. The picks they gave up were second-day picks for a team that might win 10 games this season. Some of them weren't even their own. I think it's a great move and probably just keeps the defense improving to keep pace with this offense that we've talked about that's been historically efficient as of late.
When you look specifically at the compensation, I think you brought some interesting stuff up there. Like, they gave up their 3rd rounder, not the one they have coming from the Dolphins. That's a significantly higher pick. The 4th and then getting the 5th back. By the time this thing finishes, you're probably talking about a delta of like maybe 14 draft spots. You know what I mean? Between Washington having a late 4th and New Orleans will have an early 5th. Specific to the compensation, I'm sure you ran numbers and models on it. Did it seem pretty fair? Did it seem like a square deal, or did one side win?
No, I think it's fine. Obviously, you don't get a player like Lattimore for this type of value if there aren't some issues with the player, right? Like if he's still the Pro Bowl player that we remember for a couple of years ago, obviously his price is a lot more expensive. But I truly do think that bringing him in for this price what it does for the defense, being able to move back players to maybe a more comfortable position in the secondary. Lattimore's a guy that can patrol one side of the field. He can improve a defense, and I think the upside more than outweighs any downside, especially financially. I think the trade is fine in terms of the assets given, but I do think that Washington has a chance to make this look like a very lopsided trade in their favor.
Yeah, and do you think that this the complexion of this trade, or it looks different because of how Washington's been doing early in the season? Obviously 7-2. You mentioned how that affects the draft capital and the assets they're moving, but it also kind of, I'm sure, informs some positivity around the league in terms of the direction the team's headed.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really had a chance to talk to the command. Usually the Commanders are the one giving the Lattimore type player away, right? We got this from Adam Schefter a couple of days ago that Washington was starting to be a destination. Read into that what you will, but I think that you do have to look at it as the value that Washington gives up in draft assets. They are a better team, so they're not. We're not talking about day one picks, in the first half of the draft. I do believe from an X's and O's standpoint, there's hidden value there because, and you know this way better than me, Logan, is, if you have players that maybe are not in their most ideal position, that's going to bring the entire unit down. But if you can make one shift for a player, the rookie going from outside to inside, and then having Lattimore on the outside, that could significantly change the defense. And, the secondary has been a challenge with this team, dating back to last year. So I think that, it has a chance to be a very good trade. And, this is the type of trade Washington should be making in the position that they're in, right? They're not tinkering with the offense that's running really great. They have a defensive-minded coach, a defense that's improving. Obviously, everyone that follows this team knows there's a challenge in the secondary. They address that part of it in a very meaningful and conservative way. I think that it's a very high leverage, low risk transaction that Washington was really smart to make.
And when looking at the trade, obviously, Marshawn Lattimore plays corner. And when you look at corners that change schemes, obviously there's a certain level of variance that's seemingly a little bit higher with that position than other positions. Does that inform your perspective on this trade at all?
It used to. But what I found is that, especially I found that, the defensive coordinators, offensive coordinators, coaches, et cetera, they know this too, right? They know what it takes to onboard a player. And I think with a guy like Lattimore, who's a four-time Pro Bowl, you're not teaching him how to play the position. You're maybe just getting him up to speed on what your packages are, maybe what your vernacular is. But the onboarding curve there should be relatively short. I mean, you're basically telling him to go out there. This is your part of the field. Don't give up any big plays, which he's, probably pretty good at because, for the most part, quarterbacks aren't throwing to his side of the field. I saw one stat where, the completion rates for catches against him were high, but the frequency of those targets were very low. So I think it'll be fine. I mean, there's plenty of tape, to know where his strengths and weaknesses are. And, I think just from an information standpoint, the NFL coaching staffs as a whole are much better at, absorbing information, getting information, distilling information, and then really drilling down on what's important and focusing on that early in the process, at least from the coaches and analytics people that I've talked to.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here from the Washington Post. Stats, analytics, fantasy, gambling. He does it all. Greenberg, every week you piss people off with your power rankings. I want to give you the floor here. Where you got Washington now?
I have them tied for 7th with the Minnesota Vikings. I have them as 3.5 point favorite, 3.5 points better than an average team. The teams ahead of them: Detroit, Baltimore, Kansas City, Buffalo, Philadelphia, San Francisco. I think if we would have had this conversation before the season started, saying that around the halfway mark, they'd be kind of in that mix of teams, or those would be the only teams that, are considered better, or even a handful of teams. I think we would have, thought I was a little bit silly. But again, offense working out great. Jaden Daniels obviously is showing that he could be the guy, and the defense is improving and they're winning games. And, I think the biggest thing is they're not making mistakes that maybe we've seen in the past, especially turnovers that cost them games. They're taking care of the football. They're moving the football. They're scoring when they have the opportunities. And now the defense is playing better. That's the whole package. And, I actually tweeted this out the other day. I have them solidly in the third tier of teams behind Detroit and Baltimore. And then the second tier is Kansas City, Buffalo, Philadelphia, San Francisco. But then Washington's in that third tier, which I consider to be at the very least a threat to win the conference. It's pretty remarkable for a team that had an over-under win total of 6.5 games.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and when you look at Washington's strength of schedule, does that factor in at all to that power ranking, or do you just say, hey, wins are wins and the offense, defense look good?
It does. It does adjust for who you play and who they played and all that. You can only play who's put in front of you, right? They've had a relatively easy schedule, in hindsight, right? They've played the Giants, they've played the Browns, who aren't very good. The Panthers aren't very good. The Bears aren't very good. So they've have win against teams that are not considered to be very good. But when you beat a not very good team by 40-7, you're showing that you too are very, at some point you have to take that into account also. Cleveland 34-13, Arizona 42-14. Those are lopsided victories, and that's going to factor into it as well. They certainly have some big games coming up. This one with Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, 2 versus Dallas, Atlanta. There are certainly teams that are going to test them, but their first objective obviously is to play the teams that are put in front of them. And right now, they've done everything you've asked. And, even the team, a really good team, the Baltimore Ravens, they only lost by 7 points, which, I think also shows how far Washington has come this season.
Real quick, because if you have them top 10, you got them at 7, tied with the Vikings. I might move them ahead of the Vikings. That defense is incredible. I can't buy Sam Darnold. You saw it the other night in Sunday Night Football. The turnovers started to pop up. Do I recall correctly, Neil, talking with our friend Neil Greenberg, Washington Post Analytics, didn't you advise or at least offer an alt win total line for Washington? Didn't you?
Yeah, 9.5. It was plus 250 at one point.
Yeah. Did you end up hitting that?
Yeah, of course. I don't advocate a bet that I wouldn't myself be willing to make. But again, you look at
touts.
You look at these things that were in their favor, and the floor was set so low, and it's hard to win less than 4 games in the NFL, right? And I'm saying this like a broad stroke here, but you look at some of the worst teams in NFL history. We've only had a couple go 0 for the season, but usually the poor teams win 3 or 4 games because of the parity in the NFL. So to set the win total at 6.5, the downside was pretty low, and there was just so much uncertainty. It didn't make any sense to look at anything but an optimistic turnout. And I would also include, them winning the division, winning the NFC, and even some Super Bowl futures as well. I think I have, I definitely have them to win the division. I'd have to look at what prices, and also some to win the conference, because that's how you make smart bets, right? You look at stuff that the market cannot price. You cannot price in or with any level of confidence the uncertainty between new ownership, new front office, new coaching staff, rookie quarterback, all that stuff. It's just impossible. But I do know that there was a greater than 0 chance that it works out really well. And, obviously I'll be rewarded for that.
But doesn't uncertainty usually lead to kind of dysfunction and disruption? I mean, so you're just kind of betting against that completely, sounds like.
Well, I'm just betting that the markets can't efficiently price what we call the tails, right? Like the extreme outcomes. And, when you have a 6.5 win total, like the extreme outcome would have been like 3 wins. But because the win total was so low and because everyone thinks that Washington was supposed to be bad, there just wasn't any value there. But I would argue like the chance for them to go, let's say like 2-15 is probably the same for them to win, 10, 11, 12 games. But the price difference between the two was just, it was enormous, to the point where your edge on the optimistic side was just so much bigger. And I'm not saying this to say, well, I knew they had a 33% chance to win 10 or more games. Like, I just knew the markets couldn't price it right. And I knew that directionally speaking, I was correct. And I had an edge in that market of some number. I couldn't tell you with any specifics what the number was, but I knew for certain with all the uncertainty that it could not possibly be priced correctly.
Greenberg, I do want to bring one other thing up. Remiss if I didn't. Ovechkin, no, nothing bad.
Okay, good.
Alex Ovechkin on fire to start the year. The Caps on fire to start the year. How good is this team? And you think Ovi could take down the record this year?
Yeah, I think he could take it down like next week if he wanted to. I think the team is good. We talked about strength of schedule earlier. That's certainly, something being brought up with them. But, I mean, Dylan Strome, obviously is doing his thing, 4 goals, 13 assists. Ovechkin, Connor McMichael. I mean, like they have contributions from the older guys and the younger guys. Everything seems to be working for Ovechkin. Whenever he's been on like this type of pace, he's usually in the 40 to 50 goal mark by the end of the season. If he makes it there, he's got a real good chance of passing Gretzky at some point. I actually think it happens earlier rather than later. I'll probably have something coming out in the next week or two as to when I think the actual record will fall based on who they're playing and all that type of stuff. It would not surprise me to see it though, like late February, early March. Like I think that's a real possibility that we could be talking about depending on health and et cetera. But based on what we're seeing right now, yes, I do think it falls. And I think that if you want to see it, you may want to start looking at the games that are like early March against like Tampa Bay, Ottawa, Detroit, Seattle, because I think it really could happen during one of those games.
That's wild, man. That'll be so cool when that goes.
It's wild how good he is relative to expectations, how good he's been, but also he's been here the whole time, right? Like that to me is perhaps the biggest testament to his legacy in Washington. Is he could have gone anywhere that he wanted to go, like anywhere he wanted to go on the planet. But he's been a staple of Washington throughout his whole career. And it's just one of my favorite sports storylines of all time, seeing a homegrown talent live up to expectations as a generational talent. And here we are talking about the Gretzky record. It's just a phenomenal story from beginning to end.
Totally. And he missed a year with lockout nonsense. COVID cost him a ton of games.
Dale Hunter cost him some time. Adam Oates cost him some goals. Right? Like,
yeah.
But it's happening.
Dale Hunter had him laying down and taking shots, right? Like, wasn't that the whole
like
plan?
He's, him and Jay Beagle, the fourth line grinders, laying their lives on the line.
We got to go. You're right.
Mile per hour.
We got to run. Send me the winners.
Love you guys. Logan, good talking to you.
Yeah, nice talking to you too, man.
That is our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. This show's about to get packed. You're going to hear from Adam Peters. You're going to hear from Dan Quinn. We're hoping to have Brandon Coleman, the Commanders' rookie left tackle, join us. Jeff Howe later in the day. We're going to do some power rankings. We're only getting warmed up. Nobody go anywhere.
The Washington Commanders improved their defense, trading for Pro Bowl cornerback Marshawn Lattimore. The Saints get a 3rd, 4th, and 6th round selection for the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year from 2017. ESPN's Adam Schefter on the trade.
The Saints were talking to a whole host of teams. Obviously, the Saints have a busy 24-hour period where they fire their head coach and now trade their Pro Bowl cornerback. But Washington feels like it's giving itself one more chess piece under Dan Quinn, the defensive-minded head coach, for a stretch run to compete for the NFC East title.
Commanders also pick up the Saints' 5th round pick and still have 7 selections in the 25 draft. The Lions pick up defensive lineman Zadarius Smith from the Browns. Bengals running back Zach Morris to the injured reserve with a neck injury. He's out for the season. The Raiders add Norv Turner to their offensive staff, and his son Scott Turner is the top candidate to call the plays. Oregon leads the latest college football rankings, followed by Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, and Texas. Capitals back home against Nashville tonight at 6:45 on The Fan. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Cream. Dollar bills, y'all. Logan Paulson sitting in for B. I want to discuss something that is plaguing our nation. It's probably it's probably the top conversation in every home, in every barbershop,
today,
in every bar. Yeah. I think there's some things that have to be discussed, frankly. And I think people turn to us in these moments
for these deep, yeah.
Logan, you're from California. I understand that things are different out west. That size of your water bottle is just so absurd.
Well,
there's a plague in America of
absurd.
Oversized water bottles.
It's absurd. No, I think this is very practical, isn't it?
No,
not practical.
it's what is that? 3,500 liters? What do you got? No, that is basically the old water jug that people used to gather around in the office cooler.
It's 112 ounces, so it's about a gallon. I'm about to try to drink that in the day.
That's probably roughly my vodka consumption over 3 days. Over the last 3 days. So
see, look, it's kind of proportional. It like fits me. You know what I'm saying? Hold your water bottle up.
I have a Diet Coke now. So Logan and I have been in this small room here in Ashburn we've been on the air for 94 minutes. So we've probably been in here together for about 96 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm on a Diet Coke and I've been eating cheese curls all day.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
How disgusted are you by my behavior?
Well, the fact that it's an open bag of cheese curls.
I left them here from last week.
Okay.
You can show those to the camera too. The Old Bay cheese curls landfill are banging.
I was like, it's just some random bag of open chips, and you're just like feeding in here. I was like, all right, everyone's got their thing they're doing.
The trough. Yeah. We are very lucky. Times are changing out here in Ashburn for the media. They feed us now every Wednesday and Thursday. Are you aware of this?
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Pizza?
Dude.
I think I've been here,
So
actually.
Wednesdays is usually pizza and subs from Paisanos. Shout out to Fuad and Paisanos.
That's Tana's favorite spot, by the way.
I bet. Do you eat pizza?
Of course I eat pizza.
Okay.
But so when I eat pizza, I'll have a slice of pizza. I know some people make the meal of pizza, a couple slices. I make sure I have a piece of pizza and then
a sub,
some chicken. Probably there's too many carbs, man. You can't have a sub and
cheese curls, pizza and cheese curls.
I don't know if those macros fit exactly, but we're getting close.
I mean, the way I do the math, it all fits.
It's flexible dieting. It's
sure.
a thing.
Sure. Question for you.
Yeah, what we got?
How good is Dante Fowler playing?
Pretty gosh darn good, man. I mean,
right? I mean,
I think
filling up the stat sheet, making impact plays every week.
I think you bring that guy in knowing exactly what he is. He's a pass rush specialist. I think you look back when he was in LA, he had 13 sacks, 14 sacks. I think in Dallas he had close to 10, maybe 11 one year. He has the ability to affect the game in pass rush situations. And then I think you look at, and people say, why is he being so effective? And I look at game flow. And when you have an offense that's as effective as the Washington Commanders offense, you get teams that are going to throw the ball more. You get bad football teams like the Giants throwing the football more. And And that leads to more pass rush opportunities against bad offensive linemen, again, team that don't want to be doing that, and you're going to get sacks. And I think that's exactly what he's done. He's been able to capitalize on the situation with the team and be very, very productive. And I think this has always been part of his game, but he needs this kind of game flow and construction of defense where they kind of let him take his shots. I think he's kind of fun to watch because he is a little bit of a gambler, right? It's like, oh, 3rd and short, and he does it intelligently. So I don't want to say like he's just kind of throwing stuff at the wall, but he's making educated guesses. And he's like, 3rd and short, I've got a cover 2 corner outside of me. He did this against Carolina, which I thought was great. Rips hard into that C gap and is able to affect the passer and, able to get a tackle on a short yardage situation. Like, he understands the game. He's played a lot of football. He's a good athlete. And then couple that in terms of sack production with the game flows they've been in. And I think it just speaks to why he's been so effective.
Dude, you get a little bit of a lead. It really helps those pass rushers.
1,000%. That's something like everyone talked about with Montez and Chase. Like, we never were in good game flows. So teams could always stay in this run, quick game, play action type of setup. And as a pass rusher, like, I coach a couple pass rushers around the league. And the one main coaching point is when it is a passing down. So 2nd and 10, 3rd and 10, like, all your chips have to go in. And when you're not in those opportunities a lot, you can't rush the passer the way you want to.
When you say you're coaching pass rushers around the league, tell people what that means.
So basically, they come see me in the off season. We talk about different techniques in terms of get off, different techniques in terms of hand placement, different techniques in terms of offensive line positioning and how they can kind of read stuff. And then I do film evaluations for them each week. So do a breakdown of the tackle that they're playing. If I see any kind of snap count indicators, I kind of get that to them. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Another guy that is really impressed, and it's just fascinating because a lot of these guys, I don't want to say low level because that's not fair, but they weren't like priority free agents around the league.
Sure.
Right. But if you go back to Jeremy Chinn's rookie season, when he was 2nd in Rookie of the Year voting, only behind then Chase Young, which is wild to think about. To me, Jeremy Chinn has an incredible, like, the spark profile is better than me, but his size, strength, speed is pretty darn special. I mean, for the way he runs at his size, like, he's built almost like a linebacker or something, but he's taller than most linebackers. And then the speed is so significant, and like the short yardage speed, the open field tackle against Malik Neighbors, I thought was really impressive. Like, how much has Chinn impressed you? How much did you expect of that? And how much of that is the role the coaches are putting him into?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. I was very confident Jeremy Chinn would look like, rookie year Jeremy Chinn, because I think this staff understands how to use that body type and how to use that type of player. So Jeremy Chinn is kind of this star linebacker from college. And so basically star linebackers in college, because of the wider hashes, have to defend more field. So you need guys that are longer, taller, more rangy. Fred Warner is a great example of a star linebacker in college. Like, they can play the run, but they have nickel coverage abilities, and those guys tend to do really well in the NFL. So if you're looking for linebackers in the draft, like, I always look at the stars first because they have a good athletic profile, like you're talking about, and good height, length, weight, speed, all that kind of stuff. And I think Jeremy Chinn was a little bit miscast after his first year in Carolina, and I think here they kind of understand what he is, which seems so obvious. He's like a box player who has some ability in the post, but you prefer him down in the box in the line of scrimmage. He has some good man-to-man coverage abilities, which is awesome because he's long and he's tall and he can match up with those tight ends, and he showed that in the game against the Giants. But that's the role they've put him in. And it seems like obvious to you and me, I think, that that's what teams should do. But sometimes teams overthink it, and they get guys in positions where they can't be successful. And one thing I will say about the staff, in addition to a multitude of other things, is that they just have a really good feel and understanding for what players' superpowers are. Like we just talked about Dante Fowler. Like, he's never going to be a great 1st and 2nd down run defender. That's not who he is. But he's a great 3rd down pass rusher. So how do we make sure that he's in those situations, maximizing those opportunities?
Dude, Joe Witt said something last week, maybe 2 weeks ago. He said players, not plays.
100%.
And I mean, as somebody that played in the league, but just as somebody that has been around the league adjacent for a while now, the difference in coaches that insist that their system is the answer and guys need to make it work in their system versus staffs that take what they have and play those guys to their strengths, night and day.
100%. And I think, I coach high school football, and nothing has illuminated
You guys
that.
beat up on Kendrick's team.
I mean, not beat up is probably the wrong word. We won 10-14 or 14-10, and their defense is amazing. But nothing has shown me more, because you come in with all these ideas. We could do, options and RPOs and this type of play action. But like, if the guys can't own it and play it fast, it doesn't work. And I think that's part of being a good coach, is understanding, hey, like, it's not about me, it's about this guy. Because like, there's points in the season, like, and I was telling the kids this last night, where like I could call any play, and no matter the situation, I know they're going to make it work because they believe it and they own it and they can execute it. And I think taking that to the Commanders, like, you see that 100%. Like, you see Joe Witt Jr. changing his approach to fit the players, because like, you could tell early in the year he wanted to play more man.
Yep.
And we're not playing as much man now, and the defense is playing better.
Couldn't.
Yeah, and the defense is playing better. Like, we see Frankie Luvu being used more as this blitzer defensive end, pass rush specialist. That's maximizing what he does. And I just think that is a superpower for a coach. Like, the best coaches they don't say, oh, I don't have the right people to fit this system. They say, how do I make this system fit these people? And there's an art to that, because you don't want to compromise your defensive or offensive vision, but you can kind of bend the rules a little bit to fit the personnel. And I think you see Cliff doing the same thing.
Totally. Yeah. Let's get to that in one moment. Speaking of fitting the personnel, are you familiar with Commander Tequila?
Commander Tequila.
Or he's actually been promoted. He's now Commandante Tequila.
Oh, no.
Are you familiar with his work?
No.
All right, we'll change that when we come back. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Gonna get busy in the next hour, folks. You will hear on this here program from Commanders General Manager Adam Peters. Going to do a brief media availability. Then you'll hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. Then you'll hear from Commanders rookie left tackle Brandon Coleman. Well, that's a pretty strong trio right there. I mean, that's kind of
power
gas,
trio.
Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah, I do too. As we kind of get ready for this, are we giving away Wiz tickets, Landini?
Yeah, we have Wizards tickets. Wizards Wednesday, baby.
Wizards Wednesday. I'm in on that. Now, let's be sure, Jeff, do me a favor and try to be sure that we're not getting into any like weird like Harry Potter world or anything as we promote Wizards Wednesday. I know that you often kind of cross-populate between normal world and Harry Potter world, Jeff.
Nah, man, that's not me.
All right. I thought you were a furry or something, but whatever. I'm glad if you're good, I'm good. Wiz are fun to watch, man. And they got a ton of young players. Is their next game not till Friday? I'm kind of surprised by that. Oh, Jeff, they play the Grizz on Friday. They also have a 5-game roadie coming up, which is going to be kind of difficult. Jeff, I also meant to tell you, I touched base with Nucci last night, and he's going to come on, I think, my next Wizards Altcast next Monday night when they host the Rockets. Logan Paulson sitting in for B. Mitch today. Logan, who's your favorite Wizard ever?
Favorite Wizard?
Yeah.
Shoot, I don't even know if I could name a Wizard. Michael Jordan?
He was a wizard.
Yeah, but he not because of his time with the Wizards. Oh, Wall.
You could go like
John Wall, I think probably.
Who was the dude? Gandalf? Like you could go that direction if you choose.
What are you talking about, Gandalf?
He was a wizard.
Was he? From Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
No.
I'm on Landfill. Can you help me here?
With what?
Gandalf? Was it he was a wizard?
Yeah, Gandalf was a wizard.
Definitely a wizard.
Oh, you're saying he was a wizard. Favorite wizards? Yeah, maybe Harry Potter.
Maybe
he's a wizard.
For me, it's Rod Strickland. I believe Strickland played for the Wiz and not just the Bullets. He was my favorite player.
Like ever?
It's not the most distinguished history, Logan. I just loved Rod Strickland's game. I really liked.
Like growing up, you're like Rod Strickland. Is the guy.
He was my favorite player.
You had like his jersey up.
I had a Juwan Howard jersey.
Okay.
I wish I had the C-Web Bullets jersey because that team was my favorite Bullets team ever. They were so good. Now they got dismantled by the Bulls back when the first round was a 5-game series. They got swept 3-0, but that team was so good. Think about that team. You had Rod Strickland, Chris Webber, Juwan Howard. I think Rasheed Wallace was on that team.
Really?
Yes. And then they just immediately dismantled it and made a series of terrible trades. I really liked the Gill, Karan, Antoine Jameson years too.
Okay.
Were you here then?
What year was
when
that?
did you play here?
2010 to 2015 was my last season. And I went to the Bears in 16.
I remember Skins played the Bears. I think it was Christmas Eve, and you flew back with us. Like it was like all the media was on one flight out of O'Hare that night.
Yeah.
Were you married then? Was your family here?
I was. Yeah, that's a good memory. Yeah. My wife was here. She was pregnant with my second kid, my daughter, and my son was like 2. And so every whatever day that was, Monday, I would try to get out of there after meetings and get home for the evening.
So Chicago, then Atlanta,
then San Francisco, then Atlanta, then Houston. So I got the full scope of tour there.
So when you went to Houston, that was with Kubiak?
No, that was with Bill O'Brien.
Oh.
He was an absolute psycho in the best way possible. I really enjoyed playing for him.
I have heard that from another buddy of mine that played for him. Loves him.
Yeah,
loves him.
I really liked him. He would I remember it was the first day, my first day there. He comes and I'm sitting in the cafeteria eating food, and he comes and sits down, chats with me, and he was super intense in team meetings and an install, like super intense. But he was like on the details, and I was like, this is what you want. And I think like a lot of the younger guys like weren't used to that. It was the same thing with like Jay Cutler. Like I really enjoyed playing with Jay Cutler. And I remember my first day in practice because I had just got cut here. It was like the first week of practice in season. And he was like getting super mad at the receivers for not knowing their splits and not knowing whether they were on or off the ball. And everyone's like, man, Jay's such an ass. And I was like, this is like appropriate quarterback behavior because you need to be in the right spot.
Sure.
So he knows where the ball should go. And I never had an issue with him because I always knew what I was supposed to do. But like I thought it was really unfair, at least the year I was there, that the way they characterized him, because he had a standard that he wanted everyone to be at. And I think that's interesting how narratives get started about guys.
That is interesting. I got a funny Bill O'Brien combine story for you for a break.
Dude, I love it.
Right now, though,
break. Gosh, you got to wait that long? Okay.
Well, just a moment here. It's Wizards Wednesday. Congratulations. You have won. Caller number 10 will win 2 tickets to see the Wiz take on Detroit. It's Military Appreciation Night presented by Leidos, and the Wizards will honor all those who have served and continue to serve our country. For the complete Wizard schedule and tickets, visit thefandc.com/contest. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You win a pair of Wiz tickets to watch them play the Pistons. Win the tickets right now.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders grab Pro Bowl cornerback Marshawn Lattimore in a trade. The Saints get 3rd and 4th round selections for the Commanders and a 6th round pick for the 4-time Pro Bowl selection. Commanders minority partner Mark Ein with JP Finley and Logan Paulson today, talking about the trade for Lattimore and sustainability into the future.
I give credit to Adam and his team for the work they did to bring in a Pro Bowl quarterback. We're all so excited. I know Adam and Dan are going to do a press conference later and talk about the behind the scenes on the move, why they did it. But in any business organization, and for sure in any sports team, the hardest thing to do is build sustainable excellence. You can have great moments, great seasons, but what you really want to do is be great year in and year out, be one of those franchises. And from the very, very beginning, that was the goal.
The Lions pick up defensive lineman Zadarius Smith from the Browns. The Steelers grab wide receiver Mike Williams, and the Bengals running back Zach Morris likely out for the season with a neck injury. The Raiders add Norv Turner to their offensive staff, and his son Scott Turner is likely to call the plays. Oregon leads the latest college football rankings, followed by Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, and Texas. Tonight, Capitals and Nashville Predators, 6:45 on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Logan Paulson joining us. Real question for you. Lattimore's here, right?
Yeah.
Like the team posted a video of him. They just traded for him yesterday. Assuming he's healthy and ready to rock, can he play this weekend? What is kind of the required understanding for him to be out there Sunday?
Yeah, so I think if he's physically capable of going, it just comes down to mentally, like whether he can handle the responsibilities of the defense and learn it in, 3-4 days. And I don't know how complicated Joe Witt Jr.'s defense is. I think when you watch them on film, they run probably 4, maybe 5 coverages, depending on the game plan week. So I think that's something you could get your head around. But yeah, if he is not feeling great mentally, then I don't think he'll play. And maybe it takes 2 weeks. I don't know. But if he's a smart dude, gets locked in, studies it up, yeah, you can get ready to go.
I feel like he'll get the call. I feel like he's going to play. I don't know.
Yeah,
that is a total
we don't know
speculation,
anything yet,
right?
Yeah, we don't know anything yet. But again, I kind of feel the same way. But if he doesn't play, I wouldn't be surprised, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah. And I think it's fair that we at least allow our audience right now to understand that it's not a given, right? That he plays Sunday against George Pickens and what is suddenly, at least on the surface level, an explosive Steelers passing attack.
Yeah, like if he doesn't play, it's not a bad thing. If he does play, it'd be impressive that he got it all kind of worked out mentally in a week and that the coaches got him ready to go. So if I was going to put money on it, I'd probably say he doesn't, but I for some reason I think he's going to play, even though like my logical brain is kind of categorizing it that way.
Well, it's interesting because I think we both understand the tall task of getting ready to go this week, but the way these guys operate, like the Peters Quinn dynamic, leads me to believe there have already been conversations about the ability to go right away.
Get him ready.
You know what I mean? I don't know, but
I mean, this week it'd be really awesome if he could play, because I think when you're looking at the Steelers and what they do offensively, like getting Jeremy Chin down in the box as opposed to kind of in that 2 safety shell or quarter safety shell and making him fit from depth, I think would be extremely advantageous, because this is a team that wants to run the football. So if you could play, you don't have to play man all the time, but if you could play a couple more snaps of man with him out there, and like we talked about, elevate Benjamin St. Juste to a role that's more befitting him, put Sandersville in a better spot, and getting some of those more single high coverage structures with more confidence because he's on the field, I think it gives you a significantly better chance to win the football game. I think that's the thing that's exciting about him potentially playing this week.
I tend to agree with you, man. I think, are you specific to the Steelers, were you surprised when they made the move to Russ, and have you been surprised by Russ's success since?
Not really. I wasn't surprised they made the move. I've been a little surprised by Russ's success, but I think when you watch him throw for throw, it's not that surprising. I guess what I'm saying. It's like basically he's playing a very low percentage style of football, and what I mean by that is he's pushing the football down the field a little bit more. His average depth of the target is significantly higher. His pass the stick percentage is significantly higher. Basically, he's just throwing go balls more.
Yeah,
and he's throwing digs a little bit better than.
I always thought he's a good deep ball thrower.
No,
too.
Absolutely.
Has a real high arc on it.
Absolutely, those moon balls and all that stuff, whatever they're calling that. And so I definitely think that unlocks this offense, because when you have the ability to do that versus a single high look, and you can throw the football the way he's thrown it, it makes Najee Harris more effective. It makes the offensive line more effective. It makes your entire offense more effective, because when you look at the analytics, I think it's 55% more likely to score when you hit an explosive play on a drive, right? And if you don't do that, it just becomes harder. It becomes a slog. It's so hard to stack 16, 18 plays on top of each other and come away with points. So I just think he's raised the floor of that offense. And again, it's not a very high percentage style of play, because those go balls are essentially 50-50 and in some places 40-60 in terms of the likelihood you complete the ball. But it's raised the floor of the offense because it's made them more efficient running. And again, it's allowed them to manufacture and find some explosive plays.
I don't know how I just landed on this. Did you and Adam Peters overlap at all at UCLA?
Not at UCLA, in San Francisco.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I could have put that together.
Yeah.
But I just thought about.
I think he was a year before me or 2 years before me.
But you got to know some folks in common and stuff from the Bruins, right?
Yeah.
Who was coach at UCLA? Was it Mora?
No. So for me, it was Carl Durrell and then Rick Neuheisel.
Okay.
Yeah. Back when it was the Pac-10.
How weird is that?
That is weird.
Now the Pac-2.
Yeah, Pac a couple.
What did they? Is there any resolution on what's happening with that? Is like Boise State and Gonzaga joining them or something?
I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with it. All I care about is that UCLA will be in a better conference. They'll be playing better football. They'll be able to make more money. And in this age of NAIL stuff, like, you need that cash to make sure you got a football team.
Yeah, dude. For me, I'm a Maryland guy, and I was in school in the ACC, and the ACC was awesome, and I loved it. And when they moved to the Big Ten, I wasn't thrilled. But now you just want to be on the boat that ain't sinking.
Be on the boat, man.
You're better off on it.
But I think that's exactly right. I like my college. I like that they've got a football team. I like that they're competitive, and you need money. You need money to make this thing go. And whatever the direction college football is going, if it's going to 2 super conferences, or it's just strictly a developmental thing for the NFL or the NBA or whatever we're calling it, I want my team to be a part of that, as opposed to not having it. So
Totally. Here's what you want to be a part of. You want to hear from Adam Peters, Commanders general manager, that seems to have all the right moves. Logan Paulson seems to have the world's largest water bottle. Nobody go anywhere.
No
Adam
doubt.
Peters next.
All right. Welcome back to B. Mitch and Finley. This is Logan Paulson. We are just waiting moments away from Adam Peters' press conference, hopefully talking about Marshawn Lattimore and his addition to the Washington Commanders. JP's out in the press box right now, or the bullpen, I think is what they call it. He's getting ready to ask some questions. So we're just kind of holding forward on that. And I think, we're all really excited, JP and I, speaking for both of us, about this trade and about what this could mean for the Commanders defense, specifically Joe Witt Jr. and what he can do in terms of kind of elevating the rest of the group. Better coverage means better rush. Better coverage means better blitz packages. Better coverages elevates and puts Benjamin St. Juste in better position. So really can't wait to hear, what's going on in terms of Adam Peters and his perspective. And he's always so thoughtful and deliberate with his approach in terms of these trades. So can't wait to hear from him. And then we'll hear from Dan Quinn a little bit later. And then hopefully Brandon Coleman later in the show, unrelated to the Marshawn Lattimore trade. But yeah, really looking forward to that. And I think another kind of big talking point, and hopefully someone asks him out there today, is does he end up playing this week against Pittsburgh? Because I do believe that we've talked about this a little bit on the show already, that if he does play, it's going to put these guys in a really good spot to be more aggressive from a coverage standpoint, commit more resources to the run. And now the man of the hour is here, Adam Peters press conference. Here we go.
Good. Thank you. Ready to roll? All right. So thanks for coming. I'll say a few words and then take some questions, but really excited about getting Marshawn. He came in this morning, got a chance to meet him. He's what we thought he was as a person, as a competitor. And just want to thank really all the people that went into this. And it's a lot, it's not just me sitting there making calls on the deadline as a person, as a competitor. And just want to thank really all the people that went into this. And it's a lot, it's not just me sitting there making calls on the deadline day. It's really, it's months, and our pro scouting staff making calls and canvassing the league and watching players throughout that whole time. Our R&D department doing a lot of work on a lot of different players, and most of this doesn't even see the light of day for anybody outside of our building. And they do a ton of work and did a lot of write-ups on a lot of different guys. And then we had a lot of people calling around the league, and we have I think we had Martin Mayhew, Chris White, Lance Newmark, Scott Fitterer, David Blackburn, all just canvassing the league for weeks and weeks and just seeing what we could get and if there's anything out there. And a lot of it just goes and nothing happens. But this year we were able to make something happen that we're all really happy about. And when you get to a certain point, you involve the coaches, and they do a great job giving you an opinion of how a player fits into your scheme. And really there's a lot of people to thank. Certainly Mickey Loomis was really, really professional and really all that he did in terms of his communication and being straightforward. So I thank him a lot for the way he dealt with this. And really the biggest thing is we're really, really excited to get one of the best corners in the entire league, and a guy who fits how we play. He's a 4-time Pro Bowler. He's a dog competitor. He's he's what you want in a corner. And what's really cool is we were able to know a lot more about him with he's one. You guys probably read a cool story about this, but we have 4 players from the Ohio State 2014 recruiting class now. And so we're trying to corner the market there. Those guys are pretty good. I don't know how they lost any games, but so there's some guys in this locker room that knew him already. And so that's going to make this transition even easier. And we're pumped to have him. So with that, we'll take some questions.
When did you really circle in on him? And you guys were very big on fit and free agency and having knowledge of players, firsthand knowledge of players. So when you don't have it quite like that, how do you go about settling on him?
Yeah, I think, first you look at the play style and to see, does he fit our play style and the type of mindset we want on the field. And then you really, with your contacts throughout the league, you can get a lot of information on players, and certainly in your own locker room too. So all those things lined up for Marshawn, and he was available, which, that's the last piece of it, I guess. You can watch him all you want and love him all you want, but if he's not available, he's not available. And We didn't know that he would be available for that whole time. But if you wait till when he's available, then it's usually too late. And so they did all that legwork. Our staff did, just in case he was, and he happened to be, and that's when we were able to make that decision quickly.
Hey, Adam, you talked about doing the canvassing and checking the league, and obviously that's part of the job, regardless of whether you're looking to make a big move or not. But you also, when you got here, talked about building through the draft. So at what point for you was there like hey, we still have this my idea of building, but our record is this, the league looks like this. Was there a point where you're like, hey, we need to be more aggressive for right now?
Yeah, that's a great question, and you're always trying to strike that balance. And I think, I'll give you a long answer, but really we were able to pick up some draft picks earlier this year, and we had a surplus. We had 9 picks, and so that made us feel a little more comfortable doing this. And then also you're looking at the landscape of this next year's draft, this next year's free agency class, and knowing that with some of our corners that are going to be coming up as free agents, that we're going to need to either re-sign one of those guys or dip into free agency or the draft. So you weigh all that, and then you see, okay, is this player better or easier to get than maybe a free agent or a draft pick? And so knowing all that, and then knowing that we had a couple extra picks, and we still feel really good. We still have 7 picks, and I think if you look at the charts, our picks are actually, what we have now is more in terms of points than what we had back in August. So we still feel really good about that. We have what's currently a really high 3rd round pick. We'll see how the season ends, but and that was one pick that we certainly didn't want to give up for this, and so long answer, but that's kind of how we looked at it.
Hi. Was there ever any hesitance about spending a day 2 pick? And, do you think you would be in this spot or really considering this if you guys weren't having the success you are on the field now?
Yeah, I think, you're always trying to, and I'll say this probably 10 times in this presser, but just doing whatever you can to make your team better. And so looking down every avenue. So, regardless of your record, if you can acquire a really, really good player, and right now he's making the minimum this year, so it's not super costly, and he's making a lot of money the next couple of years, and rightfully so. He's a really good player, but that's the market. So whether you're whatever your record is, if you can add a really good player and you think it's the right move for your team, then you do it. And so that was our thought process going into that.
What makes him a schematic fit, and how does he change your defense?
Yeah, he's I think Sam, he fits in any defense, which is what's cool about him. And so whatever we're playing, if we're playing zone, we're playing press man, we're playing whatever it is, he's going to be able to do all that. He's a really, really smart player. He's a really instinctive player. He's physical, and those are things we're looking for. He's just a really good football player all around. And so, I think that's really what you're looking for on tape. And then you hear the great things about, how he competes. And, Terry said he was a dog competitor, and so you see it and then you hear it. And so those guys will fit in any locker room, and they don't always come available. So we were excited that he was.
Hey, good afternoon, Adam. You're getting a lot of praise this first, halfway through the first season as a general manager. How much are you leaning on your experiences and what you learned from working with John Lynch and obviously throughout the rest of your career as well?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You lean on all your experiences and you try to do what you think is best and you emulate some of the great things that you've seen other people do. And so I try to do that a lot with John, a lot with John Lynch, John Elway. I mean, it goes on and on. I've been around so many good people that have done their job really well. So you try to take little things and whether they did something really well or whether they made a mistake. And I was just really fortunate to not only be around those people, but also for them to let me in behind the curtain to see how they go about their business. And I'm very fortunate for that. So, that's, doing this 22 years, you get a lot of different, exposure to different things. So just very appreciative for that and keep trying to do, as best we can to make this team really, really good.
You said Loomis was really straightforward in the communication here. How do you balance your reputation as a straightforward communicator? How do you balance that in these hyper-competitive situations?
Yeah, I think, that it's really first and foremost, it's awesome to have somebody who's straightforward and honest with you, and that makes things a lot easier. And Mickey's always been like, this is the second trade we've done with him. So been very appreciative of that. And yeah, there were other teams involved. And so you set kind of, this is what our value is. And this is as far as we'll go, and we won't go further than that. But you can push up to that if you feel like that's the right value for your player and you're not putting your team in a bad position. So there's a lot of back and forth, and it's interesting. And you're kind of wondering, all right, do they have this? Do they have that? And so it's a little nerve wracking, but if you really want somebody and you think it's the right value, then you can go ahead and do that.
What are the mechanics of a deal like that with your head coach? Can you give us the process of that discussion?
Yeah. DQ, I mean, every step of the way we're having a conversation. I'm keeping him updated. He's coaching this team, and he's doing a great job of coaching this team. And he allows me to do this. And so I'll just update him every day, whenever I have a conversation with somebody. And okay, we're looking at this player, we're looking at that player. We'll give a cut up to him so he doesn't have to search through hours and hours of tape. We'll make him a cut up, and so he can look at those players. And he's got a great, he's seen so many players throughout the years, so he's very familiar with guys. He's awesome at evaluating, and so he's evaluated all these guys throughout the draft process too, as well. And so, and he watches not just as a defensive guy, he watches, he's a head coach, and he watches the defense of other teams. So, he's got great experience, and it's just really constant communication. And all right, does this guy fit what we do? How does he fit what we do? What are the things we need to work on? And I just can't. I'm so thankful that I'm with a head coach like that has zero ego and a ton of trust, and just fun to be around all the time. And I can learn a ton from him, and I already have.
Adam, over the last couple of seasons, Marshawn has dealt with some injuries. He has a hamstring injury right now. What type of due diligence did you do on that current injury, and what's the expectation of when he can play? Do you expect him to maybe play on Sunday?
Yeah, so he does. He has a hamstring injury right now, and he just got in today, so we're just evaluating that. And in terms of due diligence, when you're doing a trade like this, and there is a player that could be injured, our trainer will talk to their trainer. They'll allow us to get the medical records and all that, so we understand the full picture, the full scope of the injury, or just their injury history, really. And so we got all that information, and really just taking it day to day. And he won't practice today, so you won't see him out there today. But we'll just take it day by day and put him out there when he's ready.
We have Coach Quinn coming up, so we got time for 3 more.
Adam, one of the good traits about Marshawn is still got top end speed at 28, but I assume this is going to be a longer term thing than the rest of the season. So how do you evaluate players as they start to age in terms of their physical attributes and how effective they can be maybe as they slow down a little bit, especially at that position?
Yeah, that's a great question. And 28, he's still in his prime, and you're right. He's still, in terms of his metrics and everything, he's still running at a really high level, and you see it on the tape as well. But I think one of the things that and I don't think he's going to drop off at all anytime. I really don't. But, if he did, or if any player did, you look at things like how smart are they, how instinctive are they, can they make up for those deficiencies if they get to that point? And he has all that, and really, to be honest, I didn't really even, I'm not concerned about that. And we have him this year and then 2 more years under contract, and we'll address that when we need to. But he's, we feel like he's at the top of his game still.
Kind of joked about the Ohio State thing, but is there a point in the process where, whether it's informal or formal, you ask any of the guys that have connections to him, that know him, to consult with them about, bringing in a guy like this?
Yeah, you do. And I think, especially we have all those guys that we have in our locker room, that Ohio State guys they're legit dudes, and you trust their opinion. And I think it would be, probably not, I'm going to say foolish, but I think you'd be missing something if you didn't ask them, and they had something to tell you that you should have known before you made the deal. So I'll keep those conversations private, but yeah, we definitely tapped into that, and everything was good. I can tell you that.
Adam, if we'd asked you September 1st, would you be likely to be adding a player or adding more picks at the deadline, what would you have thought?
I would have said we need to beat the Buccaneers. I think it goes back to if whether you're 9-0 or 0-9, you're always trying to do what's best for the team. And so if that adds up to adding a player that you can add that's really good, like Marshawn, then you always consider it. And then if it's also trading a player away, then you consider that too. So you take them as they come, and I don't necessarily look at it as being a buyer or a seller. I think just trying to do the best I can to help this team be as good as it can.
All right. Thanks, Adam.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
I can tell you why they lost the game.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yep, that's Adam Peters, and we'll be right back.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. The Commanders are gearing up for their game on Sunday against the Steelers, and new addition Marshawn Lattimore was in the building today. Also, the team signed Efe Obada back to the practice squad. Last night, College Football Playoff Top 25 was released. The top 4 teams, number 1, Oregon, number 2, Ohio State, number 3, Georgia, number 4, Miami. Tonight in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Predators at home. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Defenseman Matt Roy is going to be back from injured reserve tonight. Logan Thompson will start in net. Caps and Preds tonight at 7 o'clock right here on The Fan. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders in the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Be Mitch and Finley. This is Logan Paulson. We're going to take you live right now to Dan Quinn's press conference.
All right, what's happening, everybody? All right, awesome day, man. For us, right back to it. So for us, this is our competition Wednesday, and a lot to work on this week in preparation for Sunday. Pittsburgh's got a really strong crew in all three phases, so it'll take the whole week. But now we're ready to get rolling. I did remind the team, and I emphasized the importance of being ready now, and that could be for every person in every meeting room and every player. When your number's called and you deliver, it's a big deal. And I think Chris Rodriguez was the latest to show that he's down for the cause. And I just wanted to make sure that's the responsibility of all 70 on the roster. And when we're developing people, it's to get ready to play. And so that was a good message, for all the guys to dig in together and get better. And so that's kind of what we chase, on a regular basis. So glad to get rocking with you guys.
Dan, obviously, you've talked that Adam is going to sort of run the room when it comes to acquiring a player like Marshawn and you could roll with the team you have. At what point for you were you kind of like, all right, we've got this record. The situation is what it is. Looking around, maybe cornerback is an area where we could get some extra.
Yeah, I'd say you had me at hello. This was easy, man. To get and acquire a player of Sean's caliber, the toughness, the physicality, whether it was this month, 6 months, from now, like this is a player that you'd want to be on your team. He stands for the right stuff. He's got an attitude to battle, and we're really pumped to have him here.
I was going to ask you too, what do you think of him just a player and over the years, and how does he fit? How do you see envisioning with him and then Benjamin and Mike, how their roles might change?
He's certainly been exposed to a good system, and I'd say I've had the opportunity to coach against him as well, and not everybody can go and match on the different players in different spots, left side, right side, in the slot, doing that. And so you got to be a smart guy to be able to do that. And he's shown over the course of his career the ability to move inside and outside and staying connected to receivers, John. That's really the name of the game. And he's able to play it tight. He's a good tackler. So, yeah, we're pumped we got him, man.
How will you manage sort of his health at this point? And at what point do you think you'll start to really involve him in practice and kind of get him ready for game time?
Yeah, that's the assessment that will be here today. So today was our first time, having him be here, and he'll visit, with the training staff and really get an assessment for where he was, just leaving New Orleans and then transitioning into it here. So that's the onboarding process, Nikki, that you're speaking of. It's an important one to make sure that he's really at his best and feels strong and confident to do that, because the player is going to, I'll go, I'm ready. The opportunity, the moment. So we're going to make sure that we don't miss one step, of the ladder as we're going to go and get him ready.
And you've mentioned just going against him from time in Atlanta, especially. What do you remember from those moments where it really stood out to you about the way he played?
I think the ability to get down and go challenge. And when you do that against a player like a Julio Jones, there's some confidence that has to go into that because that's something that's not everybody's down for that. And so to see him go to challenge, or a guy like an Evans that you've seen, there's confidence that comes with that. And sometimes a metric may not tell a story. It just tells you the numbers, but there's not some throws that go to a certain side and some things that happen. And so we're just pumped to have him here. But the competitor is what sticks out to me first. And it takes a lot of confidence to go down the line of scrimmage and guard somebody.
You discuss or consider bringing a new player into, a good locker room chemistry that you guys have right now?
Yeah, Adam is very mindful of that. And he knows the importance of that with the team. And he knows, I share that opinion with him. And so through the draft, through a trade, or acquiring somebody that's not with a team, that could have been on the practice squad, they go through a pretty exhaustive, step-by-step process. Having the right people is the first thing. If that's the first thing to get right. And so that's where, if that part's not right, then that's the end of the line. And that goes for everybody that we bring in here. We want to make sure coming here is, unique and a really cool experience. And I told him today in front of the team, I said, you can ask anybody here, man. We're all here to help and support you and onboard you fast. That means rookies or a vet. like we're all on the same page here. So it doesn't have to be, I'm not going to talk to him as a rookie. That's no. That ain't how we roll, man. Like everybody on this team, we're here to help support anybody that comes in, and the message will be the same from all the guys. And so I thought that was strong for him to know that he's coming into a place that people really support the hell out of one another.
And Marshawn's playing almost exclusively on the right side so far this year. Do you anticipate that continuing, or are you using him more as a chess piece like you mentioned?
I would say it'd be more versatile, than where we're at. But I want to get a sense for getting into the rhythm here for a while. But I would sense that would be something that we'd move around some.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach.
Good afternoon.
I think a lot of people are kind of assuming this will eventually, if not right away, move Mikey back inside. Is that an accurate assumption, or is that still to be determined?
Still to be determined.
And
so
then
I'm not going to give away all my cards.
Right.
Day. I mean, geez.
The ripple effects of making such a splash move at the trade deadline. Can you talk about just kind of some of those and how impactful that can be for your defense?
Yeah, it is. And most of the time, you guys have seen, there's probably for all of you guys, certainly more than me, the chatter and what's out there and what could happen. But then as it gets closer, things heat up, much like a draft comes where, as you get on the clock, things are heating up. So you have to be ready and prepared when a moment's there, and Adam and his team certainly are. And that wasn't just in this instance. That was, a place kicker. It was Noah Brown. It's glue guys that you find that stand for the right things. And a guy like Noah is an example of that. When you enter somebody into the group, after the, final cut, and then finding his way onto it, that's a big deal. And so if I'm not mistaken, I think Noah might've been inactive as the first game. And then now you're building, some work as you're going to go. So it's not just, add water and, you're into the culture of what we do. It's, learning that process together. And it's a good group to be a part of, to come into. There's gonna be a lot of guys that are gonna throw in a lot of support.
How much will the Lattimore acquisition maybe allow you guys to do some stuff that you've been limited on?
Barking up the right tree.
Switching gears. B-Rob
there you
update.
go. I'd be glad to. B-Rob will practice today, and I'll get better assessment as we go through today and tomorrow's practice. And but all signs are pointing in the right one. We're really going to push it this week, and make sure he can respond in the right way, so he can enter with such confidence about how it happens. Yes. It's so high, and it really starts with Mike. And he's somebody that I've known more years than half of my life. So my first year of coaching was my senior year playing, and we've remained good friends ever since that time. We actually coached together for a year. After that, his first year coaching, and my second. He's just somebody I admire a lot. You've heard me talk a lot about identity and what that looks like, and I think Mike stands for that. His team stands for that. So not many people I regard higher, as a coach and as a man than Mike. So I feel the toughness of him through their team, and it's a good group. All three phases. Like you talk about ball, and they're plus 10. So important. We talk about that. We talk about special teams. These are going to be two excellent special teams units, absolutely battling for it between Danny's group and Larry's group here. There's going to be kicks covering and big tackles and punts and kicks. I mean, it's going to be all hands on deck, and like all the stories within the game. I think the special teams in this game specifically really is going to have a big narrative into it. We've got some good special teams players as well.
Dan, when you make such a bold move at the trade deadline, acquiring a high caliber player like a Marshon Lattimore, what type of messaging do you think that gives to maybe the rest of the league and even your own fan base?
I'll start with the fan base, because it's what I would tell the team first is, our rule on the team is protect the team. And our theme of our program is competition. And we're going to absolutely relentlessly compete at everything. And that's a chance to make our team better, make you better, make the group better. Like Adam and his group, or myself and the coaches, like we're going to dig in hard to do that. And so what does Marshon mean? He's a competitor. And so we're adding a real dog-ass competitor into a group of guys that like to fight and like to battle. And so to me, that's an extension of competing, to say we're not going to miss a moment, to add a competitor onto our team. And so that has nothing to do with the league. I'd rather it's just about us, really. That's how I think of it.
With the late bye, this is obviously a grind for this team. 10 straight weeks of football, bumps and bruises, but the mental aspect. How do you ensure they remain sharp through this kind of grind?
Yeah, we've not talked about a bye because that's still a ways away. And so one of our signs in our team room says the only fight that matters is the one that you're in. And try not to think down the road of what's there. It's just this week, just this game, just this moment. And if we stay into that process of the week, competition today, the ball tomorrow, or game management and finishing Friday.
Hey, Brandon, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, what's going on, man? How are things?
Going good. How are you?
Yeah, welcome to the show, man. First off, how was your first kind of start this last weekend? You've played a lot of football games so far, but your first kind of extended play time, how was that?
It was good, man. I was looking forward to it. Felt great being out there full game, being able to kind of get in the groove and get comfortable out there. It was great.
Hey, Brandon, what's it like, kind of missing a lot of training camp and having to ramp up in season as a rookie? Like, how difficult is that for you? And how do you feel like you are full go now, full 100%, everything's rocking?
Yeah, I feel like I was full go since week one. Obviously, I wasn't able to do a lot of physical stuff, but that's where I just focused and emphasized the mental part of the game. I'm asking a lot of questions, making sure I watch practices, making sure I kind of catch up on things that I wasn't able to do physically on the field during training camp. And then just week in, week out since the season, kind of just picking up on things, getting comfortable, learning from the guys that playing left and right of me. Obviously from Luke, he helped me out a lot just watching his game, seeing how he plays things. So that helped me kind of get in the swing of things, being able to come out there and do what I did last week.
Yeah, and again, you kind of had like an unusual kind of progression. You're kind of splitting reps with Luke, and Luke's a great guy, really good football player. What was that like? A lot of offensive linemen I've played with, they want to play the whole time. They want to be in the whole game to get in a rhythm. How was that kind of coming in and out and sharing reps with Luke?
Yeah, it was kind of an adjustment for the first couple of weeks, like week 1 and 2. Like you said, you're not used to it, so you kind of don't get in that groove of getting a read on like the defender where he doesn't run versus pass. But after that kind of first week, we're able to kind of tell each other what we saw out there, make adjustments on the fly. Then we also saw a mess with the defenders. Like they have to play 2 different play styles of offensive linemen throughout the game, which messes up their kind of playing too. So it has like its ups and downs, its pros and cons.
And as you've gone into this, getting to know Nick Allegretti for me has been really rewarding. I mean, that's an insightful, smart, funny dude. What's it like having veterans besides Luke, who you're kind of rotating with, but like knowing you've got that guy next to you in the guard spot? What has he helped you with?
Yeah, man. Not just Nick, but like the whole line. Those guys have a ton of experience and they're really helpful. Like they're looking out for me, making sure that I'm caught up on things, especially during that time I missed. I mean, they kind of helped me with seeing things that I might not see with the guys in the first year, technique-wise, set-wise. Andrew helped me out a lot with my set over the past couple of weeks. And then also just being able to kind of support me and kind of uplift me. At times, especially as a rookie, you kind of think that you might not belong, stuff like that, but they make sure to tell me, like, you belong here, just keep working. You're doing a great job, and that keeps the morale up, and those guys are doing a great job.
Can I ask you something personally?
Yeah.
Do you speak German?
I do, yeah.
Is that, I know you have military family, right? Is that part of that, just bouncing around from bases, or how? I guess, why do you speak German?
My mom's full German. My dad, he was stationed in Berlin, but he was already retired when I was born. I was born in Virginia, Newport News, but we moved straight back after I was born. So I grew up over there, just normal in a normal apartment in a German neighborhood. So it's just normal.
Do you rock? Could you put like the flag on your helmet if you want? You know how some players do that?
I wanted to. I didn't know there was like a whole regulation for that in the NFL, so I'll make sure to have it next season. But yeah, when I get the chance, I'll put it on there.
So I don't know how traditional this is, and you will know, so correct me if I'm wrong. But when I was in Munich I basically survived on eating doner kebabs. They're one of the best. They're one of the best, like, sandwiches or whatever you would just call that thing.
Yeah.
Why aren't those more prevalent? Do you know any good place for a doner kebab?
Not out here.
Does he even like doner kebabs? You should ask him. If I know you like them.
Nah,
Why don't you ask him?
That's my top food. When
They're
I go
so
back.
good, dude.
So it's crazy how good they are, and I don't know how they haven't gone worldwide yet. But not out here. I found some Mediterranean spots that kind of have some bowls that have kind of the same meat and have the same flavor, but I'm still on the hunt.
Can you do me a favor? Can you say you're listening to B. Mitch and Finley? Hi, this is Brandon Coleman, and you're listening to B. Mitch and Finley in German?
To who?
Just say, hi, this is Brandon Coleman, and you're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, but say it in German.
Hello?
Did I stump you? All right. Too much German conversation. Yeah, I guess. We'll see if Brandon comes back. I mean, what people don't realize, it sounded like he was in the locker room, I'm guessing.
That's what it sounded like.
And you get really bad service in that locker room. I guess we'll see if he calls back. Maybe he didn't like
the German question.
Maybe not.
Maybe he's not that stoked on doner kebabs.
Doner kebabs.
So what is
he
it?
seemed very stoked.
He did
on
seem.
those.
What is like? What's the meat? Is it like beef or is it?
We got him back. Brandon, you there?
Yeah. Call drop.
All good. The locker room gets terrible service, dude. So no worries.
That's right.
Let's switch it back to football. I'll stop bugging you with random German questions. Although Logan wants to know the kind of meat in doner kebabs. How much do you enjoy run blocking? Because when you watch the
What kind of question is that, man?
It seems I know all you guys like
offensive
that,
lineman. Get
but
out of here.
you seem to thoroughly enjoy yourself out there.
Yeah. Like I said, I like all aspects of the game, but run blocking, it's like a few technique points, but it's just who's out there who loves it more, man. Who likes to get grimy, and when you just prepare and know the playbook, you kind of just go out there and you're just on autopilot because you know what to do. It's just about coming off the rock, and that's just one of the best aspects of the sport.
And you were talking a lot about technical pass set stuff, and I played and I coach still, and I love hearing like the technical nuance stuff. So what was, like, if you could share, like, what was one of the details that you were like, oh man, this is different than college. This is something I can add to my set or something I can change about my set to maximize my production at the NFL level?
Yeah, for sure. The first thing that I noticed even before playing was the get off and just how important it was to be timely off the snap. Being able to be on cadence was big. And then what I've noticed at first is in college, I was able to save myself a lot when I'm leaning, just because a lot of guys don't have second moves. But in the league, they have 3-4 moves lined up in one pass rush. So over the past few weeks, just setting more than an aiming point inside shoulder, being able to punch and use fakes to where keep my shoulders back and just playing more balance instead of trying to like the all-out kill shot to stump the guy. It's a lot about mirroring, being able to know what they're doing, and being reactionary, which I've worked on over the past couple of weeks.
Talking with Commanders rookie left tackle Brandon Coleman. You can give him a follow on Instagram if you want at B_Coleman77. Dude, I'm curious. Obviously, the Commanders made a big move yesterday with the NFL trade deadline. But how did you find out about the trade for Marshawn Lattimore, and how did DQ address that with the team?
I just saw it on Instagram, on social media. And I was excited, man. Great player, excited to have him here. And he just addressed it today in the team meeting, announced that he was here, told us, he's ready to work, what type of guy he is. And we're all excited that he's here, man, ready to come to work.
So that's cool. So he got up and kind of introduced himself to the whole team in the team meeting room today. That's kind of neat. Have you, obviously you're a rookie, you've never experienced that before, but.
Yeah, that's dope. Be able to kind of meet him.
I bet, man. And what's it like? At what point, because I've heard Ertz has said this a few different times when we ask him about Jaden, and people say, what's it like seeing a rookie quarterback have this level of success? I mean, rookie left tackles don't usually hit the ground running so well either. And Ertz always says he's not a rookie anymore. I recognize it's his first year in the league, but at a certain point, you just know how to play in the NFL. What has that been like for you where you recognize, I belong on this level regardless if I've played 1 game, 5 games, 10 games?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely still have my moments mentally where I'm like, still think, there's a lot of stuff that I can learn, and that will never change, and where I doubt myself. But it's been getting better to the point where, I understand it's just a lot of preparation that's at stake, and holding yourself to those things. Not every game looks the same in terms of set plans, in terms of aiming points, the way you attack different rushes. Like, you have to change stuff up every week and be uncomfortable with new techniques that you might have to learn. That kind of helped me to see that, I belong at this level when I was able to start doing that, being more vertical one week versus being more on an angle versus being thicker, where your eyes are at. So over the weeks, that's a lot more simple for me, to where the game started slowing down, and I felt like, okay, I can be out here and be comfortable and not always think about certain stuff.
Hey, Brandon, thank you so much for making time for us. I know Wednesdays are a very busy day in the NFL calendar, and we appreciate it sincerely.
No, appreciate y'all for having me.
All right, that is Commanders rookie left tackle Brandon Coleman. Give him a follow on Instagram at B_Coleman77. I mean, look, he's been outrageously impressive, right?
He's been awesome. I mean, just for a guy, and we kind of knew that it was a possibility because of the athlete, the length, the experience that he has, like the growth potential. I guess it shouldn't be experience, growth potential, but he's definitely been awesome. And I really think the staff deserves a ton of credit for how they've brought him along. A little unconventional in terms of splitting reps, but I think that's kind of allowed him to, kind of get his feet wet first before jumping all the way in.
Jeff Howe from The Athletic joins us next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders take on the Steelers on Sunday, and brand new addition, Marshon Lattimore was in the building today. He'll wear number 23 for the Commanders. Also, Efe Obada, who was released yesterday, was signed back to the practice squad. College football, the College Football Playoff Top 25 was released last night. The top 4 teams, number 1, Oregon, number 2, Ohio State, number 3, Georgia, and number 4, Miami. In baseball, Shohei Ohtani underwent surgery on a torn labrum in his shoulder that he suffered in the World Series. He's expected to be ready for opening day. And in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Predators tonight at home. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Defenseman Matt Roy is going to make his return to the lineup tonight after he's missed every game since the opener. Logan Thompson will get the start in net for the Caps tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop, Caps and Preds right here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. We got Logan Paulson sitting in with us today, be taking care of some business. Right now, we're going to the phones. Our friend, Mr. Jeff Howe from The Athletic, joining us now to kind of recap everything that happened yesterday at a wild NFL trade deadline. Jeff, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, how we doing?
Good, dude. Let's start kind of with the immediate move for us in Washington. The trade to acquire Marshon Lattimore. We just heard from Adam Peters and Dan Quinn. Everybody seems pretty fired up. What do you make of that move?
I like it. It was a nice aggressive move from them. And, you never know how a team that's experiencing success earlier than probably expected is going to handle something like this. And they said, hey, you know what? We got a quarterback on a rookie contract for a few years. We got a team leading a tough division. Let's go after it. And they addressed the need. They did it with a player in Lattimore who, has had some injury issues, but is still in his prime, is in a great competitor. You just look at the battles that he's had with Mike Evans. They need somebody to line up against number ones. He's never going to shy away from that type of assignment. And, Detroit is obviously the class of the NFC, maybe even the entire NFL right now. But I think the NFC is pretty much wide open for a handful of teams like Washington to go out and win a playoff game or two. So put yourself in good position and worry about the rest later.
And do you think that, because they've been really adamant about building kind of long-term, and I know this is an immediate kind of short-term response to the early success, but the contract structure and the type of player he is could potentially lead to something long-term for this team?
Yeah, I would expect them to, and I'm not trying to report this, I'm just kind of going off my own opinion here, but you make a move like this, you give up all that draft capital, and you look at the contract. I believe it's 16 in base salary next year, 16 and a half the year after that, if I remember correctly. You're going to have a player who's going to want probably a little more guaranteed money in that contract, and I would expect Washington to try to get a little more long-term security if it comes to that point. So I don't think this is one of those things where they're just going to hope for the best over the last, 8 or 9 games or however many they have left there and then just kind of wing it in the offseason. I'm sure they have a long-term plan in mind for Lattimore. And you know what? If they don't address the contract, $16 million for a top-flight cornerback is a pretty affordable number.
Absolutely. And I think because the contract already exists, it's not even that difficult. If it goes well and you want to throw some guarantees in there, like it's just not that hard of a scenario to unpack. Talking with Jeff Howe here from The Athletic. You can give Jeff a follow at Jeff P. Howe, Howe. Let's zoom out from Washington's move for Lattimore and just kind of go league wide. What did you make of the Lions acquiring Zadarius Smith?
It was a good move. I mean, my one concern is, he's been productive this year, but I don't want to oversimplify it, but like you kind of lose the bonus points when you're productive opposite of Myles Garrett. So Now you're going to have Zadarius Smith be the number one pass rusher. You know, opponents are going to target him. We'll see if he's able to keep up that production. I thought it would have been nice to see them try to get a couple guys, you know, assuming they weren't going to get that home run type of move and a Max Crosby or somebody like that. But, you know, again, like I like it when teams go for it. And whether the Lions made a move or not, in my opinion, they were still going to come out of yesterday as the best team in the NFL. But they weren't going to rest. And it didn't cost a whole lot to get Smith. So I thought that was a good move. You know, it would have been nice to see them try to add one more rusher. I think right now their top sack getter right now has 2.5 on the season, removing Hutchinson from the equation. So, you know, it's not like they solved all of their pass rushing problems with that move, but it was good to see them active.
Is there anybody that you had an eye on for them? Because, you know, that was something that everyone talked about. Aiden Hutchinson goes out, they need to get a pass rusher. Is there anybody else you're like, man, this would have been the gold standard if they could have landed somebody like this in Detroit?
No, you know what? That's a fair question. I mean, you sit here and on one side of my mouth and saying they should have tried to get something bigger. On the other side, it's like, well, how much are you willing to spend? I mean, maybe you could have ponied up, let's say, a Friday pick for Azeez Ojulari. I think we're all looking at Max Crosby and wondering if that was possible. I think the Raiders firmly said no, it wasn't. So yeah, I mean, I deal with, you know, I'm still based out of New England, so I still see the Patriots fans saying, well, why didn't the Patriots sign 42 offensive linemen this offseason? Well, you know what? The fact is those 42 offensive linemen didn't exist. So, you know, I'm sitting here saying the Lions should have gone for it, but, you know, the supply wasn't necessarily there to meet the demand.
I wonder, I might have preferred Ojulari to Zadarius Smith at this point. I don't know, maybe that's a bridge too far. I just think he's playing really good football. Help me make sense of Preston Smith, the guy Logan and I know from his days here in Burgundy and Gold. Help me make sense of Green Bay dealing him and Pittsburgh adding him.
Yeah, that was certainly that was probably the strangest move of the day. You know, Preston Smith is on the back nine. We know that. And it's really weird. You know, you look at these premium positions, pass rusher, offensive tackle, number one wide receiver, number one cornerback. You know, those are not guys that teams are willing to necessarily give away. So the Packers were prepared to move on from Smith, but it's just weird for a playoff team to trade a pass rusher to another playoff team. Now, granted, it's a very long shot that these two teams are going to end up meeting in the Super Bowl, but I thought that was a bizarre one. I mean, the Steelers, their defense is solid. They've been somewhat inconsistent, I think. So it was, you know, nice to see them make a move like that. But I was, you know, as I was kind of thinking about this yesterday as it went down, that was my first thought. Like, when do you ever see a playoff team trade a pass rusher to another playoff team? Granted, again, a guy who's on the back nine, who knows how much he'll necessarily produce. But you know what? If you give him some snaps across from TJ Watt, he's probably going to win some one-on-ones.
Also, I think, like, what is his role? I think that's the other thing. I think they have 3 pretty good pass rushers.
Because I think Highsmith's really good.
Herbig's having a good year, like, and he's coming back off the hamstring. So it does seem weird also because their depth situation there.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. But, you know, you also got to seem like if Watt ever goes down, now granted that could sabotage the entire season for them, but you always want to protect yourself from depth purposes.
Yeah, for sure. If the Preston trade wasn't the weirdest, the Mingo trade was.
Dude, that's got to be the weirdest one, man.
What is Jerry doing? Like, does that help the Cowboys right now? Just what did you make of that Cowboys-Panthers trade?
Yeah, it doesn't help them right now. Not much will. So their season is pretty much over with at this point. I mean, Dak Prescott, like, it would have been whether or not Dak Prescott was healthy.
Right.
They're not going to make the playoffs. They're closer to the number one pick than they are to being a playoff team at this point. I look at it as, you know, Mingo is a boomer bust type of prospect going into the draft. And while everybody kind of wants to dunk on the Cowboys, and I'm sure you guys have plenty in your market who are happy to do that, but, you know, everybody wants to dunk on the Cowboys for this move, and I certainly see that side of it. You know, I tend to lean in another direction where Will McClay and that front office has done a really good job over the last half decade of identifying guys in the draft that they like and making it work with the Cowboys. Now, a counter argument to that is they haven't, you know, they're still kind of searching for that next wave of wide receivers to come up behind CeeDee Lamb. They've had some issues this year with Brandon Cooks. getting hurt, and of course. So I think this is more of just looking toward the future. If if he's able to come in and be a number 2, let's say next year, nobody's really going to bat an eye. In fact, they spent a 4th round pick on him. But this is all about the future. There's nothing that they were going to do yesterday that was going to turn them into a potential playoff team.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. I guess you're getting some value there from if you think Mingo can become what he was at least coming out of Ole Miss, or what the prospects were. Non-trade related, but I did want to ask you what's going on in New England with Drake May and kind of what you think the Pats are building there.
Well, it's been curious the way that they handled Drake May. And that's not just my opinion. That's talking to people around the league who were scouting the Patriots, who were just paying attention to the Patriots, who were interested in how this May development plan was going to work. I mean, starting him on the bench and kind of talking out of both sides of their mouth in training camp, saying he was the better quarterback, but not necessarily the better. It was weird. And then when they put him in, 3-4 weeks ago, however long it's been, it seemed a little hasty, and it wasn't going to solve the fact that they can't protect their quarterback. But, Drake May came out and played well right out of the chute, and I think kind of proved Gerard Mayo's decision to be correct. Now, you could sit here and say, well, if he's looked good right now, why not start him a month and a half earlier than you did? But, at this point, the hay's in the barn with that. So it's he's looked good. He's injected some life into an organization that has been starved for it for a few years now. And my big, as good as he's looked, my biggest concern is he's got to protect himself better. I mean, he suffered a concussion 2 weeks ago. He wasn't cleared until late last week to play in Tennessee, and he hit his head hard on the turf at least 3 times on Sunday. Had a late scramble where he took an unnecessary hit trying to gain an extra 2 or 3 yards. And look, you're subjecting yourself to enough violence behind that offensive line if you stay in the pocket. Let's try to mitigate some of the violence that you're taking on when you're kind of scrambling there. Your body has to be your investment. You certainly don't want the back of your head hitting the turf a week after you suffered a concussion. So, look, I like everything about May. I was high on him along with Jaden and Caleb Williams before the draft. I continue to be high on those 3. I want to see Drake May protect himself better.
Talking with Jeff Howe from The Athletic. All right, Jeff, last thing I wanted to ask you about. Every week you do your quarterback stock report, and you kind of name the best quarterbacks in football. No real surprises in the names at the top: Lamar, Mahomes, Allen, Burrow. Jaden Daniels, the rookie quarterback that is, totally changed the fortune of this Washington organization, ranks 10th on that list. This is the highest you've had him all year. Do you think he's still climbing? Obviously, it's your list, so you like him at 10. I'm curious how he gets there.
Yeah, the number one is the production. You have to take that into account. And this is not every quarterback. I tried to stress this in some of the earlier QB reports because this is a new project that we've done this season, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. But not every quarterback is graded equally. You got Mahomes, who has not played, in my opinion, like the second best quarterback. But I'm talking other teams or coaches or executives who are like, no, he's still playing at an elite level. But then, you still have to remember the fact that he's won 3 Super Bowls, and whenever he wants to turn it on in the fourth quarter, he's more than capable of doing that. But then, you look at Jaden, and the rookies in particular, I guess it really only applies to Jaden because Caleb, I don't think, has gotten higher than 19, and Drake's sample size is too low. But I was hesitant to move Jaden up the ranks because you wanted to just see more. And the more you see, the more it's like, okay, well, this guy's playing at a really high level right now. And then I kind of break it down into tiers, and the tier can change from week to week, not like a Mike Sando type of tier, but more of all right, this block of quarterbacks belongs here. And there's been a lot of wiggle room between, let's say, week to week, it could be 11 or 12, but really 14 to 19. And it's I think I was on in Atlanta last week, and they're like, well, why is Kirk Cousins 18? And I'm like, look, it's not because I think Kirk 18 this week isn't really a bad quarterback. It just happens to be in that block of guys that you're looking at. But when you look at Jaden, he's had a pretty firm grip on 10. He wasn't going to fall last week. based off of the guys behind him and the way they were playing. I think he's just been far too consistent. He can certainly catch Baker Mayfield at 9. And then you know, the other block I've had there for a while, you've got Goff, Love, and Purdy at 6 through 8. So I think there's still a pretty good distance between Jaden and 8. But I could certainly see him, like, if Baker has more turnover issues, if Jaden continues to win and play as impressively as he has, you know, 9 is absolutely within reach. And then we'll see from there. But, like, in terms of, like, let's say he has a bad game. I mean, Darnold's had a bad game. Kyler Murray's had a couple bad games. Same with Herbert, Hurts, Cousins. So, like, he's got some room for error before he starts to tumble, if it ever swings in that direction.
What would you need to see from him to have him move up the list here?
Just more consistency. That's really all it is. I mean, he's a young player. He's unproven. I mean, I think Baker Mayfield has played outstanding this year. And if you take the turnovers away, I understand that's a big if, but if you take the turnovers away, I mean, this is a guy who would be a fringe MVP candidate. Now, Jaden Daniels is a fringe MVP candidate too. I think everybody's chasing Lamar, and there's way too much room to make up probably for anybody in that regard. But, you know, he's just more consistency. That's all you want to see out of these young guys. But his poise, his clutch moments, not even like the Hail Mary is more of there's obviously a huge fluke element involved in a Hail Mary, but you know, just the way that he plays when in the few instances the opponents have put a little pressure on him, he's still able to keep his head about him in the fourth quarter. And I really, really like the poise.
Oh, man, he's so poised and composed. Hey, Jeff, thanks for your time, dude. Really appreciate you joining us today.
Of course. Appreciate you guys for having me. Have a good one.
That is Jeff Howe from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at Jeff P. Howe. All right, you heard his quarterback rankings. Jaden checks in at 10. I want to explore that a little, and every Wednesday we do our power rankings. We'll get the Logan Paulson edition. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders are gearing up for the Steelers game on Sunday. Marshawn Lattimore in Ashburn at Commanders Park today. He's not going to practice. However, Brian Robinson will practice, though. Dan Quinn said they're going to push it this week with Robinson. F.A. Obata was signed to the practice squad after he was released yesterday. College football playoff top 25 was released last night. Number 1 is Oregon. Number 2, Ohio State. Number 3, Georgia. And number 4, Miami. In baseball, Shohei Ohtani underwent surgery on a torn labrum in his shoulder from the injury he suffered in the World Series. He's expected to be ready for opening day. And in hockey, the Caps back home tonight taking on the Predators. 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. Defenseman Matt Roy going to be back for the Capitals. Logan Thompson going to start in net. Capitals and Predators tonight, 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Shout out to Jeff. He just made me laugh in the text thread. Shout out to everybody in the stream. 1067thefan.com/YouTube_ Jeff's house. I don't know what the website is. Just find it. Logan Paulson joining us today and tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So we're almost at the finish
I'm starting
line.
to regret it a little bit.
We're almost at the finish line on the first day. How you feeling about spending 3.5 hours with me in a relatively small room?
Company's excellent. Been excellent. It's been kind of cool to see how the other side lives, because I don't come over here that much in terms of this side of the annex.
Yeah, so people understand the annex is where the media is housed in Commander's Land and like kind of the internal content team. The content team probably gets like, you think it's 60-40? 65-35 space-wise?
Yeah, it's pretty close. It's like, it's not exactly 1-to-1, but it's pretty close. Especially if you include these offices, it's almost the same, I would think.
They get the bathrooms.
Yeah, bathrooms. You got a little kitchenette there. The air conditioner's a little bit better over there.
Yep.
A lot of perks.
But whatever, we got a room and we're chilling. It is interesting. Like last night on the text thread, you asked me where we go, and I was like, in my mind, I'm like, dude, we're 20 feet away from the room you're always in. But I guess there is kind of that separation.
There's a divider, yeah. And for some reason, I always see you doing it out in the gravel parking lot out there, and I'm like, is that where we're doing it? And so I was pleasantly surprised they're at least inside.
Okay. We're gonna get into these power rankings, but Commandante Tequila earlier, I wanted to circle back to this. You said you eat a slice of pizza here and there.
Yeah.
How do you like your pizza? What do you get on it?
So, I'm like whatever's available, I'll do it. But my son got really into pineapple and chicken on his pizza, and I'm pretty in on that right now because
the Hawaiian style.
It's like but instead of like the ham, it's chicken, and I don't know, it just
like breaded or grilled.
It's grilled.
Okay,
yeah. And it's just the sweet and the savory. Just and it sounds like a really unconventional thing, but I've been into it the past couple of weeks.
How old's your son?
He's 10.
Okay. So my oldest daughter, who's now 9,
loved
Hawaiian pizza for a while.
Yeah.
And now won't touch pizza. But
at all, any pizza.
No.
That is it's crazy how they do that.
Yeah. But I'm cool with Hawaiian chicken.
What's your favorite kind of pizza? Like you like a meat lovers guy or?
I like plain pizza. I like cheese pizza.
Dude, there can't go wrong, man. Can't go wrong with that.
To quote the great Mike Lynch, would you paint a mustache on the Mona Lisa? Like a cheese pizza is pizza in its purest form. You are very different than Brian. But Brian gets very angry at me about the cheese pizza. Very angry.
Really? What's his thing? Like it's got to have stuff on it?
Yeah. That's the
it's hard for me to
version
imagine.
of events I can say on air. He takes great issue with my pizza choices.
But he's not known for having like super strong takes about anything. So
speaking of strong takes, who's best team of football?
That's a great question. And I was actually thinking about that in the break and who I would say. And for me, just in terms of like, I think the Detroit Lions are the best team in football right now.
NFL.com agrees with you.
Do they?
Look at that. Every week we do power rankings. We always go to NFL.com. Our theory, I'm curious what you think of this. Our theory is that we expect NFL.com to be kind of the least hot takey because it's the damn league website, and the least reactionary, perhaps. So they've got Detroit at the top. I tend to be an undefeated is undefeated, and I would still go KC just because they are undefeated and they just keep finding ways to win. But that Lions win in Lambeau, in the rain, when everybody says, "Oh, they're a speed team, they can't play outside," that was probably among the most impressive wins in the league this year.
100%. And the way they stomped Dallas too. I mean, just like the style of winning they've done, they seem like they can beat you in any type of way possible. When you look at the offense side of the football, they can punch you in the face. They can beat you with quickness. They can beat you with speed. They've got all these different weapons that are playing at a high level. Amon-Ra St. Brown is incredible, you know what I mean, in terms of creating separation, having just a beautiful chemistry with Jared Goff. Ben Johnson does a great job in terms of elevating Goff and making sure he's got open throws. Like
Goff is dialed.
Yeah,
now,
he is
dude.
dialed in, man. And then you look at, and again, the only weakness I'd say, and it's kind of an interesting juxtaposition compared to Kansas City. I feel like Kansas City's offense is just okay. And they're just kind of
They
slugging.
run the hell out of the football.
They do. But think about that team, man. They basically look like a team from 20 years ago.
Yeah.
They play great, maybe the best defensive, probably the best defensive team in football. They run the ball really well. They throw the football to tight end punch, and it's all underneath. There's not a huge vertical element to their offense, and they just are kind of surviving games, it feels like, while Detroit seems to be dominating. Now, like you said, there's something to be said for just winning football games consistently. And I think you got to give him a ton of credit. So I was kind of torn between both of those, but I just think the offensive potency right now and the variation in the Detroit offense is what makes them special and gives them the edge.
They are potent. Something that worked out well for Washington is when the Giants mistakenly fired Tom Coughlin, and then they mistakenly hired Ben McAdoo. And then when they had
was wild. A wild bit.
It was a wild time, right?
Yeah.
And then when they had to fire McAdoo late in the year and they gave Spagnuolo the interim tag, they fired him. Spags is so good. That
great.
Kansas City defense is so good. And how about this? So I asked you who's the best team in football. You said Detroit. It could be Detroit or Kansas City. You're kind of splitting hairs, right? If I ask you who's going to win the Super Bowl, what's your first answer to that?
Probably Kansas City.
Right. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. And because that defense is so fun to watch.
Sure.
And they run, they hit, they play great coverage. They have Chris Jones as a pass rusher on the interior. They're kind of developing some younger guys on the
Jones
perimeter.
is unbelievable.
And Karlaftis is doing a great job for them. They just have pieces. And the other thing, man, is they have just found like Drew Tranquil, like all these guys at the middle level of that defense that are just good football players. And it's so hard to fill out that middle level of the defense. And they've got probably 3 or 4 guys that are really outstanding football players there. So, yeah, man, kudos to them.
Who's the linebacker I'm thinking of? He wears like 34 or something. It's so good in the middle of that
Bolton?
defense. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the kid from Wisconsin they drafted a couple years ago. It's so bizarre for me when I'm watching these guys that I wanted Washington to draft. Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
We did an interview with him on the podcast many years back during that draft cycle. Chanel's another one.
Yeah.
And just how different it feels now going through the draft process where it's like, all right, these guys are going to find players.
Yeah.
All right. So NFL.com goes Lions, Chiefs, Bills, Ravens.
Okay, there we go.
Where do you think they've got the old Washington Commanders?
I would say 8 or 9.
Okay. 1, 2, 3 goes Detroit, Kansas City, Buffalo. 4 is Baltimore. 5, Washington Commanders.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Look at us, man. Why not us? There you go. That's excellent.
I'm reading now from NFL.com. With the Commanders completing a sweep of the Giants on Sunday, it's fair to point out that they have fattened up a bit on the weaker part of their schedule, beating only one team, Arizona, that currently sits over 500. That takes nothing away from Jaden Daniels, who proved to be too much for New York, and remains a very difficult player for opponents to deal with for 4 quarters. I'm a little worried about the run defense, which was porous in the first half before Washington went up 2 scores. That will continue to be tested by opponents, especially the next 2 on the docket, Pittsburgh and Philly. Still, as long as the Commanders have Daniels, they have a chance to win. The rookie wasn't particularly special on Sunday, but he's been very good or better in most games this season. So far, he has been absolutely a franchise changer, largely driving Washington's 7-2 record, even while the Commanders have improved team-wide in several areas from top to bottom.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think the only team that I would probably – 2 teams that I would kind of consider maybe putting ahead of them. So I said 9, but it's probably what is that, 7, would be Pittsburgh, which they mentioned there, and then Houston. And I think Pittsburgh it'll be so interesting to watch that game this week because of just kind of how they're kind of like oil and water a little bit in terms of styles, and I do think styles make fights. So where is Pittsburgh and where is Houston on that list?
So it's funny that you bring those two teams specifically up. So Washington is 5. Then they go Vikings 6, Eagles 7, Packers coming off that loss where they got bullied 8, Steelers 9, Houston 10.
Wow.
Houston's coming off a loss to the Jets. They got a lot of injuries.
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff.
I very much believe people are sleeping on the Steelers team. I think they're really
so do I.
good.
That's why I'm a little surprised they're not higher.
I just think defensively, man, and I mean Pittsburgh's next 2 games are Washington and then Baltimore. So you're going to get a real test real quick for Russ Wilson. But I think George Pickens clearly he's a maniac, but he's always been incredibly talented, and opening up the vertical pass game for that team is a game changer.
No, I think 1,000%. I think when you look at it, we talked about this a little bit in terms of the change from Justin Fields to Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is just being more aggressive with the football down the field, and it's opened up the offense tremendously. And I think when you look at Arthur Smith and what he wants to do, which is run the ball to play action pass, you need to take advantage and capitalize on those play action shots. Like we again, I talked about this before. When you can cultivate explosive plays through the play action game, you need to hit on them. And Justin Fields was not doing that early on, and now literally the only difference of the last 2 games is that Russell Wilson's hit on him. And I think that's the biggest difference. And so that makes them so dangerous, coupled with a defense that I think is pretty gosh darn good. Like when we were talking about them signing Preston Smith at the trade deadline.
It's crazy.
Like they have maybe the best pass rusher down for down, him or Myles Garrett, depending on who you want to talk to. TJ Watt, Highsmith does a great job opposite him. Cam Hayward inside does a great job. Nate Herbing is kind of their third rotational piece there. They get after the quarterback. And,
Totally.
and the other thing is they do a great job stopping the run on first down. So they do, remember we talked about pass rushers and how you need to find these obvious passing situations. They do a great job of ensuring those by stopping the run on first and second down. So I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup. They do a great job on the outside with press man coverage. And Joey Porter Jr. has been, a little up and down, but he's good at one thing. He's a fastball pitcher, and his fastball is press man.
Right.
Because he's a big, tall, long guy. And so how does Terry match up with that? It just seems like they're strong in kind of our strong areas, and it's like which is going to give first in terms of the Commanders' offense compared to the Steelers' defense.
I got one more question for you. One team's 2-7, one team's 3-5.
Mm-hmm.
Which team is worse today, the Giants or the Cowboys? Tell me when we come back. No. All right, Logan. Going to break there. I asked you a fairly simple question.
Yeah.
Cowboys are 3-5. Giants are 2-7. Who's worse?
I think the Cowboys, quite honestly, like when you, especially now that Dak Prescott's hurt,
right.
I think 100%. I think every time we play the Giants, every time I watch the Giants in prep, I'm like, their defense is pretty good. It's getting better. Azeez Ojulari, Brian Burns is playing better. Dexter Lawrence, the linebackers, Robbie Okereke, all those guys, they got a good front, right? Back end, they're still working through some stuff. New defensive coordinator, that's the expectation, right? And when you watch the offense, when they can protect Daniel Jones and run the football, it's a formidable group. It's just about their consistency on that side of the ball, which I think is directly tied to Daniel Jones. Now, when you look at Dallas, I think by comparison, Dallas is like the opposite. It's incredibly simplistic offensively, and it really hurts them. It really hurts, like after the first year of Mike McCarthy into year two, the simplicity of the offense, I think, has regressed Dak Prescott a little bit, just regressed the offense in general. And for the life of them, they can't stop the run on defense.
No, they've lost that sense of phicality.
Yeah.
And I think when you lose Biotish, Quinn, Witt, Armstrong, Fowler, like that's.
And the Micah Parsons is hurt. Armstrong's hurt. Like Armstrong is
Lawrence.
Lawrence, thank you, Dexter.
You know who would be playing? Armstrong and
Yes,
Fowler.
yeah, that's exactly right. Both those guys are gone. So it definitely feels like a different team. And I also think I'm not a big vibes guy, but I think there are some really negative vibes around the Cowboys organization. And I've been on teams where the vibes have been bad. And it's just, you kind of, momentum is this nebulous thing.
Sure.
But it plays out in these situations. And I think that's what you're seeing in Dallas. And that's why I would say if there's a team I wanted to play tomorrow, if I'm any team in the NFL, it's probably Dallas.
It's funny. You were talking with Abraham there about high school football. Obviously, you coach.
Yeah.
Tell the world where you guys are playoff seeding wise.
Yeah.
One game left.
Independence High School, one more game. If we win, we get a bye and then a home playoff game, which would be great.
What is that? How big is that? 4A? What are the
5A?
5A. So
Yeah.
that's the big boy. That's
6A is the biggest, but we're like right below that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're doing all right. And the kids have been playing really hard this year. And
What's the record?
We are 6-3, but all of our losses are kind of out of conference or whatever. So like we're doing good.
So you lose to the bigger like 6A?
Yeah, we lost to Brook Point, we lost to Sharando, and we lost to Massaponax, which are all schools south of here, about an hour and a half. So
wow. All right. I believe Independence. Landville, can you confirm if Independence High School is Cody Betts' alma mater? I want to say it is, but he also might have gone to Independence University.
It might have been, or maybe it was like Freedom or something.
Yeah,
Freedom's another one.
A lot of Briarwood.
Yeah, and it's a relatively new high
Heritage.
school.
So what is the Independence mascot?
It's a tiger.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
You have my full support.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Listen to this. So I feel like this will resonate with you. I don't know that you pay attention to. I think they're in the IAC, the Independent Athletic Conference. This is private schools in DC and Maryland. Actually, maybe Virginia too. I think Episcopal is in the IAC. You know the Bullis School?
Yeah.
Okay, so Bullis co-ed school over in Potomac, Maryland. A buddy of mine is on their coaching staff. He coaches special teams. Dude, Ryan Keel, who's an awesome guy. I don't know if you know. Dude, they just beat St. Albans last week. They're now 7-1.
Okay. That's awesome.
They play for the IAC title Saturday at 5:00 against Georgetown Prep.
Nice.
Ready for this? This is pretty wild to me. Their coach passed away just before the season.
Really?
The head coach. Yeah. I don't want to overstate how it happened, but I think it might have happened like everybody was like it made a significant impact on this team. And I believe it is Sean Springs' son. One of his sons took over as head coach.
Really?
Yeah.
Sean Springs is here. We should ask him.
We should ask him. And now they're 7-1 and playing for the title.
Incredible.
How cool
is that? That's incredible. That's awesome. That's an awesome story. Yeah. Good luck to them.
Yeah. I will go ask Sean if he's here. Yeah. Seriously, rooting for Bullis this week. What a cool story. Just you talk about momentum being this nebulous thing, and like the place we're at right now in Ashburn sure has it.
Yeah, 100%.
And dude, in a lot of ways, it feels like it's giving momentum to the whole damn region. Caps are on fire.
Yeah.
Wiz are more fun to watch than I think a lot of us were expecting. Like it's just It's bizarre.
Yeah.
The universe, man, the will of the universe.
Absolutely. And I think, again, like we talked to Mark Ein at the beginning of the show and just what the ownership group has done, all the cool stuff they've done at the stadium, all the decisions they made in terms of hiring people. It's not by accident. I think how quickly it happened is a little bit surprising, but you get Adam Peters, who's the number one guy for the GM spot. You get Dan Quinn, who is the culture master. They have a great relationship. It feels like you hit on the quarterback. It's an exciting time to be a Washington Commanders fan. And like you said, a Washington sports fan with all the other teams doing so well also.
As they say, the momentum is real. Thank you very much to Logan for sitting in with us today. Sincere thank you to Mark Ein joining us first thing this morning. If you missed any of that interview, get on the app and hit the line button. Thank you to Brandon Coleman for joining us. Thank you to Jeff Howe. Thank you to the boys in the aquarium signing off from Ashburn. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Good Wednesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. We are live all over the DMV on 106.7 The Fan. At 3 o'clock, we're going to talk to Manti Te'o. That Manti Te'o. He is an NFL analyst, former linebacker. Manti Te'o will join us, Danny, to discuss, among other things, playing with Marshon Lattimore in New Orleans. Lattimore is the newest commander. We'll also, speaking of linebackers, be talking to former pass rusher Ken Harvey, who was on the 1996 Redskins. That was the last time Washington was 7-2, almost 30 years ago. Harvey stops by today at 5 o'clock. I've enjoyed talking to some of the former great Washington players over the last several months, just to see how much more prideful and excited they are about the operation.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, they didn't get to experience it themselves. You know, a lot of the guys, right? Your Coolies, your Mosses, your Chris Samuels, is all the different dudes that just did everything right, but weren't part of very good teams, part of a bad organization with a bad owner, either not having a GM at all, or a dude that was just a hired boob from Snyder. So they're secondhand, like they bleed for this. They did everything they possibly could. It didn't work, but so they get some sense of pride and joy out of like this fun, excellent time that we all happen to find ourselves in. So like I'm glad for that. Not even being hyperbolic. It's like very rare in sports as a sports fan where I think about anything other than my own feelings. Right? We've had that a couple different times. We talked about this with the Capitals run, with the Nationals run. I'm going, yeah, me celebrate. Let's hammer beers at the parade. But I'm so happy for Ryan Zimmerman. So happy for Max Scherzer. You know what I mean? Like legitimately happy for other people. And that's kind of where I'm at on this. Like the guys like Terry McLaurin, who just a perfect little angel. What a wonderful citizen he is. Finally getting some reward, finally getting something out of this thing that he's put so much into. I think that's really, really cool, man. And same for the alums.
I was on the phone with my dad today. I called him during my morning routine, post-shower. You brush your teeth, you normally clean up the beard, do all those types of things. And I'm on the phone with my dad, and I had my little clippers to try to get the little whiskers that hang over my lip.
Mm-hmm.
And I took way too much of the mustache off. I got to do TV tonight, high definition.
Okay.
We got the alt cast. I'm live over at the Monumental Studios today. Yep. I'm going to be on the air tonight for the Caps and the Predators.
You're dressed very nicely, if I could say. I mean, I'm looking waist up, and I'm liking what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, we got like one of those no-tuck dress shirts.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to go with I got a nice little jacket to throw over it.
Yep.
But here's your issue, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
I took a little too much of one side of the mustache off. I don't know if you could see it. I'm going to get closer to the camera.
Get right up to it. I see it now that you've gotten that close.
But what I did was I went to the other side and then took that much off to make it awkward on both sides.
Yeah.
Then my wife said, "Oh, no, you overcorrected." And she gave me some pen and she wanted me to draw in some hairs.
Oh, we're not there.
I didn't think that was a good idea, but I kind of drew a little bit of a shadow. So I don't know how this is going to go, but I'm not like nothing about how I look generally am I comfortable with anyway.
Right.
So you might as well, normally my beard is like my one thing I take pride in. You might as well just add that to the pile that it's not a great day for this stash either.
Right. So I'm looking in reverse at you right now, right? So I think it's going to be, raise your left hand for me. Just show me your left hand. Yeah. Okay. Here's what it looks like. It looks like that's just how the lighting is. You follow me? The lighting, it looks like it's coming across the left side of your face. So you get better lighting on your left side. So it's a little darker there. Right side just looks a little lighter. I don't think, unless the camera's just, we're zooming in here, we're going National Geographic special. But if you're far away for like a 3-shot, for like a wide shot, I don't think anybody's going to notice anything different. They'll go,
"This is what I wanted to hear."
That's a trimmed beard. That's what they'll say. Now they'll say that it's on the close side of trimmed beards. It is. I mean, there's less beard volume than we've seen before, right? But it's tapered, it's manicured, right? Like it's your emphasis is on your bottom half of your beard right now, whereas usually you're more uniform. I don't think it's bad.
Okay.
I'm not telling you it's your best. I'm not telling you you should take your prom photos.
Right.
Like don't do headshots today, but I think it'll show up just fine.
That's definitely what I wanted to hear.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I needed someone to tell me.
I'm here for you, buddy. I got you.
I'm happy about that. But it looked so bad. It's like if you were really close to me, if we were doing the nose to nose, what do they call it? An Eskimo kiss or like the
That's how we get ready for every show.
But if you were like right up on me and like we weren't kissing, but we for some reason like your lips were close to mine, you would look down and you would go, "Dude, what happened to your mustache?"
What happened?
But I don't think most people are doing that over the course of the day, and I can kind of hide it. as best I need to.
Well, it's like what I did before I went to the beach when I was trying to trim my hedges, my eyebrows that get unwieldy, and I sliced it out of there like I was Scarface. I mean, it was ridiculous.
It was bad enough, and you've done this. I know I've done this a million times. I think if you have a beard, this has just happened. It's a semi-annual thing. If I did not have TV tonight, I would have taken the whole beard off and started over. It was that bad.
Dealt with the argument with your wife, dealt with the fight, dealt with the kids being like, ew. You're like, give me a week. I'll be back.
The other consideration was, what if I shave the whole mustache but keep the beard and go full Lincoln on this thing?
Yeah. Do you plan on being a middle reliever for a mid dwelling club?
I said to my dad, I'm like, well, he goes, what do you mean? You're just going to get rid of your mustache and keep your beard? And I said, could I? He's like, I think it would look really weird.
Yeah, it would look weird.
I said, well, so will a bad mustache.
Yeah, the guys that can do that, like have a tattoo on their arm, maybe a sleeve, like the Matt Latoses of the world can do that. You know what I mean? Just because like a Brian Harvey could do something like that. Like my pal Grant Paulson in studio with a blazer on, that's a no. Like you're not there. Like you don't ride a motorcycle. You don't have anything. You don't have that much leather.
I'm not tracking this take from you. Relievers do this? Like, well, what about? I know Abe Lincoln and nobody else. Who else does that?
Just like you'll notice it when you see. Like now you'll notice it. Like, but it's the like I'm a little bit out there, man. I might set your shoe on fire, and I'm throwing 97 with a splitter. Like that kind of guy that like goes to like Sturgis rallies and stuff like that can do the bottom bowl and then nothing on the top for the mustache. Where it's like it's not like there's no ratio. It's a 0 and 100. It's the mullet of beards.
Had no file. We had a nice day out at the park today, access-wise, for the reporters. They got to talk to Adam Peters. You'll hear that interview coming up on the Fan. I want to go through what AP had to say today after pulling off the big trade for Marshon Lattimore yesterday. And then Dan Quinn also spoke. Dan Quinn can't even hide it. I mean, he is so jacked up and so giddy. That must have been the easiest conversation Peters has ever had, to go to Quinn and say, hey, we're thinking about going and getting Lattimore. What's your take? Because Dan Quinn is like a kid in a candy store, a guy that coaches up DBs as well as anybody, just got a pretty stellar DB, and he is elated.
You can tell that before this happened, I'm sure, he's in the loop, right? That, hey, man, this might go down, and he's sitting there going, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God. Like, just so excited. The kid in the candy store. When you have somebody like that unlocks all the different things that you would like to do. I mean, think about this from an offensive coordinator's perspective, right? Where you go, I'd love to be able to do X, Y, Z, PDQ, but my quarterback can barely execute a handoff, so we're going to keep it real simple, right? That's just how we have to do it. Same thing applies to a defense where I go, I'd love to call these exotic coverages. I'd love to call this, mad zone, dog, blitz, quarters, reverse, rover. I can't, because my one cornerback might be on an island against any receiver in the world, and it's probably going to be a touchdown, like it was when I said, hey, that's going to be a touchdown when Jamar Chase beat, I think it was St. Jude's Deep, or maybe it was Hammer still. But the point is, like, you can now do more things, and for coaches, that's like the ultimate exciting thing, that gift that was given here yesterday.
Sandra still. Benjamin St. Juste gets enough flack.
You're right. He gets enough, Eric. That was Sandra still.
There's enough touchdowns he's given up to choose from. We don't need to add one to the pile against BSJ. But think about all the different ways that the Lattimore addition, if he's healthy and on the field, and he's not practicing today for the record, is going to impact this defense. We talked yesterday about the most primary and obvious, which is the ability to move all the other defenders down the depth chart. So St. Juste gets to take on twos, and then Sandra still plays his more natural position that he was actually drafted to play inside in the nickel, and Igbenogany is an extra spare part bench guy who's a fourth corner. Like, everyone is now playing the role that you brought him in to play. The whole point when you acquired them was to play the role that they're about to, not the one that they've been playing, which was asking for a little bit more than you probably should. Which is how, when you stretch guys thin, your defense underperforms a little bit. So that was the number one influence of bringing him in. But then you think about actual, personnel groupings and things that they want to do in areas where they've struggled. They have had to play two high safeties, like cover two type looks, constantly because they don't really trust their cornerbacks. They also have played light boxes at a pretty startling rate. I mean, more than almost every team in the league, one of the higher light box rates in football, 6 or fewer, for Washington. Why is that? Well, I think it's a big tell that they don't trust their corners, that they have extra safety deep, that they've got, a lot of either zone or guys dropping and basically trying to flood the secondary to try to eat up more space, because they can't just put guys out on an island and let them run and cover and man. So what happens when you have a light 5-6 man box is you're going to give up a lot on the run.
Yep.
Right? You're going to give up the running game. And they have over and over and over again. We've talked about it. They're one of the worst defensive teams against the run statistically this season. It's been their biggest bugaboo. So even though it's not direct, Lattimore now allows you to probably play more single high safety looks, which means Jeremy Chin comes down in the box, which means you can, I think, probably even expect to play more loaded boxes, even if you're playing 2 high safeties, because rather than having to help St. Just and Igbenogany and San Ristil, if they want to, until proven otherwise, they might just go into a game saying, we'll put Lattimore over there. You cover that guy. We're not worrying about you. And it's almost like spacing in basketball, Danny, where you stand over there and shoot your shots, and now like a penalty kill. Like, we're going to go 4-on-4 over here. You know what I'm saying?
No, totally.
And I think that's part of the plan here. So it's not just going to make their secondary better. That's obvious.
I think it's a sharp point.
It might actually make their run game better, even though they didn't add a defensive tackle.
I'm fully convinced of that. Again, the best case is to obviously have a world-leading defensive tackle. I don't know if that guy was available. This is the next best case that allows you to deploy your 11 players differently and maybe more efficiently. You can guess right now. I mean, the way I thought of it previously, and we talked about this a bunch, going more into it now, over the first 9 games, they've been just good enough to go, okay, we can try to take one thing away at a time. And against good offenses, you see the result. The Baltimore game is the microcosm of this. In the first half, it's not going to be Derrick Henry. Henry will not beat us. So, heavy boxes, stuff the run. Zay Flowers, $1 million for $1 million. Okay, fine. We'll take that away. Derrick Henry, second half, ripped off a bunch of big runs. In general, they did okay, but for the most, you knew it was inevitable that he was going to run through you. So, this now gives you a chance to say, we can bet that we can take something away. Previously, it was like, you ever watch one of those boxing matches where one of the fighters has something that he's nursing, whether it's like he bruised his rib cage, or has a hand that's not working, or got hit a certain way that he's uncomfortable, and he's guarding that. He's still trying to punch, still trying to fight, but he always has to be mindful. Like, I cannot get punched in that one spot because it's tender. That's what their corners were. That's what that secondary was. That's the tender spot, where it's the thing that terrified me the most. And I was basically willing to make the bargain. Please, by all means, run it. Go for your 5 and your 7s, and sometimes your 12 yards on first down, because I'm so terrified of having, those kind of chunks more consistently with dudes on the outside. Enter Lattimore. Now you can account for that. You can also basically play 10 on 10, kind of that reverse of what good offenses can do with running games. When your quarterback can run, you play 11 on 11. You make the defense cover everybody. Now you can basically say, I'd rather have my 10 on 10 because I can sort of trust this one dude against somebody else on a lot of formations, a lot of plays.
Yeah, I just think if you're Dan Quinn, the amount of things you're able to do, the flexibility that's provided now, it's a godsend. And it's no wonder, not just as a head coach, his team got better. They're 7-2. They've got a chance to win meaningful playoff games, right? Meaningful football games in January this year. That's awesome. That's a feel-good moment for you, too, that the culture's changed enough, that you were endorsed enough by your boss, Adam Peters, yesterday, that he went and got you a reinforcement to try to make a run. But just as a defensive schemer with Joe Witt, who's mixing potions all week long and looking at the board and drawing X's and O's, I think that's a really fun thing for them. Speaking of Adam Peters, I mentioned his press conference. You'll hear clips of it coming up later this hour. We'll discuss some of what he had to say. But a couple things that stood out to me from his presser. First thing, when talking about Marshon Lattimore, he said that he didn't know and that Washington wasn't sure that he was going to be available. But he said basically that they had already done their homework on him just in case. One of his quotes that was really interesting. If you wait until you know, then usually it's too late. Meaning, if we didn't start doing our research and our homework on Lattimore until the Saints told us he's available in a trade, the other teams are way far ahead of us. We got too much that we've got to do at that point to prepare to make a trade. They were way ahead of the game. Sign of a really good front office. Now, I will also point out that it was not that much of a surprise that he was available. This guy's been at odds with the team dating back to the offseason. So I think most front offices, if they were in the market for a corner, would have had him on a list of guys to target pretty early on. But I did like that answer from Adam Peters in saying, just as an axiom, just as something to live by, If we wait until we know, it's too late. You got to work ahead. And they clearly did that, and they pounced. Supposedly, Baltimore was ahead of them, right? Supposedly, Kansas City was ahead of them when it came to the market for Lattimore. That's what we were hearing. I think San Francisco was interested. There were a few teams that we kept hearing were likely landing spots, and Washington, within an hour, was linked to him for the first time and then had the deal done. They obviously came on very strong.
Yeah, this is a bidding war. And normally that's not prudent business to get into those kinds of things, but it's sort of, whatever analogy you want to use, strike while the iron's hot or the opportunity is now. This is a unique circumstance. Again, if they were 5-4, you probably wouldn't make this move. I mean, maybe you do something around the edges. Maybe you try to improve them a little bit and say, hey, let's get the kid some experience, talking about Daniels. Sorry about it. You're 7-2. And it's you and Philadelphia going nose to nose in this division, and for a chance to maybe host a couple of playoff games and then see what happens. Like, that's the opportunity here. So it all of a sudden becomes more worth it to you, right? Like if I go to a flea market or I go to some marketplace, someone's like, it's $38 for this thing. And I'm kind of like, I don't really need that, but if I'm sitting there dying of thirst and the guy's got a lemonade, I'll win. I'll pay the price. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's to me what this was.
Sure.
It's A, putting everybody on notice that we're not just here for the ride anymore. B, it's a way to say this is now becoming more, desperation is not the right word, but I don't have a better word than that. This is we're not going to stand idly by and say that's not going to work for our long-term plan. We've still got a long-term plan. It's still very much on track, but we'll sacrifice a little bit more for the right now than we probably planned on 3, 4, 5 weeks ago.
The other thing that he said that I really liked, and maybe this was common sense, but to hear it from him was awesome, was he did go to the players with the Ohio State background that played with Lattimore and talk to them about him. And I like that, right? So that's Terry McLaurin, that's Noah Brown, among them, a couple of veterans in this locker room. And he said that he got some really good reports. Now, I don't know that necessarily generally when you're a really good football player and you were great at Ohio State, he was the 11 overall pick. When you're excellent in the NFL, a 4-time Pro Bowler, they're going to have anything negative to say about you. But if you are a bad teammate, right, if they know what culture is being built, they understand this brotherhood thing that they're doing at this point. If they don't think he would fit, I'd like to think they'd be honest and say, listen, I appreciate you and respect you asking me, Adam, and I'm not sure if he's a DQ kind of guy. I don't know if we want him here. And they didn't do that. In fact, it sounds like they did the opposite, and they gave him the full-on endorsement and said, go get him. But the fact that he went to them and did that research too with players, it's another sign that this is an organization that is pro-player. And that's a really, really important thing. We've talked about them becoming a destination. We saw the Adam Schefter, if you want to call it a report, the water-carrying kind of fun thing that was awesome as a fan. I loved it and clapped like everyone else did. But where he said, you won't believe how many players want to play for Washington now. They are the cool team. Players are acknowledging that playing with Dan Quinn and Jaden Daniels and in this market that is a sleeping giant and where they're now in first place sounds a lot more appealing all of a sudden. Well, when you find out that the GM's interacting with guys on decisions, when you find out the way they treat players who get hurt, when you find out how cool the Halloween party they throw for the families are and all those things, that all matters to players around the league.
It does. Yeah, again, the multiple things motivate multiple players. It's not one universal thing, right? Some guys are going, like Juan Soto in his free agency. He's going to the highest bidder. Ta-da. Like, that's the secret. Other guys will go, okay, who gives me the most years? Or what city do I want to live in to raise my kids in? Other guys are going, I want to go to a winning situation. Of the dudes that are in that group, in that category, where there's buy-in, I don't have to deal with the riffraff or the nonsense or the extemporaneous stuff, this is now a place that you would want to go if you're one of those dudes. And I don't begrudge anybody else wanting anything else. I mean, these are independent contractors with short shelf lives. I understand whatever motivates you. But if you now are part of that one group that goes, I want to go to a winning, positive environment, Washington is now one of those places. Scoff at it if you want to. I'm not. I'm welcoming it.
What impact do you guys anticipate Marshon Lattimore having? We're going to get into this coming up on Grant and Danny in just a bit. Little, medium, or high impact? If you had to rank one of those categories ahead of the others, little, medium, or high impact, we'll do that on G&D. Also, want to hear from Adam Peters, so we'll get to some of the clips from his press conference and react to those next. You're locked into the Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. We are giving away tickets to Iron Maiden at CFG Bank Arena. We've also got Wizards tickets that we'll be giving away today. You can win those in our 4 o'clock hour as well, right here on the Fan at 4:30. So make sure you're listening at 4 and 4:30 today to win those tickets to Iron Maiden and the Wizards game next Wednesday. If you want to go check out the kids, they've been playing well. I like that Draymond Green was very complimentary about Deshaun George and Bub Carrington. He said that was the hardest playing Wizards team that they've dealt with, said that George really impressed him. He really liked what he saw from Carrington. So players around the league taking notice about these young Wizards.
I was chatting with Darius about this yesterday, in fact, Jeeps. That's exactly what I want out of them playing right now, right? I care about the kids. I want Sarr, Coulibaly, Carrington, and George, whom you mentioned, going up against really good teams, competing their butts off, and then maybe losing the game. Like, if they win, that's great. I'm not really worried about that, but I'll take every loss possible. I want Ace. I want Cooper Flagg right at the top of that board, please, and thank you. But that's perfect to me. I want a culture of competing, a culture of getting after people. We're not just here to lose. You're here to chirp it. It was great. I don't know if you saw how much he's caught of it, but George was going back and forth with Draymond Green, multi-time defensive player of the year, multi-time champion, just the modern day Dennis Rodman, and it was awesome. Like, I'm going, yes, I'm here for this in terms of my viewership. So that was fun.
Yeah, I can watch young guys who play hard, who have a chance to be really good eventually.
Yep.
Every single night. And the Wizards right now have 3 of those guys leading the way at least. I mean, Coulibaly, I would. He's still a kid, and you could still put him on that list. But he's even kind of leapt out of that category to just being a good basketball player.
He's good
with star potential at this point. But more on that as the season goes, and maybe in the Blitz in the near future. But I want to talk about the big trade yesterday in D.C., and that was Marshawn Lattimore to the Commanders. Adam Peters does not talk very often. Certainly not in season, a very rare opportunity for him to meet with the media today. He addressed how the trade came about, gave an opening statement on pulling off a massive swap, draft picks going out, and a 4-time Pro Bowl corner coming in.
Really excited about getting Marshawn. He came in this morning, got a chance to meet him. He's what we thought he was as a person, as a competitor. And just want to thank really all the people that went into this. And it's a lot, it's not just me sitting there making calls on the deadline day. It's really, it's months, and our pro scouting staff making calls and canvassing the league and watching players throughout that whole time. Our R&D department doing a lot of work on a lot of different players, and most of this doesn't even see the light of day for anybody outside of our building. And they do a ton of work and did a lot of write-ups on a lot of different guys, and then we had a lot of people calling around the league, and we have I think we had Martin Mayhew, Chris White, Lance Newmark, Scott Fitterer, David Blackburn, all just canvassing the league for weeks and weeks, and just seeing what we could get and if there's anything out there. And a lot of it just goes and nothing happens. But this year we were able to make something happen that we're all really happy about. And when you get to a certain point, you involve the coaches, and they do a great job giving you an opinion of how a player fits into your scheme. And really there's a lot of people to thank. Certainly Mickey Loomis was really, really professional and really all that he did in terms of his communication and being straightforward. So I thank him a lot for the way he dealt with this. And really the biggest thing is we're really, really excited to get one of the best corners in the entire league, and a guy who fits how we play. He's a 4-time Pro Bowler. He's a dog competitor. He's he's what you want in a corner. And what's really cool is we were able to know a lot more about him with he's one. You guys probably read a cool story about this, but we have 4 players from the Ohio State 2014 recruiting class now. And so we're trying to corner the market there. Those guys are pretty good. I don't know how they lost any games, but so there's some guys in this locker room that knew him already. And so that's going to make this transition even easier. And we're pumped to have him.
That was Adam Peters' opening statement today. A couple things that stood out to me: the thank yous. He is always very lengthy at times. We've taken some of his press conferences live during our show, mean, it's not good radio, if I could say that, with all due respect to our guy, Handsome Adam Peters, because he just lists off a bunch of people and he thanks everyone. But it is so classy, and it is really, really respectable. You know, I know personally people currently in front offices in various sports who feel like they don't always get the credit that they deserve. Like everybody just talks about the GM or, you know, the president, whoever's at the top, whatever that is. And you don't always hear about the guy that was working the phones or the R&D department or whatever. And Peters didn't after the draft, didn't after free agency, and didn't this time. He doesn't just say, I did this. This is why I like him. This is what I see. That is not his style. This is a we thing. He thanks his people. He singles out the scouting staff. He talked about R&D, which is just code for analytics people. Talked about the weeks of work on the phones. Your boy Martin Mayhew, a former GM. Scott Fitterer, a former GM, helping him work the phones. Mentioned Lance Newmark, name-checked him. I love that he does that.
Yeah, me too. It's very Gibbsian. Like, you know, like Joe Gibbs, as classy as an individual could be, always talking up the opponent, and it's my fault when they lose, and when we win, and everything under the sun, and talked about all his great assistants, and everybody would get that shine. That's real leadership, right? This old community, this old culture was in anything that was possible. It was sprinting, going, me, I did that. I'm the one responsible for it. Like, remember, like people were talking about the masterminding of certain signings or weird type moments like that. Who gives a damn? Who cares? I want to enjoy the football on Sunday, right? But this is what you do when you want people to believe in the operation, to feel empowered, to feel like what they're doing matters. Is you give them their flowers. You also give them their opportunity to have their voice heard, right, where it matters.
Let's go to him talking about how they zeroed in on Lattimore, because remember, when they initially canvassed the league, they're putting together a list of a plethora of players at a couple positions of need. But ultimately, they sided on Lattimore being the guy they really wanted, and that they were willing to push picks in and on. They don't like trading draft picks. I mean, it's not like in their mind they gave up nothing to go get him, a 3, a 4, and a 6 for Lattimore and a 5 coming back. This is how they decided he was their guy.
First you look at the play style and to see, does he fit our play style and the type of mindset we want on the field. And then you really, with your contacts throughout the league, you can get a lot of information on players, and certainly in your own locker room too. So all those things lined up for Marshawn, and he was available, which, that's the last piece of it, I guess. You can watch him all you want and love him all you want, but if he's not available, he's not available. And, we didn't know that he would be available for that whole time. But if you wait till when he's available, then it's usually too late. And so they did all that legwork. Our staff did, just in case he was, and he happened to be. And that's when we were able to make that decision quickly.
So I love this idea of, hey, we'll check in with people around the league to see what they think. These guys all have contacts, even the folks that haven't been well-traveled. Like Lance Newmark has been in Detroit since the 90s, essentially, even though he's a fairly young guy in the grand scheme of things, a future GM in his own right, probably. Hotshot candidate if things go well here. But in Newmark's case, you don't think he's got relationships from just his time out on the road scouting, from being at events? Of course he does.
Of course, yeah.
That's not even working with people. Sosna's been in multiple organizations. Peters has been in New England and Denver and San Francisco and well-traveled. So between them or having the former GMs that have been in the league forever, Mayhew played, Fitterer, who ran the Panthers a couple years ago. I mean, they really do have a staff that is both young, ascending, star hotshot kids, and then some of these old dudes, these old dogs you're teaching new tricks who have been around a long, long time. That's part of the reason why I love the staff they put together.
Yeah, where you go, I got that guy's number. I'll do it. I'll give him a call, It's nice to desire a player, but not having the wherewithal or knowledge if he's available or not. You still do your homework and then figure it out. Like, you could call the Cleveland Browns, for example, and be like, hey, let me knock on Denzel Ward. And they're like, you're out of your mind. Get out of here, stupid. Okay, well, that would have been nice. You would have given something up for him, but they weren't interested, right? So it's this perfect marriage that has to happen. It requires a ton of work and effort for everything to line up. One, you have to desire the player. The other team has the desire to move the player. And there's only a handful of teams that are in a sell mode at this point. And it was a team, ironically, that started off scoring 46 points a game. And now they've lost 7 straight, and he's at odds with them,
In 20 minutes, we'll talk to Manti Te'o, the former Notre Dame superstar, played in a national championship game. Te'o played with Marshawn Lattimore in the NFL in New Orleans. Want to get his insight on the player and the trade and what he's seen from Washington. He's an NFL analyst now, so we'll go around the league with him coming up at the top of the hour. I thought this might have been the most important question that needed to be asked today, and it was early in the press conference with Peters. The balance between hoarding your picks and prioritizing next year and the future as they are, quote-unquote, recalibrating and finding north, although it feels like they are calibrated and they found north at this point at 7-2. And striking while the iron's hot because they are really good and they have a chance to win right now. This is what Peter said on that.
You're always trying to strike that balance. And I think, I'll give you a long answer, but really we were able to pick up some draft picks earlier this year, and we had a surplus. We had 9 picks. And so that made us feel a little more comfortable doing this. And then also you're looking at the landscape of this next year's draft, this next year's free agency class, and knowing that with some of our corners that are going to be coming up as free agents, that we're going to need to either re-sign one of those guys or dip into free agency or the draft. So you weigh all that, and then you see, okay, is this player better or easier to get than maybe a free agent or a draft pick? And so knowing all that, and then knowing that we had a couple extra picks and we still feel really good. We still have 7 picks. And I think if you look at the charts, our picks are actually, what we have now is more in terms of points than what we had, back in August. So we still feel really good about that. We have what's currently a really high 3rd round pick. We'll see how the season ends. But, and that was one pick that we certainly didn't want to give up for this. And so long answer, but that's kind of how we looked at it.
Makes sense.
100% right. Everyone starts with the same allotment, cap space, draft picks. How do you manipulate it? How do you use it? Where are you a position of strength? And in a few years, they might have no cap space but extra picks. You have to be judicious and use it that way. It might be vice versa at certain points. You use the assets you can, and your deployment of them decides how good a GM you are. You know what I mean? Like, if you think of it in terms of actual cost, yes, it's going to take some salary cap space, but if you were to combine, say, a 1st round pick and then $30 million of cap space over the next couple of years, that's a huge premium of resources where you need an excellent return from the player. This is, kind of in the middle of that, where a pretty decent premium is paid for the player, and then in terms of salary. So you've got a luxury of both, and that's how they thought of it. I think it's so smart.
Yeah, they had extra picks because they made trades.
Mm-hmm.
And as we surmised yesterday, and it sounds like we were right, they probably don't make this deal if they don't have the new 3rd round pick. They don't give up a 3rd rounder and have no 3rd round pick this coming draft. But because they had 2 of them, they felt like it was an abundance. They kept the better of them, which that value means they have more draft value right now than they did this summer, as he said. And on top of that, they have the 2nd most money to spend in free agency. Now, that changes a little bit when you bring in Lattimore, because you view him now basically, as he said, as a free agent addition. You're comparing Lattimore at $18 million for next year and the year after, or a free agent to be at that number or a little higher for a player of Lattimore's caliber on the open market. It's going to cost more than 18 to sign a guy like him. But with the 2nd most money to spend, the draft is not insignificant, but maybe a little less important, to your point, on the resources that you have. We're working our way through some of the compelling audio from the Adam Peters press conference today on Grant and Danny. We will talk to one of Lattimore's former teammates, Manti Te'o, coming up at the top of the hour on The Fan.
You're always trying to, and I'll say this probably 10 times in this in this presser, but just doing whatever you can to make your team better. And so looking down every avenue. So regardless of your record, if you can acquire a really, really good player, and right now he's making the minimum this year, so it's not super costly, and he's making a lot of money the next couple of years, and rightfully so. He's a really good player, but that's the market. So whether you're, whatever your record is, if you can add a really good player and you think it's the right move for your team, then you do it. And so, that was our thought process going into that.
That's Adam Peters on whether or not he had trepidation about trading a day 2 pick for Marshon Lattimore. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are live all over DC, home of the 7-2 Commanders. Last time they were 7-2 was 1996. Ken Harvey was on that team, had 9 sacks that year. The 4-time Pro Bowler in a terrific career is going to join us today at 5 o'clock to reminisce about that club and to talk about this year's Washington football outfit at 5 p.m. We're looking forward to that convo. Manti Te'o at the top of the hour. He played with Marshon Lattimore in New Orleans. Danny, what about the pairing so far of Quinn and Peters? One of the things that felt obvious to me that made me a little bit skeptical, although I'm such a Peters guy, frankly, no matter what he does, I'll see the positive in it. It's a glass half full situation. But when he chose Quinn, there was this feeling of that's probably the guy he wants to work with the most, because everyone sits down with Dan Quinn for an hour and goes, man, he'd be a fun guy to kick it with. But you look around the league, and I think what Peters wanted is what they have in Detroit with Holmes and with Dan Campbell. And in some of these other really healthy situations where the GM, Veach and the head coach, Reed, are just do everything together. You know what I'm saying? And I think in Washington that's happening where he and Dan Quinn, I don't know if they agree on everything. They certainly seem to publicly. They always seem to be on the exact same page. I wonder how much behind the scenes Dan Quinn is disagreeing or giving a strong opinion or dissenting. I hope there is plenty of that. But man, are they always in lockstep seemingly on everything that they do.
And that can be, and it's dangerous, and it looks terrible when it's going bad, right? I mean, think about those infuriating press conferences where Martin Mayhew is sitting next to Ron Rivera, and Rivera says something, some platitude, some catchphrase, whatever, and then Martin Mayhew's turning and goes, "Coach is absolutely right," and they double down. And
but when incompetent people are agreeing, that's bad. When people that are good at their jobs are agreeing, it can be good.
Sure, it can be, but I would also point that Bobby Beathard was pretty good at his job, so was Joe Gibbs, and they disagreed a lot, famously. And
I want them to disagree. I'm just saying we have no idea how much they do. It feels to me like maybe they're on the same page a ton, but I hope they are actually having some knockdown, drag out arguments.
And that's where I was going to go, is that we don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but in public, the unified front is delightful. The unified front is really, really good when the message is getting through, the culture is getting through. These are our points of emphasis, etc. Behind the scenes, who knows if they're arguing about a player or not, or a roster decision or not. And that's good that you can leave that there and, again, present that united front as famously Gibbs and Beathard did as well. So, yeah, I mean, I like that everyone's on the same page. I like there's an organizational philosophy. I like that they're adhering to it. And it's not just some fly-by-night thing that you say one thing and then, we're like, again, I keep picking on Rivera. We're going to have competition. We really are. Okay, we're going to compete everywhere. Well, not everywhere. Not all the time. But didn't you just say you were going to? And then you didn't. You know what I mean? Like if they say they're doing it, then they actually end up doing so, right? And any moves or adjustments therein seem to be, smartly thought of.
How dare you pick on Ron Rivera? It's not nice of you.
Sorry about it.
This was cut 8, Darius, if you could play that for me. This is actually Peters talking about the involvement they had together as a duo on this trade. This seems like an easy one when you go to the defensive-minded head coach who cut his teeth coaching secondary and said, hey, I want to trade for a guy who was an all-pro and a defensive rookie of the year at one point in time, who's still one of the best in the league at his position.
Yeah, DQ, I mean, every step of the way we're having a conversation. I'm keeping him updated. He's coaching this team, and he's doing a great job of coaching this team, and he allows me to do this, and so I'll just update him every day, whenever I have a conversation with somebody. And Okay, we're looking at this player, we're looking at that player. We'll give a cut up to him so he doesn't have to search through hours and hours of tape. We'll make him a cut up, and so he can look at those players. And he's got a great, he's seen so many players throughout the years, so he's very familiar with guys. He's awesome at evaluating, and so he's evaluated all these guys throughout the draft process too, as well. And he watches not just as a defensive guy, he watches, he's a head coach, and he watches the defense of other teams. So he's got great experience, and it's just really constant communication. And all right, does this guy fit what we do? How does he fit what we do? What are the things we would need to work on? And I just can't. I'm so thankful that I'm with a head coach like that has zero ego and a ton of trust, and just fun to be around all the time. And I can learn a ton from him, and I already have.
That is the prepossessing Adam Peters, just a handsome fellow, talking today out in Ashburn. He's got the Midas touch so far. Everything he is touching is turning to gold for 7-2 Washington. It's early in his tenure, but he's got a really high batting average. It's a good time to be Adam Peters. We'll talk to Manti Te'o next. He played with Marshawn Lattimore. What kind of player is Washington getting? What kind of guy in the locker room? What kind of teammate? He'll give us some insight on that. Plus his take on what Jaden Daniels has been able to pull off as a rookie in the National Football League, as a guy who had a tough transition from being a college superstar to the NFL. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. all over DC on our flagship 106.7 The Fan, and now in Richmond for the next 3 hours, AM 910 FM 105.1. Wherever you are on the Odyssey app, you can be listening to us. Pause, rewind the show all over the country on that app for free. You can also watch us for free online, streaming in high definition, the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Thank you for checking us out there. Grant and Danny brought to you, as always, by our friends Condori and Murad. That law firm's going to take care of you. They're exclusive sponsor of this show. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. On the guest hotline, we are joined right now by a former all-time great collegiately at Notre Dame, played in a national championship game, drafted to the NFL as a linebacker, played with the Chargers and the Saints, among other stops. Manti Te'o is with us on G&D, Sirius XM NFL Radio's own. You can hear Manti every Tuesday as he co-hosts Airing It Out with Bob Papa from 10 a.m. until noon Eastern on Sirius XM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and on the Sirius XM app. Manti, thanks for joining us in D.C. How are you, man?
What's up, guys, man? Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Pleasure, man. It's really cool to talk to you. Tell us about Marshon Lattimore, new. I still can't get the name right out of my mouth, but new Washington cornerback, man.
Man, what's not to talk about with Marshon? One of the best teammates that I've ever had. We drafted him in 2017. It was my first year with New Orleans. I just came from San Diego, and let me tell you something about Marshon. You know, Washington is getting one of the best cornerbacks in the National Football League. And he's really good at what he does because he's super competitive. You know, I think we've all seen his battles with Mike Evans, but the fact of the matter is Marshon battles with everybody like that. Like, you should have seen the battles that Marshon had with Michael Thomas in practice. And so that's the type of caliber guy that the Washington Commanders are getting. And I'm so excited for him because we saw what Dan Quinn was able to do throughout his career, especially with, you know, his corners coming from the Cowboys and doing the things that he did with Biggs and Lattimore and all of them. It's just going to be something that I'm really excited to see my brother go over there and ball.
You said he was one of the best teammates you've ever had. What made him such a great teammate?
You know, he was somebody where you could depend on him. You know, I never had to worry about Marshon studying film. I never had to worry about Marshon being ready to go. Marshon was somebody that I didn't have to worry about that side of the field with him. You know, he always understood what his job was. And more importantly, he executed that job at a rate that not a lot of people in the NFL could execute it at. And so for me, being the Mike linebacker, for me being the green dot on the team at times, having to not worry about one of the other 10 guys on the field at any given time was such a bonus. And that goes to show not only his ability to perform between the whistles, but the preparation that he was doing in the film room, at home. It all culminated to the success that we saw, and we were so accustomed to seeing him do on the football field in New Orleans for so many years. So that's what made him a great teammate. You know, Marshon doesn't really talk a lot. He's not a vocal guy, and he's somebody that comes to work and just puts the work in, and he competes and he produces at a high level. And for me, that's what made him a great teammate.
Manti Te'o with us here on G&D in Washington, D.C. So in terms of schematics, Manti, like what would he fit best? I get the sense he could probably do anything, but what would be his best fit in terms of how you deploy Marshon Lattimore?
Well, he could really do anything. I think the thing about Marshon is he does the most complicated and most challenging things about the cornerback position very, very well. He plays man-to-man very, very well. So I think if you're a coach and you're looking for the prototypical corner, you would prefer a corner that could play man-to-man over zone coverage. And knowing, you know, what Dan Quinn has liked to do over the years, he likes to run that split safety. You know, this year he started to run a one high, doing some cover one man, and that aligns well perfectly with Marshon Lattimore and the things that he likes to do. He's very physical, but he's also very instinctual, and so that also allows him, when you want to run some zone, that he knows based on splits, he knows based on the tendencies of that certain receiver, I was able to see it when he would go, against Julio Jones, week in and week out, twice a year. Just the type of preparation that he went through to ensure that he knew wherever Julio was lining up, what type of route concepts were coming there. So when he was in man, he knew what to expect. When he was in zone, he also knew what to expect. So he can play really anything. And I know people say that a lot about corners and certain players, but honestly, there are not a lot of corners that can play both. And Marshawn is one of those special individuals and special cornerbacks that he honestly can play both, and he's exceptional at both. So, I think he fits very well with Dan Quinn's system.
This is tremendous insight from Manti Te'o, who played in New Orleans for 3 seasons, of course, after his days, and then San Diego with the Chargers. He's joining us on Grant and Danny. You can listen to him on SiriusXM NFL Radio, now in the analyst game, in the media with us, talking ball, which we can talk about that transition with you in just a few minutes, Manti. But another one on Lattimore for me. You mentioned those epic, and they were truly, legitimately epic matchups with Mike Evans. Like, those were matchups heard around the country. What is it about his mindset that leads to either that showdown or some of the others that you referenced, where it just seems like he lives for that, whatever that is, like going head to head? We were talking to a beat reporter who covered him in New Orleans and saying, like, he's better off covering a number 1 than a number 3 because he gets up for the number 1.
Yeah, Marshawn is a giant slayer, and then that's not saying that he's a small dude. He's a giant in himself. But he's somebody that he always wants to go against the best. Like I said, everybody's seen the battles against Mike Evans, but the thing about Marshawn is he was like that in practice, with Michael Thomas, and they were former teammates at Ohio State, and they kept that same type of competitive nature at practice. Like, those two would just go at each other, and that was the thing. That's the thing that you want on your team, is a guy who's not afraid to compete, a guy who's not going to take no crap from nobody. That's one thing about Marshawn is very solid in who he is, not only as a football player, but as a human being. And he's not going to take any type of crap from nobody. And he's never going to back down. And, the type of mentality and culture that I see Dan Quinn building over there, not with just Jaden Daniels, but with Bobby Wagner in the middle of that defense. That's the type of defense that I feel that he's building. And what a great piece for him to add with Marshawn Lattimore, where I know how it felt to have Marshawn out there as a Mike linebacker. I know Bobby's going to enjoy having him, and it might remind him a lot about when he had LOB out there and Richard Sherman, where he didn't have to worry about a lot of that stuff with certain guys on the field. So it's going to be some territory that I think Bobby has been in, having that confidence in a secondary, and having that confidence in that part of the field where Marshawn is going to be, and having a guy just like Richard Sherman that's very, very confident in who he is. Like, he's not going to back down from anybody, and he's going to compete. So that's kind of Marshawn in a nutshell. That's kind of what you've seen with those Mike Evans battles, and that's what you're going to see, now that he has the Washington Commanders jersey on.
Manti, we've obviously gone through his strengths, and he's such a good player. Talking about Marshawn Lattimore, where is he maybe not as strong? Certain elements or areas, like if you had to go against him, how would you attack him? Or, is there really no weakness at this point, relatively?
Marshawn's weakness, I don't think, that Marshawn does things exceptionally well, and there's things that he does well. I don't think there's anything that he does bad. I don't think you become an all-pro player, a Pro Bowl player in his career by doing more bad things than good. I think with Sean, sometimes when he gets so emotional about any given part of the game, it may distract him just a little, but he's not one of those players where it'll get him all bent out of shape where it affects his play. He might need some time on the sideline when he gets riled up to just collect his thoughts. And as a leader, I knew when to get on Marshawn. I knew also when to leave him alone. And Bobby Wagner, he's been the veteran and been one of the best linebackers in the game and one of the best leaders in the game. I know perfectly well that Bobby's going to feel him out real quick. And so with Sean, he's so critical of himself. I would say I think that's the main thing. He's so critical of himself that sometimes he'll get within himself, and as a leader, you just got to know when to pick him up or when you just let him go and let him deal with it on his own. And that's kind of Sean in a nutshell.
Manti Te'o is with us here on Grant and Danny on the Fan. Manti, I want to go around the rest of the Commanders and bounce around the NFL with you a little bit, but my last one on Marshawn would be, you're the second person we've had on who said he's a pretty quiet guy. Specifically with the media, he doesn't talk a whole lot in New Orleans. I have a buddy that covers the Saints who's been there for almost a couple of years now. He's talked to him like twice, he said. Is he more in the locker room with the guys, like a pretty outgoing, big personality, or does he keep to himself even in the locker room and he's just not that comfortable on camera?
No, he's a guy who keeps to himself. That's how Sean is. But Sean doesn't really say much, but it's not like he's antisocial. Sean is really social. It's just he's not someone in that you're going to hear him before you see him, and that's the type of people I like to be around. Is that I don't like to be around the talkers. Like Marshawn is a walker, you know what I mean? He walks the walk. He when he needs to talk, he'll talk, but he'd rather not. And I think that's what makes him so special, is for somebody that has achieved all the things that he's achieved and has played at a level at that position against some tough competition and has succeeded year in and year out. He doesn't really talk a lot. And, that's just going to be a feel for you guys. Now that you have him, it's going to be a feel that for the guys that are in that locker room. But that's the type of guy I think that you want. You don't want somebody, especially for the Washington Commanders, that has something so good going on right now, to bring in a prima donna that's going to come in there, talk, and just rile things up to a level where what's been built so far in Washington kind of gets halted to a certain point. You want somebody like Marshawn, who doesn't really say much, lines up, gets the work done, and executes at a high level, and he's going to be a tremendous weapon for that team. So, yeah, he's not a real big talker. He's more of a walker, and in my opinion, that's what you want in your huddle.
Manti Te'o with us here on G&D. So let's go to Washington at large, Manti. What have you made of this renaissance? I mean, we're not used to this around these parts. We don't do 7-2. Last time was I was junior in high school getting my driver's license when that happened. It has been a minute, but this is as much fun as we've had in decades. Outside looking in, what are your thoughts?
I think it's a great blend of young talent and old talent. Young talent being Jaden Daniels, extremely athletic, a really good leader. From what I've been hearing, he's the first one in the building, and that's what you want to hear about your leader on that team. But then also just the strategy of having somebody like Bobby Wagner. There's something to say about having somebody in that locker room, especially in a leadership position, like a Mike linebacker or like a safety or a quarterback, that has been there, done that. You know what I mean? And to have somebody like Bobby Wagner in that locker room, but then also with Bobby's relationship with Dan Quinn, it's just a perfect marriage of the two. And then you put Jaden Daniels with that offensive system. It's perfect for him. I think it was a great situation for him to walk into. I'm happy for him. He holds himself well. He's very, very mature, and it seems like he keeps the main thing, and that's football. And that's what you want for your franchise, the face of your franchise, and then to also have a big bro in Bobby Wagner, and you have Frank Louvu and all of those guys to help him in his maturation phase. And it's been so nice to see. Austin Eckler has been playing well. Brian Robinson Jr. has been playing very, very well. And then to see McLaurin, come into his own, and finally for all of these years to have a quarterback where they really spotlight him and they get him the ball, having 2 touchdowns last week. That was huge. And I know with him lining up on the left side of the offense all the time, and then that to choose when he's going to line up on the right to win that game against the Bengals late, that just goes to show the growth of that franchise, and it's good to see. I'm happy to see it, and I'm looking forward to more things in the future.
Manti, you're on the outside looking in, not sitting here in D.C. I have a hard time envisioning someone saying the Eagles have been better this year, but that's different than saying that the Eagles might still win the division. If you had to pick between Philly and Washington, what appears like a two-horse race in the NFC East right now.
Washington.
Really?
Washington, by far. By far.
Why do you
And the
think they're
reason why I
better?
say by far, I think they're better because culturally their identity is more solid. You know, I think if you look at, I'm a big believer in culture. I think culture says a lot about a football team as far as their direction, that all 53 or however many people are, you know, are in that locker room, they're all heading in the right direction. I think at certain points of the year, you've kind of heard about, you know, how things may be, people may be going in different directions down there in Philadelphia. You see the antics that Sirianni has had on the sideline with people in their home stadium, you know, and you don't see that with Dan Quinn. And when you have a team that everybody's pushing in the same direction, you have a team that shows that belief. Like, there is no panic. There was no panic when they hit that Hail Mary against the Bears. There was no panic when they won the game late against the Bengals. There was just total belief. You see a Jaden Daniels that's looking at the sideline, you know, telling his offensive coordinator, Cliff Kingsbury, to get the call in. You see Bobby Wagner and Frank Louvu after Jaden Daniels throws that Hail Mary. The first ones to greet him is Bobby Wagner and Frank Louvu. When you see that type of stuff, in my opinion, that's the stuff that makes championship caliber teams. It's that culture. Philadelphia has a lot of good players. Saquon Barkley just jumped over somebody backwards last week. But that culture isn't as fine-tuned as the locker room culture in Washington at this time. And so that's why I say, without even hesitating, that's Washington for me.
Where does Washington rank in the NFC for you then, Manti?
They rank 2, and that's right behind Detroit Lions. Detroit right now is playing at a level it's hard not to put them as the best team in the National Football League, and I put Detroit above Kansas City, who's undefeated. But Detroit right now, in my opinion, is number 1, and right behind them, you know, in a very close second, is Washington Commanders.
Wow. Good to hear from someone who's not sitting in D.C. With ties to the team. It means even more.
Yeah.
Manti, awesome insight. This was a lot of fun. Really appreciate it. Hopefully we'll do it again down the road.
I appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Thank you, buddy.
Be good. There's Manti Te'o, superstar at Notre Dame, NFL linebacker for many years as well. Again, he's on Sirius XM, NFL Radio, airing it out with Bob Papa, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern every Tuesday. And you can see him on NFL Network as well. Sirius XM app, Channel 88, over on SXM. He was really good, Danny. That was cool to talk to him.
Yeah, that was really neat. I love that kind of insight, right? Because, you know, you've already been in the league a little bit, and then you welcome, you know, the first round pick with a decent amount of hype. And how does he fit in? You know, 'cause think about how many times you walked in, you know, as the underclassman with a bunch of upperclassmen, and they hate your guts just on principle because, like, you dared open your mouth at the first meeting or whatever, right? I mean, that's a normal thing, and effusive in his praise about Marshawn Lattimore, right? For the guys in the locker room, he's there. He may not be great with you, Ryan, the media, but who cares about that, right? He's there for his dudes. He makes quick adjustments. He's uber talented, can do a little bit of everything. And it sounds like they got themselves a good one.
Ryan Clary's a Notre Dame fan. I don't know how many people know that about him. They know he's a Yankees fan, but he loves the Fighting Irish. He's a big Notre Dame mark. He makes excuses for their bad loss every year. He loves Notre Dame. I'm curious, Clary, how that went. I bet you were kind of fired up to talk to your boy Manti.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was my favorite player by far growing up. I mean, 2012 was the best year of my life for RG3.
Growing up, by the way.
Growing
just as
up.
a quick side. Growing up. That's all.
I was 12, 13 years old back. That was the RG3 season.
Mm-hmm.
The Nats made the playoffs. And then, of course, Notre Dame made the national championship and got stomped. But then Manti Te'o came on the scene, almost won the Heisman that year. And just saying, he called me bro not once, but twice. I'm his bro.
Oh, good for you.
Seems like he's a bro guy. Like, he's probably going to call a lot of people bro, right?
No. I'm his bro. He called me bro.
You think that was a bond?
Yeah,
Darius,
he was like,
I want to know.
You're a big Notre Dame fan, right, bro? Like, I think that's how he phrased it.
Might have.
Yeah.
Darius, I want to know from you. You got to be a fly on the wall there. On a scale of normal to marking out, where was Ryan on that interaction with Manti on the phone?
This was I want to say an all-time mark out.
No way.
Yeah, I think you could just feel the exuberance from him.
Did he say I'm a Notre Dame fan at some point?
He actually didn't. I'm surprised he didn't point that out. So
Wow.
maybe that's where we go a notch below all-time mark. But yeah, you could just feel the excitement on the other side of the table here in the producer studio.
I will say this, like I kept it professional, but there was a part of me that really just wanted to say, like, hey man, like you're like one of my heroes. I did not say that, but I really wanted.
Yeah, I was gonna say you didn't say it specifically, but your voice did. So I actually did my little talk back right at the beginning as we're getting him on. I'm going, "You okay, dude?" Like, and he's like, like just couldn't stop being so effusive about it. So Ryan's very polite and he's good at what he does. So normally I bring a guest on. He's like, "Hey, it's Ryan with the Great Danny Show. You ready to hop on with the guys?" Awesome. Put you on hold, man. We'll get you right in a second. Normal, ready to deliver. This was like, "Hey, Manti, are you ready to come on with Great Danny? I couldn't be more excited to have you on. Great, the boys will get you in 1 second." There's a difference. The words were similar, but he's like popping up and down in his chair, He was a kid.
Well, Rhino, I think you could have absolutely told him that. I mean, there is a decorum that we're looking for where obviously we don't want to, be asking for autographs and getting pictures with the guys on the job. But I think that would have been perfectly fine if you called him up and like, "Hey, by the way, Manti, big Notre Dame fan, huge fan of yours, man. Keep up the good work." Whatever. You could have done something like that.
I know I could have done something like that. It just, I don't know, man. I just choked and I was like, let's just stay professional here. And I mean, he called me his bro, so like maybe he's like going to invite me to lunch later. I don't know at this point in time, but I guess we'll just have to see.
People are so mean, by the way, Danny. What year was he? By the way, he was the victim. Okay, he was not like the perpetrator. He was the victim of one of the worst thing that's happened to anybody publicly, probably like as a young athlete of my lifetime.
Unique stories I can ever remember.
Wild, right? He got catfished, and it was very embarrassing and a terrible situation. But I bring this up to say, what year was that? Does anybody remember?
So that's right around then, 2011, 2012, I think.
It was right after the national championships of 2012.
Okay. So it's been 12 years. And people stink. And I know Twitter's a cesspool, and I've done my best to stay off social media for the most part today as it is. But this guy goes, "What's his girlfriend think?" I got people saying, "Has he met Marshawn Lattimore? Just talk to him long distance." Like, it's been 12 years, man. The guy got catfished. Like, he was the victim of something awful. We're still getting our zings off. Like, I don't know. It's not like he pulled one over on you and you get to go back at him now. That guy was just busy living his life, got screwed over by someone, and 12 years later, you're still just making fun of the dude.
Yeah, and that's kind of my point is when I watched that documentary on Netflix, which, by the way, is great, and it's also infuriating, right? Because they let the perpetrator of the hoax speak without challenging that person.
Right. They made the bad guy, for lack of a better phrase, look like this sympathetic figure. And
it's the price you have to pay to get that person on the record. So I understand that I'm a grown-up. I can deal with it. But still, so watching it and then discussing it, and it's like, cry me a river. There's way worse victims out there. I fully understand that. There's a spectrum and there's a scale. All I'm saying is you just illustrated the point. 12 years later, no one's mentioning college, defensive player of the year in college football, one of the stars of the game, an 8-year NFL career. Did you play 8 years in the NFL? Person joning about something? All he did was nothing wrong, and that's what he's known for forever. That's all. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why it's so absurd what happened to him. So yeah, I mean, you're 100% right. It's unfair, but that's the reality. It's like that's what he's going to be known for forever. Not all the awesome stuff that he's done and gotten to do.
At 4:00 today, coming up in about 35 minutes, right here on the Fan, we've got tickets to Iron Maiden at CFG Bank Arena. And at 4:30 today, we're giving away Wizards tickets to their upcoming game on a Wednesday as well. It's a Wizards Wednesday, so we're fired up about that. So you got to be listening next hour for those opportunities to win tickets. Double play at 3:45 this hour right here on Grant and Danny. As always, I am out and about today. I am still in D.C., but right over near Capital One Arena. I'm at the Monumental Sports headquarters. I'll be doing an altcast tonight, little Manning cast style broadcast. It'll be myself, Stanley Cup hero Devontae Smith-Pelly hanging out on set. Yep, DSP tonight, which is cool. I wonder if he'll have his teeth in or out. Remember when he would pop his teeth out while he was talking to us?
Yeah, I feel like this is an in-teeth situation because it's
Seems
television, but I think it might be worth it, middle of the second period. DSP, could you just answer this question with teeth out?
I remember we were talking to him about because he's like, yeah, I could just take these out if I want. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, so if I'm going on a date or, going out for a nice dinner, I'll throw a nice shirt on, put my teeth in. It's just like, how old are you? What is going on here? That's the life of a hockey player.
Yeah.
Though. That happens.
He's missing a lot of teeth.
DSP will be with us, and then Tarek El-Bashir as well. Tress Way is going to be calling in among our guests tonight, so we'll have a good time on the Oldcast. If you want to watch the Caps, watch us, watch them, watch with us. You can see the game and us at the same time. Kind of cool. We'll be over at the arena tonight. There is a chance when they score, though, we're going to hear the siren and the reaction because we're in the concourse.
Oh, right.
And there's a slight delay, right? So we're going to hear everything and be like, all right, maybe we'll monitor the game here for the next couple of seconds. Something good.
Yeah, now's a good time to pay attention to the game, fellas.
Might be about to happen. So that should be fun. But I am looking forward to that. Trade deadline in the rear view in the National Football League. I think you can make the case the Commanders made the best deal, got the most impact player back of the batch of deals that happened yesterday. Overall, short list, but here are some of the trades kind of rapid fire right at the top that'll end up being the biggest names that were moved. And this is over a few weeks leading up to the deadline. Lattimore to Washington. Devontae Adams to the Jets will go down as a Hall of Famer. DeAndre Hopkins, probably a Hall of Famer as well. He ends up in Kansas City. By the way, we saw him catch 2 touchdowns the other night on Monday Night Football, Danny. Immediate impact for them in his first home game.
It's super fun to go up against that in fantasy with money on the line. So that happened. But yeah, that's the natural fit, right? Of course he's working out there. Precise route runner. Maybe doesn't have the burst or speed he did a handful of years ago, but I bet you that won't matter. He's going to get plenty of targets. They needed something besides, now it's Hunt out of the backfield, which, by the way, is crazy. What year is this? Kelsey, a couple times has dipped into the fountain of youth. Those look pretty good. They needed a receiver, and I think they got one.
Amari Cooper played and had 1 catch for 3 yards on the 27th of October. Did not play more recently here, and then had 4 for 66 in his first game. So off to a bit of a shaky start in his time in Buffalo. They got to get him on the field healthy and helping them out. But the Bills bring him in. The Ravens, speaking of not getting anything, Deontay Johnson made his Birds debut this past week. He got blanked, completely shut out off the stat sheet.
I think he will have an impact, but I think it's just going to be an ensemble thing there in Baltimore. I think they
agreed.
Looked at it as if to say, we need one more weapon in case. Like, we get stuck in that game.
But that's what the Washington conversation was.
Exactly.
But this is why I didn't want to trade a pick for a wide receiver. You bring in a wide receiver, there's going to be a lot of weeks, Danny, where that guy has 1 for 13, 2 for 27, 3 for 36 is like he helped you a bunch today. It's the Noah Brown, the Ami Brown thing.
Right.
This offense is not a pass-first offense, and it's certainly not a wide receivers put up numbers offense outside of Terry McLaurin. It's Terry and the Misfit Toys, essentially. It's if they're a band, it's Terry and the Wanderers or whatever, right?
Totally. Yeah, Baltimore makes this move, and the one that I was advocating for. Again, I didn't want to part with anything significant, but it would be it's not for this week. It's not when you play Carolina. It's that January move, and if you're going to be around there, that's kind of that one, and that's how I view that. I think that's how they viewed it too. It's a nice thing to have in the bag. Down in, down out. You got the MVP rolling an MVP clip, having his best season, which includes 2 MVP seasons, by the way. This offense is humming with him and Derrick Henry and Bateman and Flowers, and Andrews coming on lately. Likely's still there. So, yeah, I mean, they don't need him most weeks. You're right.
The Steelers made 2 trades. They bring in Mike Williams at wide receiver, big physical downfield threat, longtime Charger, was with the Jets. Never really hit it off, it didn't seem like, with Aaron Rodgers. I saw he told the media in Pittsburgh today, no hard feelings, but basically his early season injury, not being able to be there throughout the offseason program and training camp. Him and Aaron probably never really got on the same page. He said he's very demanding in particular, and I just didn't have enough time to kind of get in his trust tree, so to speak, to do everything exactly how I needed to. And he wasn't taking a shot at Rodgers, it didn't sound like. I thought that was pretty professional way to handle it. Preston Smith, the edge rusher formerly of Washington and Green Bay, also traded to the Steelers, so he'll be at Northwest Stadium to take on the Commanders this weekend. And then speaking of Smiths who come off the edge, his former teammate in Green Bay, Zadarius Smith to the Detroit Lions. I think other than Lattimore to Washington and maybe the way things are trending for the Chiefs offense, the move they made to get a wide receiver and to get help from DeAndre Hopkins, I think that Zadarius Smith to the Lions to replace one of the best pass rushers in the league who's now hurt is probably going to go down as the biggest move that was made.
Yeah, so I would throw a couple others in there too. The Vikings adding Cam Robinson, I think, is a huge one after Christian Darrisaw went down
It's a good
from
one.
the Jaguars. But yeah, I think your point's well seen here. You look at Detroit, a dire need once Hutchinson gets injured. They probably could have used Smith anyway, honestly, opposite Hutchinson, or at least as another part-time guy as a pass rusher. But now that Hutchinson is done, you really 100% needed that. And it didn't cost you very much. 5th and a 6th, get a 7th back end, Zadarius Smith. That makes a lot of sense for a Detroit team that's got Super Bowl aspirations.
Cam Robinson to Minnesota and Cam Akers also, a couple of Cams, traded to Minnesota,
Only
a good
Cams.
team that got better. The Ravens did make a move. They brought in Tre'Davious White. They wanted a corner. They were sniffing around on
That's
Marshawn Lattimore and just couldn't make it work. So they had to settle for Tre'Davious White, the former Buffalo Bill. One other move I'll mention just because I think that it could be interesting as we go forward here was Khalil Herbert to the Bengals. They've basically become Chase Brown only in the backfield there. I could see him factoring into the conversation of workload as a running back. But I'm with you. You could throw Robinson into that mix at left tackle as a really good fit, but there are probably 4 or 5 obvious slam dunk, clear additions for contenders at areas where they weren't good enough, including Lattimore to Washington on a very short list that's in the running to potentially end up being the best move anybody made at this deadline.
Without a doubt. And I think that's the conversation, right? Like, eye the beholder there. You could say it's first, it's third, it's fourth. You're not going too far down the list, right? In terms of most impactful, best fit moves that make the most sense. And I think they paid a premium. I think when you look at some of the trade deadline deals, not a lot of first or second rounders going. So in terms of cost and acquisition, but it's reflective of what you said already. There were a couple teams that were in. I mean, Baltimore had to settle for Tre'Davious White. That's not who they wanted. Now, they got somebody probably going to upgrade a little bit. They didn't pay much, but this is not 3 years ago Tre'Davious White. This is current Tre'Davious White that was, in and out of the lineup there for the Rams. So in terms of a premium position, premium player, Washington paid a steep price, but it made a lot of sense.
Top of the hour, if you want tickets, we've got them right at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. We've got your tickets right here on Grant and Danny all week long to go see Iron Maiden. And at 4:30, we're giving away ticks on a Wizards Wednesday as well. Double play is next. You will hear from Dan Quinn today at 6 o'clock on G&D. But at 5 o'clock, Ken Harvey was on the 1996 Redskins. The last time in town we had a 7-2 football team. We'll ask him about that club at 5 on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Wiz next back in action on Friday, 8 p.m. tip in Memphis against the Grizzlies. Their last game was against the Warriors on Monday, and despite getting complimented after the game by Draymond Green as Golden State moved to 6-1, Washington dropped a 125-112 game. They battled, though. They lost the second half by eventually about 4 points, but they scratched and clawed. There were a couple of possessions. I'm sure there are clips that have gone around the internet we could try to find and maybe let listeners check out if we could link them. But I thought like Keshawn George just getting up on people, playing defense, man-to-man, one-on-one, seeing Alex Sarr play as hard as he does, 10 and 11 for him, double-double. They actually played a pretty entertaining game. And I didn't know Golden State was going to be any good. Maybe they won't be. But the Warriors, what felt like were dead. It's over. They're 6-1 now.
Yeah. With kind of this new retooled thing. It's
kind of like the Caps. They kept a couple guys and removed everybody else.
Had to move on from Klay Thompson, which still super weird to say. The Splash Brothers are no more, but he's in Dallas, of course. But yeah, I mean, there were a couple of really cool moments too in that game the other night. Like Alex Sarr going end to end. This 7-footer looks like it almost like when he's got the ball in the open court, it's almost like he just escaped from something. He's sort of looking around like, should I be doing this? And it's like, screw it, here I am. Taking a guy off the dribble, hitting the kind of like a little mid-range floater like he's a guard. I'm telling you, there are intriguing things with this group. Koulibaly is the closest they have to a guy that's going to be a star. I don't know if he's like an alpha superstar, right? Where if you got him, you got 50 wins. There are very few of those guys, but he is going to be at minimum a really helpful piece on a competitive team at some point in the not too distant future. And it may already be here, to be honest with you. I'd love to see him on a 50-win club right now and how they would use him. It wouldn't be an offensive focal point, but he could get his. Like, there are fun pieces for this group right now. And that's what I like. You said it earlier in the show. I think you're 100% right. Give me young players competing hard. There's a point to it. Thank you. I don't need to see it from veterans. I don't need to see Bradley Beal going 40 minutes a night for a 31-win team. No thanks. Give me this.
Cap spread's the only matchup in town tonight. It is time for our double play, though, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
I had sweet potatoes with my dinner last night, and then my leftovers here today for lunch. A little bit of like a sad set of leftovers, if I'm being honest with you. But the sweet potato, I feel like I never experienced a sweet potato other than the sweet potato fry alternative on occasion, or sweet potatoes at Thanksgiving. Now, I know this is not in your purview, Grant, so you can just take a time out here if you want to. You're welcome to ask questions, obviously.
I have an anti-sweet potato platform.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, pretty standard. The roasted kind of oven-baked sweet potato plays. I usually think of them with the marshmallow on top and all sorts of brown sugar and sort of like a dessert on my Thanksgiving plate as kind of a palate cleanse when I'm going gravy, stuffing, mashed potatoes, right? And then the occasional turkey, just you have to choke down out of courtesy, but it's really about the sides and carbs. But that sweet potato situation, that casserole is always so delicious. Just the roasted sweet potato, that really plays as a nice alternative to whatever your main dish is, especially if you've got like a meat situation going and that meat's a little bit salty. Then you get yourself a little bit of sweet, not a lot of sweet. It's not dessert. It's not a dessert potato, but that's roasted sweet potato really, really was strong. And that was my favorite part of my lunch/dinner from last night.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I got for you.
Are we doing food themed? I've got a food themed item we
you
can
want
do.
Food theme. You won't do it.
Let's go to my double play. Reese's Cups should be eaten frozen. I was surprised by how many people already know about this trick because I created this very recently within the last few years. When you get a Reese's Cup, you should put it in your freezer. You should not eat it until it's hardened and ice cold.
Until it's James.
When you do that, you'll never again enjoy a room temperature Reese's Cup as much as you once had. I can't now eat Reese's Cups and think that they're great. They could be okay. I can eat them and part of the taste is fine, but a room temperature Reese's Cup is meh. A frozen Reese's Cup, excellent. And if you really want to do it up nice, if you really want to have a good time, unwrap the Reese's Cup and just throw it right into the ice tray. Unwrap the Reese's Cup and just throw it loose into, maybe you've got a little area right on the top of the freezer where you could put it on something. so that it's open air, cold, in the freezer, frozen, and it's no longer in the wrapping. That's really how we do the good stuff. But a frozen chocolate and peanut butter treat, Danny, you'll never go back.
It's very good. The thing that you and I disagree on here is the disrespect of just the regular room temperature Reese's Peanut Butter Cup.
Passable.
Filled with joy. Kind of perfect. And it's great to eat another way, too. You got a frozen one, I'll eat that. You got a room temperature one? If Grant doesn't want it, you pass it right here. It's going right in my fat face. I can't wait to. In fact, I've been poaching them from my kids. Just sitting there in their candy bucket. We're like, 2 pieces of candy with dinner, guys. And meanwhile, I'll have 7 the instant they leave the room, just shoving something in my face because I'm a disgusting monster who gets stomach aches afterwards, but I can't stop anyway. Yeah, the room temperature Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, it's peanut butter and chocolate, man. You know what I mean? We're not talking about some sort of weird thing that has to be a different subset of chemicals or have to be rearranged with some other stimuli. Peanut butter and chocolate goes.
No, it's good. I mean, again, the floor is, it's fine. But what about the ceiling? What about doing it as good as you can get it, which is frozen? I ate Thin Mints throughout my childhood. I've always loved Thin Mints. I got my own place. I became a big boy, graduated high school, moved up to Northern Virginia, lived in Alexandria, went to the George Mason University. And one of my first things I did was I said, look, I'm a grown-up now. I got to go find some Girl Scout cookies and eat those until all the boxes are gone because no one can tell me not to. And that's what I did. And for my entire formative years, I always ate Girl Scout cookies at room temperature. And then one time, Danny, I said, let me put these in the freezer. Let me see what happens.
On a whim, you did that.
I'll never eat a Girl Scout cookie Thin Mint, ever, without it being 32 degrees or whatever it is in your freezer again. 30 degrees. It's not going to happen. I won't eat another room. You got Thin Mints? That's awesome. Hey, Grant, come over here. Get a Thin Mint. It's warm. It's a little sweaty. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wrap it in a little napkin or something.
All right,
I'm going to put it in my pocket. I'm going to take it home, and I'm going to throw it in the freezer.
Like if somebody knows somebody who has a Girl Scout, because that's the only way to get Girl Scout cookies, by the way. Like I would love to just buy them all the time, and then I'll give someone credit. I'll write in the name of your Girl Scout, but it's only once a year at these weird times, and you have to know somebody whose daughters are Girl Scout. It's the dumbest thing ever. John Mulaney has a great stand-up about this. You're hungry. I'm not talking about not hungry, Grant, because that guy's dismissive. You're hungry. You've had a lunch, but you want something extra. Talking about the dessert. There's a fresh, open box. I just opened that box of Thin Mints. You're going to not eat a Thin Mint right there.
And I'm hungry.
And you're hungry.
How hungry, 1 to 10?
That's a great question. You've eaten, but you need the dessert. It's that I need the dessert hunger.
Yeah. It's like
right?
that little
like,
tingle for something sweet.
Yeah, if you're going out of this room at all, could you go down the street and get me a cookie? Like that level of hunger that you've got. I know I'm talking about my sweet spot because I know my guy. You've had your lunch. It was a salty lunch, right? You got your Coke Zero. It's right here. I'm sitting in your seat. Okay, this is the Coke Zero. It's sitting right there.
Yeah.
And you are offered a sleeve of Thin Mints. You're not going to eat a Thin Mint.
I'm going to take the Thin Mints for sure.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go put them in a freezer.
Unbelievable.
I'm going to wait a few minutes until they're good and cold.
Unbelievable.
Hard. Now, you know this move, though. I will actually open the sleeve, tear them completely open, and pour them into the ice chest, loose with all the ice cubes. Now, that ricks my wife.
Oh, human beings, it ricks.
Yeah. She gets so salty. Because, like, you make ice water a week later, and it tastes like a Thin Mint,
What, am I having toothpaste water? What is this?
Exactly. And there's, like, smeared, like, chocolate on some of the ice cubes or whatever. So, she is not a fan. So, that's more of a if you live alone kind of situation. So, what I've tried to do is I've tried to hedge my bets a little bit. I'll just get a bowl or something, and I'll put them in a bowl open air in the freezer next to the ice cube so that she doesn't get a salty dog cafe on me. But they need to be open air. It's not good enough anymore just to have the sleeve in there. That's fine too, but let's do it. Let's go best case scenario. Let's get Marshawn Lattimore peak of his powers. Let's go pick off some passes, shut some wide receiver ones down. Why not? Top of the hour, Danny. We're giving away tickets. Iron Maiden ahead of the Beltway Blitz right here on G&D. Caller 10, 800-636-1067. You are winning tickets to Iron Maiden, the Future Past World Tour, Tuesday, November 12th, CFG Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/event. You'll have another chance to win those tickets tomorrow ahead of the Blitz right here at 4 o'clock. We are giving away tickets on a Wizards Wednesday to see the Wiz and the Pistons on Military Appreciation Night coming up over at Capital One Arena. So make sure you're listening in a half hour right at 4:30 if you want those tickets. Start of next segment here on Grant and Danny. DR, before we get to the Beltway Blitz, some practice injury updates and notes from camp today out in Ashburn. Zach Ertz didn't participate with what they're just deeming as rest, so he should be fine. Marshawn Lattimore would have been his first practice with the team. Remember, he's nursing some type of hamstring injury. Doesn't seem like they're that concerned, but he did not practice today. Cornelius Lucas, with that ankle problem he's been dealing with, still not back on the field. He didn't practice once last week. That would be more alarming and worrisome had Brandon Coleman not pitched a shutout against Brian Burns and been awesome. But still, Lucas had been their highest graded offensive lineman via PFF this year, has been playing well, splitting time with Coleman, so you want him healthy. And then the last guy not on the practice field today, listed as DNP with a right hip, kicker Austin Seibert. That one's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that gets cleaned up and he's fine tomorrow. But lingering things like that happen. We've seen it happen against Washington with the Giants kickers. Like if you play against Washington and you're a Giant kicker, you're going to have a groin or something's going to pop
games,
up. Yeah, you saw it with Minnesota with their young kicker sensation who hadn't missed all year, then all of a sudden misses a bunch, and now he's on injured reserve. You don't want anything like that to creep up.
It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL and the Commanders, but let's start things off on the ice. Bailey Johnson covers the Caps for the Washington Post. Bailey, why don't we begin with tonight's game? They're playing the Preds. What do we need to know about the home matchup over at Capital One Arena?
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. Nashville had a lot of roster turnover in the offseason, brought in some big names like Steven Stamkos and Brady Shea and Jonathan Marchessault, but they got off to kind of a slow start. They were sort of the opposite of the Caps in the way that all the Caps' new pieces came together really quickly. The Preds pieces didn't really come together, but they've started to string things together a little bit more. Lately, they got shut out by old friend Darcy Kemper and the Kings the other night at home, so they'll be looking to bounce back from that, and it should be an interesting one.
Who's their number one goaltender?
You say Saros?
Oh, I meant the Capitals. Sorry.
Oh, the Capitals? TBD. They're going with a straight rotation between Charlie Lindgren and Logan Thompson. Logan has yet to lose, but I thought Charlie was really strong in the game against Carolina the other night. Even though they lost, he made some huge saves, and that game would have been much more lopsided without him. So we'll find out. I think the Caps like playing both of them. They like to have two guys. Spencer Carberry has said that they like the rotation. The goaltending position has changed so much to where you really can't expect, even if you have a true starter, him to play more than 65 or so games. So to go with a straight split and eventually maybe have one of them go 2 and then 1 or something like that is something I could see happening. But right now they're both just playing a straight rotation, and the Capitals are happy with how things stand.
Bailey, Alex Ovechkin has 7 goals in 11 games to go with his 14 points. He's on pace for 50 plus and to shatter Gretzky's record this season. But it was just a few weeks ago when everyone was saying, based on his age, there's no way he's not going to do it this year. Is it too early to reverse course and say he is going to do it this year, or do you need to see a little more hockey play out?
I think it's still too early to say he's going to do it this year. I mean, he's obviously playing unbelievable hockey right now and is on one of those tears that he's gone on throughout his career. And you never count him out when it comes to goal scoring, but he is 39, and to expect him to score 50 plus his current pace is a lot. So I think we need to see a little bit more hockey. I think we'll have a better idea probably around Christmas time of how, obviously this current pace is probably not sustainable, but if he still stays right around half a goal a game, that would indicate that he's on pace to break it this year. And if he drops off further than that, then it's probably going to be longer. So I think we need a little bit more time to find out.
Bailey, how's their power play doing?
Not awesome. That's pretty much the one thing that's not working for this team right now. The penalty kill's good. They're playing well at 5-on-5. The goaltending's not great, but they also haven't really needed their goalies to steal them anything. So the power play is really the one area that's still having a hard time coming together. They scored the first 2 games, and there was a lot of optimism. And then they went, I think it was 0 for 23 after that, until they got one a couple of games ago, I think in the Columbus game. So power play is the one area where they have been struggling. They've tweaked a lot of things. They tweaked the units again for tonight's game, based on what they showed in practice yesterday, Connor McMichael is on the first unit now, and Pierre-Luc Dubois is on the second. They had tried out for a little bit, having that Dubois line with McMichael and Wilson all play on the same unit to try to get their 5-on-5 chemistry to carry over. That didn't really work. They lost Jacob Chikrin, which affected the chemistry on the second unit because now Rasmus Sandin is running that, which he hadn't done much of. So a lot of moving pieces, trying to figure out how things come together. One of the little quirks of all of their roster changes means that they have many fewer right-handed shots on this year's roster. And while the handedness doesn't matter a ton at 5-on-5, it matters a lot as far as how you structure your power play. So they're still trying to figure out how they kind of remake things while having more left shots than they used to.
Other than Ovi, Bailey, what are the areas where you feel like, maybe the best stories of the first 11 games, or if you were to tell someone who's, hasn't gotten in yet, but let's say they're going to sit down and watch their first game tonight, what are the big themes so far that you would say, here's something you should know that's going really well?
I mean, I think the play of McMichael and Protas is a huge one, to have those two homegrown guys really be taking off and making the leap into being legitimate full-time, not just full-time NHL players, but high-level contributors has been really cool to watch. The other thing I would say is the play of Dylan Strome. It's kind of quietly gone under the radar, but he's having an unbelievable start to the year playing with Ovechkin and Protas. He told us yesterday the key to his play right now is just to get the puck to Ovi, which is a pretty good strategy. But he has a great story going all the way back to when Chicago decided not to qualify him. The Caps picked him up for free, and now he's become a legitimate top-line center on this team. So to watch him do what he's doing right now is definitely something I would point out.
Bailey, thank you as always. Enjoy tonight.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you soon. Hit that NFL sounder, Dares. Our pal Mike Jones, who writes about football for The Athletics, who's going to talk about football on Grant and Danny's Beltway Blitz. Mike, what'd you make of the trade deadline yesterday? Big stories.
Pretty interesting. 2 years ago, I think we had 2 trades at the trade deadline. Last year we had 15. This time we had 18 with 19 players changing addresses. It's, interesting. Kind of the rich getting richer, with Detroit getting a new pass rusher to help them. The Chiefs, adding, DeAndre Hopkins and Josh Uche. I mean, so those teams are front runners, and it's bad news for their opponents. But, at least some of these teams like the Ravens, the Bills, they were still able to add pieces. But it's going to be interesting to see if these mid-season trades actually play off, because lots of times they really don't make a huge difference.
I just don't get how the Chiefs are so inevitable. They have not lost. They've gone, though, from Patrick Mahomes is going to go throw for 5,000 yards, 50 touchdowns. Kelsey's going to go for 1,300. Tyreek Hill's going to go for 1,800. To now they play defense, they run the ball, and they beat you 20-17 and make just enough plays. But they still never lose, and they just don't seem that much better than everybody else.
Yeah, but what the equalizer is, or the difference maker is their quarterback. Because it's like they play this thing about hey, let's just keep it close until we get to the end when we need Mahomes to make plays first.
But even that, really, Jonesy, because I agree with you for the record, he always makes the plays. He's not even playing that well. He'll make a terrible throw, awful interception. He's got the same number of touchdowns and picks basically this year.
Yeah, but also the other thing is look what he's had to work with at the same time.
I agree.
So I think 4 of his interceptions have been badly tipped balls that should not go, to his charge, even though it says in the stat book, but it's kind of not his fault. But again, with the game on the line, who would you rather have but him? So they've done a masterful job of kind of reinventing themselves to be this defensive juggernaut. They're almost like the Belichick Brady Patriots, where, they lean on their defense, and then you have Brady just making all the right throws, game on the line, march down and score. And now, you saw DeAndre Hopkins, and then Travis Kelce was more open because teams had to worry about Hopkins. And so here they are. They can run the ball better than they ever have. Their defense is better than they ever have down the stretch of the season. Because remember how the Patriots in in September always looked kind of shaky. Then November, December, January, they were juggernauts. That's what's going to happen with these Chiefs teams.
All right, Mike, put you on the spot here a little bit. Of your 8 division leaders, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Houston, Kansas City, AFC, Washington, Detroit, Atlanta, Arizona, NFC, which of those teams is not leading their division in a month?
I don't think Arizona is leading theirs in a month. I'm back and forth. I don't know about Washington yet. I need to see what happens with these 2 games against Philly. That'll be the truth teller. I think it's possible, but again, if Philly continues to like hit their stride and Nick Sirianni stops being stupid with his, rolls of the dice, Philly can win that division just because of their experience factor. But we'll see. It's going to be compelling. And then I think that Pittsburgh probably is going to come down to earth just a little bit and get overtaken by the Ravens.
You mentioned Baltimore. They're primed for a primetime game with the Bengals on Thursday night. We just got word that Lamar Jackson is going to play. I have a sneaky suspicion Cincy, who took them to overtime in Cincy a few weeks ago, could give them a run for their money. The Bengals need that game tomorrow night.
They badly need that game. But the problem is their defense. I thought that they were one of the losers of the trade deadline. They weren't able to add help for their defense. They needed multiple pieces for their defense. Their offense has dealt with injuries, but they're still, can put up points. I thought their defense kind of needed something here. And so we'll see. I think it'll be compelling. It'll be a good game. I don't know if they beat the Ravens yet, though.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Thanks. I'll see you guys.
You got it, man. Hit that Local 53 sounder. God, that name should change. Liam Griffin, Washington Times, joins us to talk about the Local 53. Liam, what do you make of the trade for Marshawn Lattimore?
I think you're going to feel good about that trade. You see a need. The secondary has been a concern really since training camp, and you address that with the best cornerback on the market. So I think Commanders fans got to be feeling pretty good about that trade.
It's obvious that they are buoyed in the secondary by adding a new top corner. How much do you anticipate him helping them against the run, just from the standpoint of being able to maybe rely on him on the edge by himself and then stacking the box a little bit more often?
Well, he's someone who is like a solid run defender and doesn't miss very many tackles. But it's also when you're coming from, obviously, Emmanuel Forbes didn't play any snaps on Sunday and has been worked as a defense, but he struggled mightily in the run game. When you're pairing Marshawn Lattimore, who is solid on that edge and maybe moving Mike St. Wrist onto the slot, and he is not afraid to get his nose dirty, I think that you're going to see some better contain on some of these outside runs that have been busting free more and more.
Let's go to some of these injuries that have been kind of lingering. I mean, Brian Robinson's sort of a surprise to a lot of us outside looking in, not playing this past weekend. Cornelius Lucas kind of continues to be banged up. They've had relatively good fortune, knock on wood here, with injuries to this point, but I've seen things derail seasons, and that's certainly one that could rear its ugly head. Where are they at with some of these nagging injuries?
Well, Brian Robinson got back onto the practice field today, and as far as Cornelius Lucas, they feel good about having Brandon Coleman behind him to step into that left tackle spot. He played well against the Giants on Sunday. So I think this is just kind of part of the nature of an NFL season. This 17-game season is not easy on anybody, and obviously there's that injury to Jaden Daniels as well. It's just some of these are kind of these lingering things. Marshawn Lattimore, who we mentioned, is dealing with a hamstring injury. These kind of soft tissue things will linger over time. Hamstrings, groins, things like that are kind of harder to get past as the season moves on. But I think it's just something that'll go away with time. I think the fact that you only have the one catastrophic injury, the torn pec for Jonathan Allen, I think as long as you're avoiding those big, season derailing injuries, I think you're still feeling pretty good if you're the Commanders training staff.
Is there any thought that Coleman could just play all of the snaps at left tackle moving forward, or when Lucas is back healthy, will they want to do a timeshare? I got the idea they were just trying to not give the rookie too much to basically overwhelm him, but if he proves he's capable of it, then why not just let him roll?
Well, for the same reason that you said, if he's capable of it, why not let him roll? On their end, they say this timeshare thing has been working, so, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I think that's something that unless somebody has a real miss of a game, I think they'll try to work Lucas back in, because it can't hurt to have an extra guy who's performing well at your left tackle position, and it is going to ease your rookie in. And you have to remember about Brandon Coleman, he was not a sure thing as a draft pick either. He was someone who a lot of analysts viewed as he might need some time to get used to an NFL game, to kind of work out his moves and to prepare for some of the top edge rushers in the NFL. And, oh, look, TJ Watt comes to town this weekend. So I think you're going to see a lot of that on Sunday as well.
Put you on the spot here, Liam. Give me a receiver that hasn't yet broken out that you think is going to break out in this quote-unquote second half of the season.
Exclusively on the Commanders, I think everyone is kind of waiting for the Luke McCaffrey game. I think we've seen from Noah Brown what we're going to see from Noah Brown as this kind of number 2 target for Jaden Daniels when Terry McLaurin's not able to break free. Noah Brown is going to be there. But I think they're still waiting to find this third guy. Olamide Zaccheaus has flashed in, here and there. Diami Brown has some yards after catch ability, but they spent a 3rd-round draft pick on Luke McCaffrey, and I think he's going to see more targets as the season goes along, or at least he's going to, fans will want to see those targets start to go his way to kind of justify that draft capital.
We're going to ask this question to our listeners next and take some calls on this. I want to get your insight. How good do you think they are right now post-Lattimore trade, and what would you say is this team's realistic ceiling this season?
Well, I think that the Lattimore trade shores up the number 1 hole that you could point to on this team, which is that secondary. Obviously, it's not going to be the pass defense is not fully solved by one cornerback, but it's going to go a long way. Everyone else in that secondary gets to move down a peg. Benjamin St-Juste has struggled a little bit this season, but he's also been going up against number 1s, and that's not the caliber of player that he is. So you move him to the number 2 spot. Mike St. Ristel can go into the slot where I think he can be a real difference maker. I think the floor and the ceiling of your defense really rises. And as for the ceiling of the team, you have Jaden Daniels at quarterback, and with the way that Cliff Kingsbury has been calling plays, with the way this run game has maintained, even without Brian Robinson, I think that the floor on this team is really high, and that ceiling is inching forward day after day with each of these games against high caliber opponents, like the Ravens a few weeks ago, the Steelers this week. Realistically, if I was talking to a Commanders fan, I would say an NFC Championship game appearance. It's just so hard to make it to the Super Bowl as in your first real run with a rookie quarterback, a first-year head coach, even if he does have that experience. I think that this will be a strong year for them, and I think at the end of it, you're looking at it, and Jaden Daniels has some playoff experience under his belt. The team understands what January football is like. I think that'll be a win as you look to build this team going forward.
Liam, thank you, buddy. Have a great week.
You too.
There's Liam Griffin. That's your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. We're going to be joined by Ken Harvey, who was a part of the 96 Redskins team that started 7-2. That was the last time after 9 games Washington had 7 wins. He's joining us in about 40 minutes. We've got those Wizards tickets for you as soon as we return, so get your dial and fingers ready. Next on Grant and Danny, you just heard the question of Liam. We'll pose it to you guys. We'll give you our answers as well. Post-Lattimore deal, how good is this team? And what is a realistic ceiling for them this season? This is The Fan.
Baltimore trade shores up the number one hole that you could point to on this team, which is that secondary. Obviously, it's not going to be the pass defense is not fully solved by one cornerback, but it's going to go a long way. Everyone else in that secondary gets to move down a peg. Benjamin St-Juste has struggled a little bit this season, but he's also been going up against number ones, and that's not the caliber of player that he is. So you move him to the number 2 spot. Mike St. Ristle can go into the slot where I think he can be a real difference maker. I think the floor and the ceiling of your defense really rises. And as for the ceiling of the team, you have Jaden Daniels at quarterback, and with the way that Cliff Kingsbury has been calling plays, with the way this run game has maintained, even without Brian Robinson, I think that the floor on this team is really high, and that ceiling is inching forward day after day with each of these games against high caliber opponents, like the Ravens a few weeks ago, the Steelers this week. Realistically, if I was talking to a Commanders fan, I would say an NFC Championship game appearance.
NFC Championship game appearance. Think about those words strung together about your Washington Commanders. They have not played in one of those since 1991, when I was just a couple of years old. Think about that.
Well, that's how you normally string them together. Where, you know how people say, you never hear those words in a sentence. Sure you do. This team is no NFC Championship team. There, I put them in a sentence, right? But that's not realistic. That's what we're talking about.
Liam Griffin, who just joined us on the Beltway Blitz there. We want to ask you the question we posed to him. We'll do that in a second. But caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067 is promised. It's Wizards Wednesday. Congrats. You're going to win 2 tickets to see the Wizards and the Pistons. Military Appreciation Night coming up, presented by Leidos and the Wizards. They're going to honor all those who have served and continue to serve our country. For the complete Wizards schedule and tickets, visit thefanddc.com/contest. So, Danny, you start here. What do you view right now as the realistic ceiling for this football team?
So I want to be very clear. This is your best case scenario. It's not my prediction. This is the best case scenario. They could be one of the 4 teams in a conference championship game. And when that happens, this is the thing I always used to talk about for so many decades with Washington. That really means you belong. That's one of those you've got as good a shot as anybody. You shuffle them up and deal. Yeah, there's a team that's probably better than you 9 times out of 10 or whatever, but you're now in the really meaningful, there's a legit shot at a championship versus just eking into the playoffs once every handful of years or whatever with a hot streak. But last year, go to that conference championship weekend. San Francisco, Detroit, Kansas City, Baltimore. Pretty much the 4 best teams in the NFL last year, right? Most of the year, up and down, but Detroit especially got super hot, and they were unbelievable. There are other teams that were good, don't get me wrong, but that's your elite 4. That's your best group. I think that's Washington's ceiling, is they could absolutely be in a conference championship game.
So I will do the same exercise where I provide a caveat first, okay? This is not a prediction. We are talking about what realistically is this team's ceiling, what they are realistically capable of this season. And I'm going to sound like a Kool-Aid drinking fanboy if you think that I am suggesting that this will happen or predicting that it is going to happen, which is not what I'm doing. Their ceiling is to win the Super Bowl, realistically. They are every bit as good as I've been saying for 3 weeks, and nothing has happened to change my opinion. I'm willing to change my opinion as we go, just like I have. I did not think that as of before week 1. I certainly didn't think that after they got blown out by the Bucs, when I thought they might actually just be flat out bad. But as things change, I will change my opinion. You're allowed to do that, and I plan on doing it. Right now, this moment, that's when we're answering the question, right? This moment in time, post Marshawn Lattimore addition to this defense, a very good corner for a team that is light at corner, that is improving defensively, that has gone from bad to okay on defense, that is elite on offense, that is excellent on special teams, that has won 7 of its last 8 games, that has blown out bad teams, that hasn't lost at home, that has gone on the road and convincingly beaten bad teams and beaten some good teams, and they've won shootouts and they've won lower scoring games now. They've done it every which way. They are getting great quarterback play. They are well coached. They are mostly healthy. They are better today than they were 3 weeks ago, and they were better 3 weeks ago than they were in week 3. They are ascending. This team is a championship contender. That's the ceiling, in my opinion. Detroit is better. I believe that. The Chiefs are better Lifetime Achievement Award. They're 8-0. They find a way to win every single week. Other than that, I don't think anyone is definitively better than Washington. There are teams that would beat them potentially in toss-up games. Baltimore, I would say, is better. We just saw that game play out. But the Ravens are capable of playing down and playing badly and losing in the playoffs or that would obviously be the Super Bowl cross-conference. But we have seen them lose to the Browns. We have seen them lose to the Raiders. They normally get up for the good teams. But if you're just doing the exercise right now where you're going through every NFL team, and I've been doing this for a few weeks, Washington is not as good as Detroit. They are not as good as Kansas City. Everybody else, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Houston, Baltimore, Atlanta, Minnesota, Philadelphia, Green Bay, they're in that same bucket.
And that's the key right there. You just said it. I would probably rank them below the Bills. Now, most of that's lifetime achievement, but I think I still probably would. I'd probably put them a slide. Detroit, I think, is different, right? Kansas City, same deal. I'd probably, if everybody's healthy and all things are equal, I might rank them a tick below Houston, even though Houston hasn't been great this year. But again, part of that's lifetime achievement. That's not the point to me of what you're saying. I don't want to speak for you, but my takeaway, my pullout from what you're talking about is they are in that. This is not just a fluky, any team can beat any team any given Sunday crap, like as Washington always used to do, where they'd beat the eventual Super Bowl champion, or like they played Tampa tough that time with Taylor Heineke. No. They're in that really, really good bucket. Shuffle them up, right? Like, good luck, bad luck. Rainy that day or not, did somebody, their toe drag inbounds or out of bounds? They're in those conversations with some of the best this league has to offer this year. There aren't really teams that are utterly dominant. You're not seeing anybody just boat race people, all through the season, as has happened in years past. I know Kansas City's undefeated, but they just win one-score games every week, right? And they deserve credit for that. I'm not knocking them for that. They're going for a three-peat, which is unfathomable. And they'll go to the AFC title game again, by the way. But I guess my point is they're not so distantly away from some of these teams that are absolutely capable of winning the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, I just think that in a playoff game, other than the Lions, where I think if they played that game 10 times, they probably lose it 7, it's a coin flip. It's a toss-up. Right now, they would play Green Bay at home. They could absolutely lose that game.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Love could throw for 325 and 4 touchdowns. They could lose by 14. I could also see him winning that game by 11 and picking off Jordan Love, who's the most intercepted quarterback in the league, 5 times. They could play Atlanta. Those are 2 division winners, so it'd be in the second round. But let's say in a hypothetical, in round 1, they play Chicago at home. We just saw that game. They beat the Bears. And by the way, you could say, it took a Hail Mary. Well, it took a Hail Mary because they went 0 for 800 in the red zone. They were the decidedly better, clearly better football team. So they beat Chicago at home. And then the next week, let's say they're playing the Atlanta Falcons, potentially at home or there, whatever. Now, is that an easy game? No. Atlanta can run the ball. Cousins is lighting the joint up. He's got really good receivers and they have a really good scheme. I don't know how good the weapons are, but Darnell Mooney's making plays and Ray McLeod's making plays and Drake London's good underneath. But the point is, that's a winnable football game. That's a bad defense. That's a fatal flaw for Atlanta. That's not a Super Bowl type team, I don't think. But I just look for, are you of the caliber of the types of teams that are going to be hanging around in the playoffs? And you cannot tell me, unless you just want to use the last 15 years as prologue and what I'm calling lifetime achievement, hold against them that they're Washington, that the other shoe's going to drop, that they can't possibly be this good. I'm saying take that little Men in Black wand, put it in front of your face, and set the date for anything that happened before September 5th of this year you've never seen before. And only evaluate this football season. I don't think there's a gap between them and Kansas City. I don't think there's a gap between Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Houston. Now, don't hear me to say that they'd win all those games. That is different. But I think grown-ups can understand the observation, which is to say they're good enough that there is nothing that they do so badly that they wouldn't be able to go on a run in the playoffs. And that doesn't mean you don't get bounced in the first round because you're inexperienced.
Too, yeah.
Maybe you do. But I've never said this about them before. Like when they made it in 2015, the last time they made the playoffs, remember they hosted Green Bay. They were red hot going in. They'd won 4 in a row. Cousins and the offense were rolling. I remember we felt like they could beat Green Bay.
I thought
by
I
the way,
predicted they would.
I think they went up 11-0 in that game.
Yeah, because Deshaun Jackson was like, end zone, no thank you, not for me.
Who could forget?
No interest in that.
But they were up. I mean, the point is they weren't like completely outmanned. They ended up losing the game to Aaron Rodgers and Green Bay. But you felt like they could win that game, and maybe they could, like a magical carpet ride thing could happen. They could win a couple games. But there was a clear delineation between them and the elite in the conference.
Yeah.
That is not there right now. There is no gap. There's no Grand Canyon. They are right there with the best in the conference. That's the whole point.
Yeah, and I think that's the conversation. I mean, again, it's also about the league too. I mean, if this is, let's say Washington's doing this, I'm making up a year. In 2021, the year the Rams won the Super Bowl, right, with all those veterans, and somehow they made the salary cap work. They're beating Cincinnati with Burrow at the height of his powers. They were unbelievable. Tampa Bay was 13 wins with Tom Brady. Green Bay, who we were just talking about a moment ago, 13-4 with the last MVP year for Aaron Rodgers there, right? I mean, the landscape was different. Some of these teams were more dominant, I guess is kind of my point. That's not the case right now. I think Detroit's the best team in the NFL. And I know you're not allowed to say that because until they're dethroned, they're still the champs. Okay, fine. You could hang out in the cliche corner. The rest of us will have a convo. Detroit, you look at point differential, you look at how dominant they've been here, especially of late. I think they're playing better than anybody. Is that the case in a month? I have no idea. But looking at it, I'm basically going, there aren't teams that are so clearly head and shoulders above everybody else that Washington couldn't possibly play, despite the fact this is their best team they've had in a long time.
So 2 things we should do next. First, let's open up the phones for you guys at 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. The question being, what do you think the ceiling is for this Commanders team this season right now as you look at them? And then second, I think there needs to be a second part of this conversation where we actually address what we would predict for them as an outcome as to when their season's going to end right now. Because that's different. I'm saying the ceiling is Super Bowl. I don't think they get to the Super Bowl. But what realistically do you think would happen right now if they made the playoffs? How deep could they get? Let's talk about that next. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Ken Harvey joins the show at the top of the hour. He was on the 96 Redskins 28 years ago. That's when they were last 7-2. We're G&D. You're listening to The Fan. If you watch us today, we are on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You will see Danny is in our normal studio. I am not. I've got a camera behind me. I'm over at Monumental Sports at their TV facility. I've got the Caps Altcast tonight. So if you get a chance, please check that out on Monumental's second channel. Joby and Locker are calling the game as normal on Monumental Sports Network. And then they've got a second channel, I think, one click away. You can find us doing the old Manning cast style watch of the game. It's myself, Devontae Smith-Pelly, Tarek El-Bashir watching the tilt. Tress Way's going to be a part of the program with us as well. Should be a fun night.
Love that you're doing that. I will be tuning in. I had to really search for it on my on Cox Cable, what I have at home, and it's like so far away from the original channel. Just bad luck. I think that's kind of the thing happens. But I figured out a way to favorite it, and I can use a favorites list, and that's how it comes up, because it's not part of my regular rotation unless both teams are playing at the same time.
So for DirecTV, which I no longer have, because your boy is a YouTube TV guy, so it's even easier now. Everything's just like right there, because I say I like the Capitals, and then I log in, and all the Caps programming's right there. But for DirecTV, they were like one dial apart, but I'm sure it's quirky with different cable providers. We'll get to the phones in a second. The question for you guys, 800-636-1067. What do you think the ceiling is for these Commanders? So I said the Super Bowl. I think they are on a short list of teams. If you're doing a power rankings in the NFL today, I would think they'd be in your top 5 if you really, really like them. If you're lower on them, they're in your top 10. But there are only 2 teams that I would say are definitely better than Washington based on this year's resume and no past lifetime achievement stuff being accounted for, and that's Kansas City and Detroit. But saying that they're a Super Bowl contender as a ceiling, I think you said NFC Championship game, like Final Four weekend kind of ceiling, which is similar. It's not the same as saying that's what we're predicting.
Correct.
What I would predict right now, if I had to guess as to how this all goes, I would be very surprised if they didn't win a playoff game. I think it would actually be a disappointment as of this moment, and there's a lot of football between now and then, and we'll see how we feel as we get closer. But like if they played a playoff game this weekend against a Chicago-type team or a Green Bay-type team at home, I think it would be disappointing if they didn't win the thing, having won 7 of their last 8, going in with momentum. But I think they are at least a round 2 playoff operation and possibly an NFC Championship berth kind of team. Like, I don't know if they would win that second round game against let's pick a team in, let's say San Francisco, if they have to play them.
Right.
I don't know if they could win that game and get to the NFC Championship game, but that is kind of my prediction as of right now, that they would win a playoff game and that they would be competitive around later with the NFC title game on the line.
Yeah, I mean, to me, if I'm predicting right now, and of course it's folly, we have no idea from here on out, but that's what's fun about these kinds of exercises is you get to have these conversations when you're 7-2. I would say they probably dropped their second round game just because it's such a huge thing and it's so damned rare for rookie quarterback, et cetera, to get here. Look what happened to Houston last year. Epic round 1 win, kind of ran out of steam, right? I sort of would view it that way as this was amazing. This was awesome. We're not taking anything away. You're now in the cool kids club. You're one of the darlings of the league. I think that's the status you would achieve there.
All right, so it sounds like a Kool-Aid segment, but it really isn't. It's just a bunch of people talking about a 7-2
Sorry
team
about the reality
that's lost once since week 1, and it's been a couple months. Let's go to Moose in Falls Church. Moose, we don't need your prediction. We just need your ceiling for this team as currently constructed.
Yes. Hey, guys. Great, Danny. I love you. Thanks for taking my call. I gave it a little bit more thought when I was on hold, and I changed what I was going to say initially. So I think we will make it to the NFC Championship if the guys can stay healthy. And I think we got enough firepower and veteran leadership to go even deeper. And my prediction is to go to the Super Bowl. And guess what? I think personally, we're going to host that NFC Championship game at home. If we're the number 2 seed right now going in, let's say, behind Detroit number 1, I think the Lions are actually going to get upset at home. It's going to be a shocker. I don't know who they're going to play. And I don't care who we play in the NFC Championship, whether it's San Francisco or whoever, but we're going to make it to the Super Bowl.
Can you imagine?
Love it.
Thanks for the call, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Let's go to Ben in Bethesda. Ben, we're looking for your answer on what's the ceiling for this group.
From Bethesda! Oh man, dude, I'm 40 years old. How exciting is it to talk about their ceiling is the Super Bowl? I mean, this is it's incredible, man. I don't. If they play any team at home, they're going to be favorites, except for Detroit. And even if they end up playing Detroit at home, they're going to be favorites. And I don't see the ceiling being anything but Super Bowl. I think realistically, if they don't make the NFC Championship, it's going to be a disappointment. I hate to say that. I'm not going to be sad. We got years, but don't take this for granted, guys. It's awesome. Go Commanders.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, man.
I don't think anybody is. I think they're enjoying the ride, and it's a house money kind of joyous sit back, put your feet up, watch it unfold, and be glad after years and years and years that the ball's finally bouncing their way. I do want to mention, because we just said he was in Bethesda, that we are in Bethesda on Friday, Danny, for our field trip 2 days from now. From Bethesda! Got to get the word out to your buddies. We never, ever, ever come to Maryland. It's just, and not like we don't want to, but it just hasn't been part of our travel schedule. We almost always do live events in Virginia. And I'll be honest with you, peel back the curtains a little bit. I'm a little nervous about going to Maryland, not because we have to go across the river. The DMV doesn't include the M in Maryland, but because I don't think the turnout's going to be the same in Maryland for the Pals as it is in Virginia. That is home base. That is our, to use a political term, like that is our normal. That's the big tent that we've built. That is our base, so to speak. So we're trying to expand our wings a little bit and go to Maryland. So show out. Let's impress me a little bit. We're going to be at Sports and Social Bethesda, North Bethesda. So that's out by Rockville, I'm guessing. Grand Park Avenue. Sports and Social is where we'll be on Friday. From Bethesda!
You're going to hear that plenty. I'm telling you right now, Darius is so excited just to play. He's grinning like the cat that ate the canary right now. I'll tell you that. That's number one. Number two, I think of this as like, you know, when the AFC team that you never play comes to town and all the fans are like, oh, I got to go see the Chargers or the Dolphins because I never get to see them. Maybe it's like that. Because it's so rare for G&D to venture out there into, what's the name of that place there?
From Bethesda!
It's rare for us to be there. So then maybe they go, it's so special, they're in my neck of the woods.
I just don't know how we poll in Maryland. I get the sense that Virginia is where our real base is. I could be wrong, but I'll be very curious to see what the turnout is like, if it's crickets or what the situation's going to be. I'll tell you that we have had 3 events, and it's been 3 home runs so far.
Yeah. Awesome.
Leesburg was a smashola. Manassas was a bolt into the 10th row. And I think we hit another big run-scoring knock this past week as well, being out in Fairfax. So now this is a heat check. We're feeling cocky. We're going out to Bethesda. From Bethesda! Stepping across the timeline and hoisting. We're nowhere near the rim. You could almost say we're shooting from Bethesda. From Bethesda! Friday.
One could. And one could be really excited about a first quarter 3.
Live on Grant and Danny, 2 to 6:30. We will let you know how things are looking out there in Maryland. G&D on the Fan. Ken Harvey joins the show next. We are jacked up to talk to. He's a longtime buddy of mine. I did TV with him on Channel 9 for many, many years, pregame shows. A guy that I first interviewed back in 1999, 25 years ago. You're listening to the Fan. Back live all over D.C. on 106.7 The Fan and in Richmond on AM 910 and FM 105.1. You can listen to us wherever you are, coast to coast, via the Odyssey app. You can watch us wherever you are online on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You're locked into Grant and Danny, reminding you that for any of your needs as it pertains to a will, last will and testament, a revocable trust, anything you and your family needs, the important grown-up documents, Condori and Murat are your guys because they're our guys. We're traveling with them to the Link to watch the Eagles and the Commanders next Thursday. We went to Cincinnati with these guys. They're a great, great friend to this program, and they are the exclusive sponsors of our show. Go schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them that we sent you. They'll give you a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Right now on our guest hotline is former four-time Pro Bowler Ken Harvey, who back in 1996, when the then Redskins were last 7-2, that's right, that was the last time they were 7-2, was almost 30 years ago. Ken Harvey was on his way to a 9-sack season. Ken, thank you so much for the time. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you guys for having me on. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. We've been thinking a lot about that 1996 team this week. What with that having been the last time Washington was 7-2, when you think back about those first 9 games and that 7-2 record, what comes to mind?
Having fun. We were a team that had a lot of characters, a lot of good personalities, and we were having fun.
As that group sort of came together, I mean, this was sort of in the start of that modern era of free agency, Ken, that we're now so used to with some of the roster turnover and the like. When did it start to feel that way, right? I mean, some of your teammates from years past, but there's always new guys. When did you start to feel, hey, you know what, this might be a little bit different going back to that year in 96?
Well, it was new guys, but everybody was on the same page. Like they wanted to win, and they all had the personality that they wanted to contribute to being part of a winning team. And so I think that was the key. Nobody was there just trying to get a paycheck. It was more about I wanted to contribute to the history and to be a part of a winning team.
One of the other similarities, I think, Ken, about this team and that team is that both teams lost week 1 and then got hot. You guys lost to the Eagles in a close game, and then you ripped off 7 consecutive wins. I mean, was there a point where you realized, like, wow, we could be really good? We could actually string together a winning streak that hasn't been that common around here in a little while? Or did it just kind of naturally happen?
I think it naturally happened. I think probably the downside when we started losing was that we started thinking about the fact that we were winning. Sometimes you can get in your own way and start playing to not lose as opposed to playing to have fun and just win. And I think if you look at this team, it looks like everyone's having fun. Everyone's winning. It's not only the players, but it's the ownership and the management and everything they're doing as well. Even getting new players on the team that they feel like contribute to the team, and the players look at it and say they feel like they can contribute to the team winning. So it's a positive message, and I think that was the biggest thing. And maybe our downfall was that we stopped playing to have fun and to have a victory. We started playing more conservative, like we were scared to lose.
Ken Harvey with us here on G&D. How do they avoid those pitfalls that you were talking about there, Ken?
Well, I've watched a little film and see half of it's just the coaching. I mean, ultimately, it was the coaching. I think for on our side, we got a little tight in the coaching, and so we started trying to create stuff that we didn't have to create to be better and think that we had to do more than we had to do instead of going out there and just having some fun. I think the players need to just go out and say, we're going to have a good time, although there's some areas that we need to step up in. And I think the coaches will play a key role in doing that. And then there's also some guys will step up because they want to be, they know that they're part of something great right now. I think Jaden Daniels is going to obviously be a key because he's such a great athlete and such a great performer with the team. I think with that, it's just, it's all the little things that you don't see. The O-line's going to have to continue to block for him, and the receivers are going to have to continue to make the big plays. You're going to have to probably try to play as mistake-free when you're starting to play some of these tougher teams. You're going to have to play as mistake-free as possible, and then just realize, just go out and have a good time.
Ken Harvey is with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. I was looking up on PFR today, just kind of that stretch run when you guys went 2-5 and finished 9-7. I didn't realize 2 losses in overtime. In fact, one of them was the first game I ever went to, which was at RFK Stadium when I believe Boomer Esiason threw for like 500 yards in an overtime win against Washington in November that year.
Don't mention that.
And that was the first game I ever been to in my life. It was the only time I ever went to RFK Stadium. And after that, I don't think I was at a game until 1999, and then haven't missed a home game since. But 2 overtime losses. I mean, if any of those other games, and there were so many close losses, go differently, you guys make the playoffs. It just, to me, there's a message there to this group, which is to say the margins, even when you have this record, even when you've gotten off to this start, are so small. You got to take advantage of every opportunity.
Yeah, but that's just it. You take advantage of every opportunity. It's those little things, once something happens where if you lose a game, you can't start pointing the finger at each other. You can't start blaming, saying, well, the offense is playing well, the defense needs to step up. It has to be collectively. The coaches have to show that. I think all that's a part of winning. And so with this team, from what I've seen, is that they believe in themselves, and belief is half the battle, right? You can be down and losing, and a good team's going to find a way to win. And I think there's enough belief with this team that we're going to find a way to win, and they're doing that. They're showing that, even if it's only kicking field goals, they're figuring out how can we win this game, or a Hail Mary pass. Whatever it takes to win, they're making it happen, and it's starting to just keep going on.
Ken Harvey with us here on Grant and Danny. And Ken, you kind of mentioned, you got alluded to this, but and Grant was talking about it as well. So many close losses. There's a 1-point loss, a few 1-score games, some overtime losses in there. And, I don't want to say it's snowballed, but maybe it sort of did to some degree. You guys weren't getting the breaks maybe you were in the first half of the season. What can coaches do, as you kind of alluded to sort of head that off at the pass, right? To say, hey, we've been fortunate here. We've had incredible, let's talk about this group now. They've had incredible turnover luck and good fortune. In fact, an unprecedented amount of that. Something bad may happen. Let's not let us beat us. How can coaches kind of counteract the inevitable swinging of the pendulum?
So it's and I mentioned, and hopefully I'm not overkilling it, but it's just going out and having fun. Like, if you look at a team when they start doing the prevent defense, usually it's not successful, but they'll go out and try to do it because they're scared of losing what they have. You got to go out and just say, let's have some fun. I think the coaches, and from what I've seen in the locker room, they have a fun. They like to enjoy each other. There's a difference between the personalities. With North Turner, he was kind of more, I don't know. It was a lot less emotional as Quinn is, and so I think it's going to be just go out, have a good time, pat each other on the back. If a mistake happens, if you get a penalty, it's okay. Just figure out how not to do it again. And that's the big thing. You can't just really harp on the mistakes and be afraid of losing your great lead. Right now 7-2, you just got to go out and say, okay, if we lose the next game, it's okay. We're going to go out and figure out how to win the next one after that.
28 years ago, the last time Washington was 7-2.
Yeah.
Ken Harvey was one of the best players on that team, talking about those then Redskins. Ken, I want to get your thoughts on this year's group. In passing here, you've mentioned Jaden and some of the things you've seen. First, I'm curious, have you had any interactions with the new ownership? I know sometimes you're still around in the community. And what do you make of just what is a brand new day here with Dan Snyder out and Josh Harris and his group in?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I've met some of the owners, not Josh as much. Some of the other owners I've met, and from top to the bottom, all of them believe in the history, the tradition. They believe in being good at what they're good at, but then getting out the way and letting those who are better at whatever they're trying to do that. And so I think you can see it here is that, you can start pointing off examples, and people will later down the road, they'll look at it and say, well, you know what? They let the general manager be the general manager. You know what? Instead of them flying back on a away game, and they knew they had a game in Arizona, they had the team stay out there. It took a little extra money, but they're willing to pay it because they want the team to be well rested. The little things that they're doing to show that the players that they really care about the team and that they want this team to win is huge. And then they're not separating the masses. There's no haves and no have-nots. Everybody's an equal player. They just want the players to contribute to the team. They kind of got rid of everybody who maybe had beliefs like the old team and said, you're a new team. Everybody's going to compete and everybody's going to have an equal chance to win. But if you're not going to do these things and you don't want to compete, we don't need you on the team. And they set that tone early on, is that if you're not going to be here and you're not going to work hard or buy into what we're selling, then we don't need you. We'll get somebody else.
Ken Harvey with us here on G&D. And Ken, you were such a good player, such a dynamic pass rusher, and so damn fast. I'm just wondering, as you watch these games, do you ever do that thing where you point at somebody who's doing something on the field and go, I used to do that? Like, is there anybody that reminds you of you right now on this current roster?
You know what? I pointed somebody and said, not that I used to do that, but I'll point at an offensive lineman and say, okay, this is why this guy could get beat. If this was me on the other side, this is why that person could get beat. And I look at the speed or the hand movements or the second and third pass rush. And then you look at the whole team collectively, because a lot of times it's not just one player. I became a good pass rusher because we had good coverage. Because we had good coverage, and then we had good defensive players around me where they had to maybe get double team or triple team, then that allows something open for me. So I think it's collectively, and I think that's what you're starting to see with this team. It's collectively they're doing it. And defensively, each week you're starting to see them step up a little bit more in everything that they're doing.
Ken, there were obviously mobile quarterbacks and even some running quarterbacks that were rare. But in your day, those guys existed too. But what do you make of Jaden Daniels as a rookie to have come in and played the way that he has and helped change the culture to the extent that he has already?
It's amazing, one, but I think it won't be as amazing in future years. I think younger players are coming out expecting to be starters. Before it was like, the mindset was you got to wait 2 or 3 years to get your chance to start and all that stuff. So now younger players are expecting to start. Technology is helping out a lot. I know, they're using technology to help get visualized and to help with the training. So I know all that's a part of it. And then it's great to see a young quarterback that's not so full of himself, confident, to a point of I'm good at what I'm good at, but is also like, you know what, I'm just trying to get out here and have some fun and win this game. And I think the players feed on that. And so it's exciting. And then they're doing a good job with just balancing everything else. You got a good running game to go along with the passing game. Quarterbacks that can run now, it's hard to get them down, but now you adjust with getting linebackers that are fast and mobile and can chase quarterbacks down.
Ken, you played with a rookie QB here in town, and listen, I'm not trying to throw dirt on anybody, but it didn't go great. Obviously, thinking back to '94 when you came here, what did you guys try to do to support that rookie quarterback? And how patient can you afford to be for a group of veterans like yourself that were already really good and established in the league? How hard was that to sort of string him along or bring him along, knowing that hopefully thinking, hey, this one day will bear fruit, even if it's not right now in the short term?
Well, that was kind of the hard thing, was that it was evident in practice at times that we weren't all on the same page. Defense wasn't on the same page. Offense, we had some really hard practices, and we tried to make sure that we gave them a look. And so I think it's to get somebody going. It's about saying, I'm going to practice as hard as a game, so you'll have game experience in practice. Whether that's covering somebody, that's getting to the quarterback, him knowing what he's supposed to do. It goes back to the whole beginning is the draft. And are you drafting a quarterback that fits what the team needs? And I think back then it was trying to get players, but not necessarily, I don't know if we got all the right players to go. We had some, I was looking at the film and we had some beasts of players. Things were going well. But at moments, there were times where we just could have, maybe simplified it or used a different scheme at times.
Ken Harvey on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. I saw a tweet I want to get your reaction to from Jeremy Reeves, the all-pro special teamer who's been here the last several years. He tweeted after the game, no lie, ending these games, dapping up and seeing how happy Santana, London Fletcher, Brian Mitchell are is dope. He said these OGs are proud of us. Now, obviously, you played with, I think, B. Mitch of that group, but there's a lot of former players now that are around working on post-game, pre-game shows that they have just kind of in the building. And he was noticing that, some of the former players are really taking pride and hopeful with kind of the way things are trending. Do you feel any of that pride at this point with how things are going?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's kind of cool. It's like you see, you get a glimpse of the way it used to be. And I came in after they had won the Super Bowls, but the way it used to be, people wearing the shirts around, not embarrassed to wear the shirt. They're proud of it. Their smiles on their faces. It's a great feeling. And then to have the younger players show the respect that they acknowledge the history. They're not embarrassed of the history. They acknowledge it and want to do well for the history. It's not something that's a sales pitch or a marketing pitch. It's a feeling that the guys have. It's like they've watched the film and said, you know what, we need to play up to that level. So I think that's been the culture, and that's what everybody's kind of really pushed, is that you're not the team of the past. You're setting your own destiny, but there's nothing wrong with respecting the past as well.
Ken, this is really cool to catch up with you, man. Really appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of the season.
I appreciate you guys, and thanks for having me on the show.
Ken Harvey is a good egg, has been in this market, in this town for a long, long time. And as I said, that was one of the first players I ever interviewed, believe it or not, Danny. 1999, training camp, Frostburg. I was 10 years old, and I froze up when I started to talk to him. I don't think I've ever done that since, but I walked up to him. I asked him a question. I didn't have a next question prepared, and he was just so nice. You could hear how soft-spoken he is. He put his hand on my shoulder and was like, all right, what else you got for me?
Mr. Harvey, I wanted to ask you about football.
He was great.
That's awesome, dude.
I love hearing the excitement from some of the former players, right?
It's so cool.
You've seen some of the videos, too, of B. Mitch is in the tunnel because he does the post game now. And so he's with the team, and he's kind of high-fiving guys as they're coming off the field, rocking the gear. And you've seen, I'm trying to think of who, Tana is in some of these videos where the players are coming off and they're dapping dudes up. There is definitely a pride and a respect that is being shown by the OGs, if we want to call it that, that wasn't before, for the reason that they're doing things the right way now.
Yeah, I mean, I played baseball at GW forever ago, right? If they win the conference and go to the regional, I had nothing to do with it. I played there 2 decades ago. I'm still going to smile. It's still neat. You know what I mean? If they're on, ESPN 7, getting their butts handed to them by Florida State, I'm going to watch with great pride. That sort of stuff is cool. You were there, you did it. And so secondhand, because you know what you put into it, those guys that were here during some of the darkest times imaginable, getting joy out of it, A, I get it. B, I'm really legitimately happy for them.
What message do we think Adam Peters sent with the trade yesterday? And we'll hear from Peters again in just a moment. He spoke today. There were a couple of clips from his presser that I think are worth playing that we have not yet that I want to react to. We can get into those at the top of the hour coming up at 6. You'll hear from Dan Quinn, what he had to say today about adding Marshawn Lattimore. We'll also get you ready for Caps hockey. They played tonight right here on the Fan. We've still got a Caps power play coming your way on Grant and Danny. all over DC on 106.7 The Fan. We're in Richmond until 6, AM 910, FM 105.1. And, of course, streaming coast to coast on the Odyssey app or via video on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. We are Grant and Danny. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Danny, what message did Washington send with their trade yesterday?
You boys have earned it. You guys have done better than anybody could have expected. You've worked so hard. You followed every instruction. You have done everything that could be reasonably asked of you to this point as players, as leaders, as men, as part of this organization to revitalize and buy in and be part of this culture. You have earned the right to be able to go for it right now. You've earned it. You have done enough for me to say, I owe it to you. It would be irresponsible for me to have not lifted a finger at the deadline and just sort of said, we like our group. We do like our group, by the way. But you guys deserve the shot to do something even more special. You've already done something pretty special here. No trophies have ever been given out for week 9. You guys are now in position, something this organization has not been in forever. You have earned the right to try to do something special by the work you've turned in. So this is a reward for you. That's how I view it.
Yeah, the reward part maybe not as much for me, but I think the rest of it we're in lockstep. Like, I don't view it as dangling something out there like you earned this as much as it is just an endorsement that this front office thinks they've got a really good chance, right? And it makes it pretty obvious if you're in that locker room that they think you can win something meaningful this year, that this isn't just about next year or the year after. Adam Peters was at the controls of this deadline. He talked earlier today about how it came about, said that he had various members of his staff working the phones for weeks, cited by name Lance Newmark as assistant GM, Martin Mayhew, a former GM, Scott Fitterer, a former GM, among others. He said that the R&D department was heavily involved, that a lot of times their work never sees the light of day. The scouting staff, obviously, studying, watching tape, grinding, but it ends up on his desk. It's on him to eventually make the call. Do I want to give up the picks or I don't? This is why he gets paid the big bucks. You're giving up the 3, the 4, and the 6. And I think it was an easy trade to make in the end. And he confirmed this today because they had the extra 3rd-round pick. He basically all but said they would not have made this trade if they didn't have the extra 3rd in the Dotson deal, which is a better 3rd earlier in the 3rd round that they didn't want to give up and they kept. And they'll use that one from the Eagles by way of Miami. But they gave up their own 3rd rounder, which right now is like a 4th rounder. It's a super late 3rd-round pick. But if you want to do this math, and I hate doing this, I'll just tell you in advance because it's like the old school Ernie Grunfeld. Like, the player we signed is our draft pick.
We consider the person coming back our 1st-round pick.
But in a sense, you kind of traded Jahan Dotson and John Ridgway and a 4th-round pick for Marshawn Lattimore. Now, that's not really 1-to-1. That's not really what you did. But there's some funny math there that can allow you to say that that is kind of the foundation of the swap. And then you then agreed to a 2-year, $36 million contract over the next 2 years with Lattimore, who, by the way, John Keim told us on the show yesterday, remember, from ESPN.com, without guaranteed money, that they can get out of that deal scot-free if it doesn't go well the rest of the season, which I would say is not the plan, because Peters made it pretty clear. They looked at free agency. They've already started looking into the draft, and they clearly evaluated that Lattimore at $18 million was a no-brainer based on what the market's going to look like at a position where they deem themselves pretty desperate.
Yeah, I think it's well said, right? This is a, if again, I said this earlier, doing our hit with Derek Forrest for DC News Now, and I said, to me, this is you don't do this if you're 4-5, 5-4, the usual, hey, this is a nice rookie season. Like you're having Justin Herbert's rookie season, which was spectacular for a team that was just okay. Or 99% of the rookie seasons that have happened with good quarterbacks over the years. The exceptions, just so happens, have occurred in the last 2 years with C.J. Stroud and now Jaden Daniels, where it's a renaissance, where the team is a previous laughingstock, a joke, a punchline in the league. It's now the desired spot. It's now the cool place to be. It's now the spot where everyone goes to hang out, right? And when that has happened, you now have to go, I'm going to adjust my eye line. I'm going to change everything about the way I was evaluating, right? I think if they'd known that they would be this good, impossible to know, and I'm not criticizing at all, but if they'd known that it had been this good, they might have done things maybe just a smidge differently in free agency, right? Maybe just a smidge, maybe one extra player here or there, maybe one extra thing, to this point to kind of reinforce. The fact is, everything that could have broken right, almost to a man, has, and it's been better than even anybody could have anticipated or expected. So now you have to go. We're not apologizing for being here. The same way on a much better scale that Ron Rivera goes, well, we're better than we were supposed to be. Then division stinks. It really does. Back in 2020, when 7-9 won the damn thing, you don't apologize for winning it. You go, well, here we are. What are we going to do about it? And it, you spring a plan into action.
Yeah, I think that the plan that they had all along was, let's see what we are, right? Like, let's see where this goes. And when you talk about springing into action, I think we saw that with the trade, but I don't view it as the reversal of course that a lot of people do. Even this segment here, you can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny, and there's this perception, it seems like, online where people say, I'm glad that they were able to basically go away from the long-term vision to get this done. I don't think they did. I think this is in lockstep what they've done since they walked through the door. They added young, controllable talent. He's only a year and change older than Benjamin St-Juste. I mean, it's not like they added some guy that's 34 years old who's a rental. Can we play clip number 12? I think this is actually interesting to this point. When asked if Adam Peters envisioned making a big trade like this at any point before the season started, this is what he said.
If we'd asked you September 1st, would you be likely to be adding a player or adding more picks at the deadline? What would you have thought?
I would have said we need to beat the Buccaneers. I think it goes back to if whether you're 9-0 or 0-9, you're always trying to do what's best for the team. And so if that adds up to adding a player that you can add that's really good, like Marshawn, then you always consider it. And then if it's also trading a player away, then you consider that too. So you take them as they come, and I don't necessarily look at it as being a buyer or a seller. I think just trying to do the best I can to help this team be as good as it can.
What do you think of that, Danny?
He'll never give away the full detail, right? You're never going to stand up there and say, yeah, I'm pretty stunned we're good. I never actually thought we would be. I was just kind of saying, hey, let's build for the long term. And we're really, usually the first year of a regime, you're sort of just cleaning out the closet from the old owners of the house. Like he's never going to stand up there and go, yeah, I thought we kind of suck. But admittedly, you prepare for all the scenarios, right? That's what you do when you're good at this.
But there's no way, right, that they thought they'd be 7-2. Well, let's not even say 7-2. That's obvious. There's just no. I think that they would have done a lot of things differently, or at least spoken differently, maybe, if they thought they were going to be good right away. They didn't say rebuild. I give them that. This recalibrate, find north thing. Mm-hmm. But they had no idea, did they? This is a magical, everything comes together perfectly, pixie dust kind of situation happening.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about, more or less, right? It's the premise is we have prepared for every scenario, right? If, let's say for the sake of argument, their gamble, which is what it was, on Brandon Coleman as a third-round left tackle / guard in half the league's eyes, and Cornelius Lucas wasn't great. Let's say that, I don't know, you could pick any of their million moves where you go, Zach Ertz is off injured, and he played in week 1, and that's about it. He's been on and off the injury report. And it's not going that awesome. And they're just okay. They're better than they were before, and we're just still so grateful it's not Dan Snyder, it's not Ron and the Marty Party. You're not doing this, right? I think they're prepared for that. They had a quiet confidence about them, and I give them a huge amount of credit, right? They didn't do the offseason champ bit where everything is about the hail this, and we're going to the Super Bowl and telling fans what they want to hear, and then pulling the rug out from underneath them with bad play. They had a quiet confidence about them. They said, we're going to try to compete. Like, we're going to try. We think, like, their attitude was, we think we're going to be pretty good. And at the time, I didn't agree. I was wrong. They were right. Thank goodness they're in charge and I'm not. But they didn't think they'd be this good. There's no way. No reasonable assessment would have said, yeah, this is who they are with a because this doesn't happen with a rookie quarterback and an offense that's a damn buzzsaw based on ground and pound, and then guys schemed open at the Yang, and a rookie quarterback playing as good as anyone ever has in the history of the position as a rookie. He's at top of every damn ranking, every expected points added per play metric. You're looking down, you go, where is the Washington quarterback? Oh, he's at the damn top. the top of the NFL. He's in the elite group. He's already part of the company. That there's no precedent for that around here. And so, yeah, it's unreasonable. It's joyous. It's awesome. But there's no way a reasonable person would have expected that.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's open up the phones. 800-636-1067. How surprised do you think Peters and Quinn are with where they are right now? And do you perceive the trade of Lattimore as any type of departure from whatever plan they had been putting together this season? Because to me, it's pretty clearly just a continuation of what they've been doing. And you're just picking someone up and throwing them in the vehicle and you're still driving down the same road. But it does seem like some people think this is a shift in philosophy to prioritizing right here and right now. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny is in studio over on Half Street in the Navy Yard, where we normally broadcast from. I am over at the Monumental Studios getting ready for an altcast tonight. By the way, the Caps are wearing their Screaming Eagle black sweaters tonight. Now, Danny is not a uniform guy. I know this. Their black jerseys. Can I at least get you to acknowledge that the Screaming Eagle Cap sweater, the black look that they throw back to from a previous era, is fire. I mean, that is, to me, my 1-seed jersey in all of DC sports. The most recent purchase I've made was actually a black Cap sweater. The last 2 purchases I think I've made are the Screaming Eagle black Cap sweater. I love it. It's so good. Ovi called it. He loves it, by the way. The reason they're bringing it back, essentially, is for Ovi, because he was begging for it. He called it the best look in the NHL yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
He did say that, or are you making that up?
No. I'm not even doing a bit. Like, for his birthday, I think it was. What's that?
So that's a bummer. That's sad to me.
Why is that?
Because their regular jerseys are awesome, and they shouldn't be changed. This is the Yager era, and they should all burn. We should never see these again.
Oh, come on.
No, you come on.
The logo, the Screaming Eagle is so good.
The Yager time. It's just so much Yager. Just so much playing well against us and not well for us. So much don't really care, and then goes on to like a decade or 25 years more of excellence. No way. That's all I can think about is him.
The only thing I remember for Yager, I'm sure he was in the Screaming Eagle at some point too, is he had the Capitals, the Capitol building emblem. That was primarily his time. Was that Adam Oates like Capitol building logo with hockey sticks that was a little bit nubby?
Yeah, I'm not into that. So that's what I think. Whenever I see a jersey that's not white or red, I think of that. So you may be right that there was one of them had like the Capitol dome, another one was the eagle on there.
Yeah,
it's all part of a dark time to me when like the Caps are red. I'm not trying to like rock the black jersey or whatever with different trimming and piping and nothing to do with red and white, which are their colors. Not into it. It's a no from me.
I think the Screaming Eagle they might have even rocked during their Cup run, if memory serves. But I mean, I don't know. It's part of my childhood nostalgia for sure. That's definitely, I think part of it is now it's been long enough to throw it back. I just think it's a good look. I think it's fire. It's different. It's unique. And the black sweater, when they've been doing white and red for so many years, it's just a nice jolt for me. But I knew that I would either be met with hostility or
you got that hostility, I think.
General apathy about talking about a jersey. I knew one of those two was going to be the way you went.
Yeah, this one was the hostile one. Because again, I think you're probably right that because I conflate the Eagle and the Capitol Dome ones.
But they're not similar.
Well, they're very similar. They're not red or white. So it's all from a time where they were like, these aren't our colors, and like let's incorporate this weird blue. Like right around the time
they were like teal at one point. Like those are her things.
Awful. So I associate anything that's not their colors with that time, and that's the time that made me most angry as a Caps fan. Not even losing the 3-1 leads or whatever else. It was the dude that ruined everything for us as an opponent couldn't be bothered to try hard when he was here.
I'm looking up pics from their 98 Stanley Cup final against the Red Wings, and they are in the Screaming Eagle. Now it's the teal joint, which I didn't love, and I know you didn't love. Although I still think it's a good look. But the going black with the Screaming Eagle, let's go. I mean, it's just so good. It's great. Let's go to Manny in Southeast in DC on G&D. Manny, we've been talking about the Commanders, and we're trying to figure out if you think they went away from their earlier plan and got more aggressive, or you're like me and you think this works perfectly with their vision for the next few years.
I'm also hey Grant, hey Dan, it's good always building with y'all about the Skin Manders. Listen, I think it's just adding extra to what they already envision. It's actually building on what they had in the future. If you think about them when they was in down as they had 2 strong corners. Now they can take Marshawn Lattimore, put him on the island on any number 1. They can put St. Juice because Lattimore, St. Juice, and Sinistry they was all practicing together, teaching each other moves, learning from building from one another. Learning and building from one another. So today in practice, so what that does is allow them to put another in the box. Now, if we allow another to go in the box and we can slow that run down and stop that run, we become more potent than we are now because our offense is going to be dogs anyway.
Well, so that's what we were talking about earlier today. I mean, the secondary upgrade is massive. What it does in the corner room to slot everybody down is obvious. But the other thing I wanted fixed yesterday, if they could pull it off somehow, is someone to help them stop the run better. And they might have gotten 2 birds with 1 stone. I mean, they might have really been able to handle that as well. If Lattimore's as good as we think he can be if healthy, maybe they can load up the box, bring Jeremy Chin down, and maybe not play as much too high. Let's go to Andre and Manassas. Dre, do you think this was part of the plan, or do you think they broke glass in case of emergency?
No, I mean, I think it was part of the plan. First and foremost, let me say I feel bad, so terribly bad for John Allen. I mean, this guy's given everything, and the 1 year that they're about to do something, he can't go. Yep. I don't even know what it's like to be in the Allen household right now. But I got to say that I think, the coaches, it may be more of a surprise to us as fans because, we've been dealing with this for like 30 years. But all these gentlemen, the shot callers, they've been successful for the most part everywhere they went. So, they're probably not surprised. Having said all this, I think perhaps a paradigm shift in terms of how people select quarterbacks. I mean, I know everyone's calling Jaden a rookie. He's a rookie, this, rookie, that. But then you realize this guy played, 4 years of college ball. Not too many people do that this day and age. All this technology, virtual reality, this guy's probably taken 1,000 snaps on virtual reality alone. And, you have all these simulators, pilots, race car drivers, all these things. And, I think the technology has really helped him. So I know it's, obviously the cool thing to say, rookie quarterback has never done this and never done that. But he's not an ordinary rookie quarterback. And I think, as they draft quarterbacks moving forward, you're probably going to see more, 4 or 5 year, starters get in the nod as opposed to, this guy has all the talent. He's only played like 6 games.
Thank you, John. Yeah, appreciate that. I mean, we don't have another word for it because it's his first year in the NFL, so we're calling him a rookie. But I think that point's well seen, right? The experience he had as a skinny freshman at Arizona State, and the upward climb that he's made. Talking about Daniels into a from a mid-round prospect to the 2nd overall pick, Heisman Trophy winner, et cetera. The growth has been obvious, and that experience I think served him very well as he set foot on campus here and has hit the ground running. But yeah, I mean, to me, I think your point is really good, GP, and I'll say this real quick. I don't think they violated their rules or their paradigms by making this move. In other words, doesn't mean they're not prioritizing the draft anymore. Doesn't mean they're not heavily involved in scouting and finding the right kind of player, and they still want to major in building through the draft and being young. I don't think they changed anything in that regard. They didn't say, screw it. They didn't go full Les Snead. They didn't go full Rams, right, where it's a first rounder for this guy, a future first rounder for that guy, second rounder here, there, and everywhere. They still got a decent allotment of picks, and I think they'll be adding more as we proceed.
For sure. Yeah, I just think that their plan has been, let's add talent to this organization that can help us over the next 3 years. And they did that with Lattimore. They have 3 postseasons, if they choose to, with him. That's part of the plan. You got better at a position where you had a huge need. We were upset a few months ago they didn't sign a corner. They just signed a corner. They just went out and they got the corner one that you were hoping they were going to get this offseason. And Lattimore's better than the guys that were available that they could have signed at that time. So it's a net victory as far as I'm concerned, and it's not a mortgage in any way of the future. As Peter said today, the points for their draft picks that they have are better right now. They have more draft value in terms of the picks that they have today than they had this summer, based mostly on that Jahan Dotson deal and how high up that pick is because the Dolphins have been really, really bad. So keep rooting for Miami to stink up the joint. Peters wasn't the only person to talk today. Who Matters out in Ashburn? Dan Quinn spoke as well. You want to hear from him? We've got that for you next. Plus, our Caps Power Play will give you a preview of the Caps and the Preds. G&D on the Fan.